difficult now to help the community across the other side of the sub-county headquarters.
Due to the effects of climate change, rains are unreliable. We have erratic rains that come once in a while. Last year alone, we planted over 18,000 trees. These trees were planted in the community, in schools. We had done a big disservice to the environment. And about climate justice, everything around us, everything we coexist with, everything within our eco-environment needs justice. So we have to give justice to our soils, to our trees, to everything above, within and below the ground. So that's why right now, in response to that, we are planting trees, we are using organic pesticides, we are using organic fertilizers to mitigate all these effects called the climate change you're seeing right now.
Why climate is so critical livelihoods of people is that when you look at how our production systems are, it's 95% dependent on rain-fed agriculture. We are 95% dependent on rain-fed agriculture, climate-smart agriculture. And when we talk about climate-smart agriculture, it is a pathway to increasing food security and also livelihoods of people.
Climate has affected women. Women have the task, the responsibility of cooking food for the family. Times women use firewood and charcoal basically in our area to perform other tasks of going to the garden and also raising the children.
And we believe agroecology is the change that we need right now to create a sustainable environment. And as we celebrate the Climate Justice Week, I think agroecology is one thing that should be adopted and spread out broadly. You see agroecology as a solution to mitigate and give justice to the environment that we live in.
This message is brought to you by Action Aid International Uganda in partnership with Kota, Pelam Uganda, Vijana Corps and MEPRO.
Pakwach receives a prolonged kind of dry season, something about like 6 months. And any tree that someone has planted, it is drying. Even when someone is using water to water it, he reaches at a certain point whereby he gives up. He's like, this is too much.
The whole of this area in Pakwach was full of sorghum, simsim, ginat, but look, no more. So the weather pattern has changed. It is very difficult for farmers to predict that the rain is going to come. Even if the rain has come, flooding is everywhere.
Kilo peko matong tong mirachel etoro udibadano neku champa dano pi maleng madano makuti kudu ke beru pe suroni badano sheke nungu pinyo ko pin mangai mapolo makokondane pasho darande wange sha sheke ile jangweno gama ai
pong awuok kinde misawa para ariyo mang'om guru kodo awuok anong'o pi pong mapi chake nong'e bindie wono romo nek wako di ot kuda wiya weng
yore mako wako kudu tek pikelwa icha kaya matek mapi mwa madu de wa madu pi madong manongo shed dongo mol iwa endong
tuo ma okelo iwa tuo ma malaria ko bang sawa nyoke ko bang nindo maber ka treating malaria
oro water managa metoro classroom de gitie a level mapi elo pong bako kada wan ko mu de chati dum school ni ba mapi elo pong ete monyot man ega mene ko awiya mangede school ni aka woni kitingo school ni ke wode tika biru moko.
In the entire Bugisu, floods could come and destroy purely people in the villages. But for the first time, we experienced this in the middle of the city, and we had over 20 people who lost their lives.
Almost we saw like over 5,000 people lost their food crops.
And these days it is very complicated, that it might rain today, tomorrow, and it shines for the next 2 weeks.
The most challenge you face this way is drought.
Sometimes drought affects our mulberry. You can plant as we plant, you can see these gaps. These gaps are as a result of this drought. These cuttings, some of them can end up drying.
We started by buying plastic from the community. We all know the dangers of plastics and polythene paper when it comes to climate.
As an expert in tree planting, there are some trees that we have identified that are good even when you plant, and maybe 1 month goes on minus being watered, this tree will survive. So there are those trees, like maybe I can talk of Tectona grandis. It is a tree with broad leaves, it is nice. Talk of mahogany, these trees were here before, but people cut them down. They are no longer seen.
One thing I would call upon is basically to ensure that all different parties, because here we are moving from all different parties, we have the government, it has a role to play. I feel the development partners have really done so much, and they have tried to ensure that they support. I feel it's very pertinent for the youth to be engaged and involved. Young people are not an agent of distraction. Young people are very willing to support, but have we taken much cause to ensure that we sensitize them? Because there is no one who is going to be engaged into something without being informed. There is low information dissemination that we need, at least. If there is dissemination, it's very easy for an action to be taken.
Climate disasters are destroying the lives and livelihood of many people in the country.
Let's give a round of applause to those that participated in
More likely to die.
I am very touched about people that come from those areas. Katakwi, Ajuman, Karamoja sub-region, those that come from the flood-prone areas, Bulambuli. It's really urgent that we engage in these conversations. But today, allow me to appreciate a couple of clusters among us. Let me request the entire staff of Action Aid to stand up. The entire staff, if you know you work for Action Aid, kindly stand up. If you know you work for Action Aid, stand up. Let's give them a round of applause. Come on, people, clap for them. These people made sure that we are here to celebrate and we go through this. Thank you so much. You can take your seats. The inner group of the Climate Justice Week. The inner group, kindly stand up. We need to see the inner group of the Climate Justice Week. Let's clap for them again. That's the inner group. They made sure that all deliberations are aligned. Some of our development partners among us, please stand up for recognition. Development partners. Development partners. Okay. We give them a round of applause. If you're from private sector, just stand up and we clap for you, a business person. Private sector. No one from private sector? Private sector, businessmen and men and women. Okay. Private, let's clap for him. Thank you so much. I'll tell you why sometimes we lose business as Ugandans. We are so nice. We feel ashamed to stand alone. And that's why our friends like Aotieno here in Kenya, they are very aggressive. When they say businessmen and women stand up, they stand. So if I'm to give business today, it's the guy I have to speak to. Let's clap for the private sector again. Those from the academia, please, let's stand up and we recognize you from academia. Let's clap for the academia. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. That means a lot. Negotiators. We have some negotiators here. We have some negotiators. Let's clap for him. I want to appreciate you so much. I didn't know how urgent and how crucial negotiator is until when we were in Dubai negotiating as a country. Friends, you can know all the English you know. I cannot negotiate. Their tone and language is quite unique. Their focus is different, and they negotiate on behalf of our country. Let's clap for him again. Thank you so much. Let me request anyone from government to stand up and recognize government. Anyone from government. I saw Sir Bob is here. Let's clap for government. Comrades, that is government. Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate you so much. Anyone from CSOs or NGO? CSOs, NGOs? Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. Hey! Let's clap for them. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for turning up. That means a lot. Anyone from UN agencies? UN agencies? Anyone coming from the UN family? Hey, let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. The numbers are coming up. And last but not least, let me request the implementing partners that made sure that this runs. Vijana, Kanyu, Pelam, Kota, let's all stand up. Those are the implementing partners to this. Let's clap for them as they stand. Implementing partners. Come on, implementing, please stand up. I have Vijana up there, Pelam here. We have Kanyu, we have Memphew. Thank you so much. Do we have anyone from the Fourth Estate? Let's clap for the Fourth Estate. That's where I come from, and I really want to appreciate you for streaming this live. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting. And just to alert you that we're going to go all the way up to lunchtime. So prepare your mind and get ready to have a marathon of data. Please be reminded, the washrooms are right here. You go through that corridor, you'll find the ladies and the gents. And if you're tweeting from the room, the hashtag is Climate Justice Week UG. Please tag Action Aid, tag Pelam, tag Kanyu, tag Vijana Corps, tag Mempu, tag Ministry of Agriculture, tag Ministry of Environment, tag those that we can be in position to give you more support online. To start off this day, allow me welcome Madame Susan Otieno, the Country Director of Action Aid International from Kenya, to come and give us the opening remarks. Let's welcome her.
I was waiting for the common thing that people do. They research about you. And so when they call you, they say so much about you. Even what you don't want them to say, they still go ahead and say. In fact, what your enemy wants to hear is what they say. But thank you so much. I'm trying to organize myself. I like being very free, very free. Can I use this? I like being very free, and it's not typical of someone who's giving an opening remark. What is expected is that you stand next to your laptop and talk. But that's not what I've been cut out to do in Action Aid. My presence in Action Aid is to help you and I know why we are here. And so there was the slogan that we had yesterday, and we were asking ourselves, what do we want? Yeah, I don't think you want climate justice if that's how you'll respond. What do you want? What do we want? When do we want it? Now. So we'll say two nows. Now, okay? What do we want? Okay, we can't say climate justice when we are still on our phones. Yeah, let's stand up. If you can stand up, stand up. It's still morning. It's still morning. What do we want? Okay, which hand do you use? The right or left? Right. For some of us, we are left, so we'll really try. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? Now. When do we want it? Thank you so much. Please be seated. You can clap for yourselves. So we were hoping to have our Secretary General, Arthur Larok, who is Ugandan, but I also call him Kenyan because I've hosted him for many years before he went to Johannesburg. He was meant to be here, but he's down and well, and so what do you do? When the head is not there, the hands and the legs have to step in. But I'm doing this because it's given me the liberty to speak and talk about what I would really want to tell you as our neighbors in Uganda, number one. Number two, as part of the African continent. And number three, as part of the globe. Yesterday we saw what was presented. And it's very clear, you cannot talk about this world without Africa. Despite the fact that the conversations that begin every time you bring in Africa are conversations that are very, they are sad to think of. Every time you want to talk about the African economy, you'll not fail to talk about colonialism. And if you come to today, you'll not fail to talk about neocolonialism. Every time you want to talk about Africa's progress, minerals, resources, you'll not fail to talk about slavery. And we have to talk about it so that we liberate ourselves from these kind of conversations. Every time you talk about Africa, you'll not fail to talk about Africa from a point of limitation. When they say limited resources, people want to turn to Africa. But we know that it's the richest continent. When you talk about capacity, they turn to Africa. But they know that we survived because of the early warning systems. And that is why we knew when it was about to flood, we knew not to plant, when not to plant certain crops. But this knowledge cannot be put together. Because if you put this knowledge together, then you put Africa at a different level where not everyone wants to find Africa. So I was asked to talk about accelerating a green, just, feminist, and resilient economy. When I look at this title, it could be what anyone would want the title to represent Africa. But I've also been reminded that I put on a global view to everything else. So if you hear me say Africa, mirror it to the globe and see. If it applies, we fix it in there. But it's for my bias and why I love Africa. One of the greatest challenges that we need to think about when we talk about climate justice, or a green economy, or a just economy, or a feminist or a resilient economy, is to look at African unity and why people say we cannot attain this unity. Could it be that we are using it so that we continue having Africa fragmented and having over 50 solutions that are more than the number of countries in Africa for Africa? Could that be the interest? Could it be that Africa is not winning the climate change crisis war because we are fragmented? Could it be that people want to look at Africa from the types of cultures that we have and the variation that is there and the type of languages that exist in Africa? Could it be that's how they want to look at Africa and then say there's too much, we cannot do it as a continent? But still having that, there are great challenges. And these challenges are actually affecting us from attaining a green, just, and feminist economy in the continent, the African unity. And I pray that when we walk out of here, we will be talking about one Africa, one voice. It doesn't matter where you're located. It's one Africa, one voice. One Africa, one voice. And that is why we have, for instance, the Africa group of negotiators than a country-specific group of negotiators. So the continental collaboration cannot be underscored. It's critical. Unity in purpose, unity in voice, unity in action is critical if we are to fight the climate crisis. But again, we have to recognize that Africa remains food insecure, and hence any action should aim at improving food security. If we are told that when you talk about climate crisis, it's about adaptation and mitigation, then we need to fight for funds and money to be put in adaptation more than anything else, because that's where the conversations of food security comes in. So when you face anyone, when you're seated in any conversation, your most important question would be, how does this affect food security? Because if we have enough, we will feed many. Not only ourselves, but we will feed many. So we have to champion for adaptation. But when we talk about mitigation, we cannot fail to bring it back into adaptation. When you're talking about energy provision, your biggest question should be, how do we use energy to mechanize the agricultural system? How do we use energy to ensure that the manufacturing industry is taking care and reducing the waste that we experience post-harvest? So when someone pushes you into a conversation around mitigation and you think of green, just economy, I can guarantee you that you're able to push them to see how the results will be seen through adaptation. There are conversations on carbon credit, and I can tell you, not to disrespect anyone or discount the knowledge that we have, but I can say nearly half this room, we have limited understanding about carbon credit. Will I be lying? So why should we push an agenda that we do not know? Can't we know it first before we push it? But we cannot spend time on carbon credit when we don't have food at home. We cannot talk carbon credit when nearly 70% of Africa is energy insecure. You cannot talk of carbon credits, given what Professor shared yesterday. When land is being taken, the agricultural land is now being taken to be converted into conservations. But why? To plant trees to absorb carbon. We cannot talk about carbon sinking when there's a lot that needs to be done. But this is not to say that we cannot engage in the conversations. Let the knowledge be shared uniformly, and then we engage. That's when you talk about a just transition, a just economy, a green just economy, a feminist just green economy. When you're all at the same level in terms of knowledge and understanding and engagement. Yesterday I talked of the monkey on our backs versus the monkey on the north, and why we easily allow it to land on our backs, and what we can do not to allow the monkey to land on our back before our monkey moves on their backs. It's important. Why am I saying so? Because when you look at the Paris Agreement 2015, it was very clear. Be responsible for the climate crisis the way you've caused it. So we have an opportunity when we are talking about just transition, just economy, green economy, to first start by asking, who's responsible? That question should not leave us. But when we are talking about the responsibility, we have to move them to see why our conditions are becoming worse every day, why there's food insecurity and it continues, why our girls are still getting married when they are not adults, simply because there was drought and the parents want to restock and they'll marry them off as a source of restocking. But what caused the loss of animals back in the family? It was related to the climate crisis. We have to connect the issues. If we want people to see how climate is affecting Africa, we have to connect the challenges that we are going through. Why are we talking about children not being in school? Because it's flooding. Because even after the floods are gone, You need funds to repair the classrooms. But at the same time, you need funds to recover from a climate crisis. What will a government prioritize? So these are conversations that have to come out very strongly from our end if we are to talk about a feminist, just, green economy. And I want to give a disclaimer that many a times when you mention feminists, and if you're a woman standing to talk about feminist, people say, I'll say in Kiswahili, Professor, thank you and welcome. You helped me appreciate that Ugandans nowadays appreciate Kiswahili. Otherwise, during my years when I was growing up in the early 80s, we knew if you are Kenyan and you cross to Uganda, be very careful not to speak Swahili. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. I think we have the under 30s seated here. Yeah? So thank you, Prof, because it helped. Now, let me move to the next element because we were warned about time. The new climate economy report of 2018, and I know there could be other reports, but then it indicated that green transition had a huge potential to create 65 million new jobs. 65 million new jobs. But we need to ask ourselves, will it be just if these 65 million new jobs don't end up with the women and girls? If they don't end up with young people, then there'll be no justice, however much the number of jobs we create. And so the challenge is that women and girls will not automatically benefit from these opportunities if we came up with ambitious political actions and financing. If not, it could worsen the gender inequalities. There's no process that can be just if it worsens the gender inequalities. And climate change has done that so well. It has done that so well. So my plea is that when we sit to talk about climate justice, let's ask ourselves, where are the women and the girls? How are these resolutions going to affect women and girls? Are they participating as equal partners on the table, or do we bring them for numbers? Are they taking leadership? Do they have the potential? And if there are any gaps that are causing them to have this inability, then it still comes back to us to be able to engage with the women, build their capacity, grow the interest, remove the barriers that are causing their lack of participation and involvement. But this has to start from a political angle as well and perspective. That if we fight and push for more women in political leadership, then we'll also be looking at how it scales down or cascades to the other areas. And that equally includes climate justice, the green economy, the just economy, the feminist economy. And I know the member of the Africa group of negotiators can tell you how many women are in the group. I know he has a session, so I'm hoping that he can tell you how many women are there. When you miss women, you miss to take care of the gender equality conversation. So a green economy is basically creating jobs. But what we've seen so far is that it's currently creating male-dominated jobs. And what are these male-dominated jobs? There's a lot of funding that is moving into construction. So we talk about green construction, manufacturing, and by practice, that's a place where you'll find more men than women. Yet, the women are found on short-term jobs in formal sector, healthcare, domestic roles. What does that mean? We truly need to re-engineer the perception and the minds of the decision makers, of the private sector, of the job creators, of the investors. That as we go ahead to look at male-dominated jobs, let's also look at how we will empower the women, empower the girls to take care and to be in charge of such kind of jobs that are created. And to be honest, we can create opportunities in the green construction sector where women play a major role. It will beat logic if the role of women when we are constructing a green center is to come and distribute food. Fine, they'll earn from it, but they can earn more. So as I said, we need to re-engineer the job market and truly do away with any entry barrier that hinder women from engaging in a green economy. And we also acknowledge that women are also underrepresented in the political and the workplace decision making. They are underrepresented. So even as we talk about climate justice, remember what we said yesterday, even as we talk about climate, remember your other problems. We are not yet there with the women. So it's climate justice, but where are the women? The first time I went for one of the COP, and it will not surprise you, I've only done 2. The first one was Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And you know where the community places women. And so I appear as these Kenyan, not even Ugandan women. I know how you Ugandans, you really make a mock of Kenyan women. That we are rude, we are very nice. We are very nice. See me outside. And you need to mix these genes. Yeah, no, I hope I'm not destroying the market for Ugandan women. The Kenyan men need Ugandan women. On a light note, so when I went to Egypt, and I was trying to find and navigate my way around, I can tell you, it was very surprising that we're talking about COP27 then, but the conversations were white, male-dominated. So you can imagine if you are a black female entrant. We need to do what we ought to do to have women in the climate change, climate justice conversations. It needs a coup, sort of. Not a political coup. Don't misquote me. But we need to educate the women to know that they need to be in this space. So when we went for COP28, I had a badge. You know the badges. I know my friend can tell you, Cindy. The badges will give you entry to certain level. His badge is not even mine. Mine is an underdog badge. It's pink, pink. But his badge, he can get in nearly anywhere. My elder, am I lying? And so I told myself I need an experience. What happens? And so I tagged along black male, and we walked. He had the badge, and I turned my badge inside out, so you just see blank. And they would want to ask me, can we see your badge? And he would say, no, we are with him. We are with her. The cabinet secretary is waiting for us, you know. And I got into the end. It will surprise you that there are few women where the real negotiations are happening. There are few women. And it's also important to note that the conversations are slowly moving away from the climate discussions. They could still be climate, but there is more of bilateral and multilateral negotiations. Individual, private sector dominated. And if you map out the private sector, you'll find very few women. And so how can we talk of a just economy when the negotiators, the ones who are pushing and changing, lack women amongst them? I sat there and saw how power is shared. And I hope UNFCCC will not deny me the COP29 badge. But it's very, very clear that we need women in the room for it to be just. But despite needing women, we need Africa in the room. We need Africa in the room. Because the justice that we are fighting for is justice for Africa. And if there's justice for Africa, it's justice for the entire globe. That we have to know. There's also the importance of looking at what are the other things that are bedeviling Africa and causing us not to achieve the climate justice as we intend to be achieving it. Justice around this climate discourse, climate change, the debt crisis. So when you talk about economic justice, when you talk about climate justice, economic justice cannot miss. And that is why today we are also trying to bring ourselves to think about the green economy. Fine, the funds have been released. Investment has to happen. Who are the innovators? How much of the green innovation can we call to be Africa? Yet Africa came up with M-Pesa. Didn't we? Did you know M-Pesa is Africa? However much you want to change the M-Pesa name, even if you say mobile money, it is still M-Pesa. And there are many, many more innovations that are African. And so if we are talking about green economy, Africa will have to invest in innovation, invest in the young people, invest in the women to be innovative. I've started appreciating the solar lamps that projects and programs can give women. And then what I'm disagreeing with, I think today we'll be wondering whether you invited controversial speakers. But what I disagree with is that that is enough for a household. I disagree. I believe that a community can generate solar energy, use it off-grid, and the excess supplied to the main grid. I believe it's possible. And I believe that a women's organization can manage that company, if we want to call it a company. I believe that when it is generated, it can go to the district. For us, it will go to the county. I believe that it's possible. But what will hinder us is that the technology is not with us. And most of the investors will tell you, we'll bring you the technology. But I believe that we can negotiate that don't just bring the technology, but transfer the technology. But do we have our young people who can receive that technology? It means we have to look at what we are teaching in our academic centers. What do we introduce our children to in primary, elementary or secondary, college, and even post-college? What are we teaching them to do? Such that if an investor said, I want to transfer this technology, and they went to Kumi. I know Kumi. I visit Kumi, by the way. Every year I'm in Kumi. I'll tell you. I told you to see me behind the tent. So if you visit Kumi and you say, come, this is the population that we want you to transfer the technology, we will find people who have that technology. It is still a challenge, but we can address it. And so we must acknowledge the cause of climate change and ensure that we are also sticking to agreements that have been entered into. If you're responsible for it, you have to pay up for it. In COP27, for the loss and damage conversations to progress, and I know my elder will agree with me. Today I'm happy because I have an elder who can agree with me. You know, it's not possible, not so easy. Eh? One of the states that we know was not so willing to advance the conversations because of the word reparation. Reparation. Si nasema ukweli. Walikata. You know, there are certain things you can only emphasize in Swahili. If I knew Acholi, I would speak Acholi because I'm Luo. So if I speak Luo, I know there's some Acholis who can understand. But wali kata. And kwa sababu tunasema reparation, it means you're putting the responsibility and the legal liability on them to make sure that they pay up for loss and damage. But thank God that the African negotiators were together. And so the civil societies who were present, they went in. The meetings used to happen at 5:30. And they went in and told them, this is where the crisis is. We are happy that today we can talk about loss and damage fund, but we are still not very, very happy because while we thought it could be housed in Africa, it was again taken to Geneva. The argument is that Geneva is central and the Latin America and the Asians can access Geneva faster than they can access Africa. I still don't believe. He's just written and said, I look smart in red and blue. Am I live? No, laughter is medicine. So truly what Africa needs are huge, audacious decisions around the green economy, around feminist, just green economy. So I want to move us to what we could probably focus on as Africa. But before I do that, I think we need to also turn to our decision makers, government, the multilateral agencies, the private sector and stakeholders. They should truly address the power relations within the climate justice discourse. They should truly address the power relations. Because every time there are conversations, power comes in. Whoever has resources is deemed to be powerful. But this is where I'm addressing our governments, that what is the domestic financing towards the green, feminist, just economy? What portion of domestic financing are we using, at least to model and say that this works? And so you're going into a negotiation to say, fund this, not what you've conceived, away from Africa and without Africans. But again, a green economy can only thrive when the legislation is friendly. If you have friendly legislation, it thrives. But friendly legislations takes into account what we want to secure and safeguard. We want to secure our minerals. We want to secure the natural resources. We want to secure our knowledge. We want to secure our environment. So how do we move forward? Africa unity is a must. I should not walk anywhere and think as a Kenyan. When I walk in there and I think as an African, I've represented Uganda, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania, and all these other countries. But we have to be bold and ask for what works for us as Africa. We must know what works for us. Adaptation, manufacturing economy, value addition, and safeguarding of our minerals will work for us. And the continent must change the narrative. We should not be expected to appear with begging bowls. Truly, when Africa goes into these sittings, let no one assume we've come with begging bowls, because we survived before they landed into the continent. So what we are doing is a negotiation. That fine, you caused all this damage. Can you now work with Africa to rebuild? Bilateral and multilateral negotiations should take into consideration the above, the priorities, and that we are able and we can change things. Domestic financing, I've mentioned. Policies that ascribe to feminist, just, and green investments. We need to look at our policies, review our policies in relations to feminist, just, green investments. Indigenous knowledge has to be preserved. And how do we preserve it? By generating more knowledge, research that is Africa-led. I don't see why somebody has to take a flight to come and do research on indigenous knowledge. For us, we know we can, and we just have to trust the results that we get and improve on those results. I mean, I see Halloween, and I ask myself, what is this thing called Halloween? If they preserved Halloween, why can't we preserve our early warning system knowledge, which is much better and can replace Halloween? I think as Africa, we also need to carry some of this indigenous knowledge and land in these northern countries and say, even as we've brought our knowledge. Somebody said that from where I come from, we have so many night runners. We probably may want to package the night running behavior and take it and say, oh, you're bringing us this, we are also bringing you the night running. But what I'm trying to say is, we have knowledge that we can transfer if we package it. And as I conclude, we need to look at promoting large-scale investment in green, just transition. Mechanization of agriculture. We talk of agroecology as a solution. It can only thrive if we mechanize. And who is there to mechanize for us? We will design and sell our ideas. But we cannot run away also from addressing the perennial issues. If people will find reasons to point at us as corrupt people, point at us as people who cannot comply to agreements, then they'll always find a reason not to agree with what we propose. We need to stand against the shift of resources from climate crisis induced experiences. When it is flooding, when it is drought, and it is climate induced, we need to stand firm and say the resources must go to X, Y, and Z. It will surprise you that drought may not even be considered when they are looking at the loss and damage. But we are hoping this can also be a conversation to be finalized. We need to remove barriers that infringe climate conversations. If we cannot be in the spaces where they are, let's create our spaces like this symposium. Create an Africa-led space and have the conversation. It will attract the right people. Private sector investment, we truly need to move them to start talking about social impact investment. You may not look at profit today, but when you look at well-being, it will guarantee you profit. And climate change and economic justice builds a nexus that has to go hand in hand. So thank you so much. But before I leave, we must take life back and bring it to Africa. So this is what I normally do. Viva, who knows what Viva means? Viva does not mean this. Viva is life. I was told it's life, eh? I know Uganda to be housing the monumental Catholic, that place, what is it called? The shrine, what is it called? Do you know we walk from wherever in Kenya to walk and go there? You didn't know, eh? So Catholics, you know what Viva is. So Viva is life. And we want to bring life to this symposium. So if I say, Viva climate justice, Viva, then you respond, Viva. Okay? Okay? Okay, some of us will just miss politics because we don't have the money to campaign. Okay, Viva climate justice, Viva. Energy. So I'll ask you to stand because I want to stand with a lot of energy. And I'll also recognize the partners who've enabled us to be here today and who've enabled this symposium to happen the whole week. And even as we close, we want to appreciate you. Viva climate justice, Viva! Viva, Viva ActionAid Uganda, Viva! Viva! Viva Climate Action Network Uganda, Viva! Viva Pelham Association, viva! Where are we? Viva Vijana Corps, viva! Viva Kota, viva! And viva to Uganda, viva! Thank you so much. No, you didn't clap well, like I crossed the border.
Oh my God. Let's give Susan another round of applause. Yesterday, I told you about my favorite Kenyan politician, Millie Diambo. Kenyan women, it's not that we don't like you. No, we like you, but you're a little assertive. You're a little assertive. You are a match of a particular tribe from the west called the Bachiga. They're quite aggressive but very loving. Let's give her a round of applause again. Professor and the other delegates that have just joined us, we're still going on. And a couple of issues came to my mind when Susan was speaking. One thing that was very clear is that you can't speak policy to a hungry man. You can't speak democracy, you can't speak procedures. Iyo manyanga nibure. So you won't tell us not to drill the oil when you have no jobs. Just so you know, according to the unemployment data of 2021 in Uganda, we have 4.01 NEETs. This is between the age of 13 to the age of 37 NEETs. They are not trained, they are not educated, they are floating. Bariao. That worries as a country. So when we hear this, I think it's urgent for all of us. But again, when Susan was speaking, I realized, and I looked around the room, everyone was in affirmation. Correct? I realized that we are not ignorant, we are just negligent. We are not ignorant of our status as Africans. We are just negligent, to whom it may concern. If Prof doesn't do it, to whom it may concern. We don't care when we are on the road. One time I asked my father, the one thing I hate to do is to drive my father. I feel like I'm being under control. Don't overtake, reduce speed. Now, please, like, you know what? Drive your car, take mine. But he told me something I later got to understand what our generation is. We want everything now. Sindio? And then what Susan was speaking came to that moment. My father told me that you can tell someone who grew up in a home when they had no car the way they behave on the road. If in his family is the first one to drive the car, even if it's a Rawum, he speaks at the top of his voice. They will raise their voice, however small their car is. And then you know in their family is the first car generation owner. You need to respect him. And again, how they behave with the traffic officers, they don't want to listen to the law, but they rather want to clear with corruption and they move. Because they want everything now. Friends, we are very lucky that we're starting this conversation. It's very absurd, Susan, when you be in a room and it's just a conglomerate of men speaking. And if there is a woman, they always sit on the other chairs behind the men, taking notes. Professor, you've been there. Doctors in this room, in the academia, you've been in those rooms. Ministerial, presidential. Women are few in those rooms. And when she said feminism context, it was not you men who have toxic masculinity. It was not just in that context. It was how does it affect the females in our spaces? If it can't affect your daughter, it will affect your mother, or it will affect your wife. So the earlier we integrate this, the better. In a special way, allow me to recognize the arrival of Dr. Gerard Banaga Balunji, the Assistant Commissioner on Technical Planning, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, Doctor. Between morning and now, you've been in at least 6 meetings, but you've taken time to be here. Let's clap for him again. And we're very much aware that the Minister of Energy is following this conversation where she is in Paris. And yesterday she sent a message and said these conversations are urgent, that we are having them as youths. So while we are having all these conversations, again, I want to challenge you, please treat what you pick. Don't be conservative. Information you've learned, when you don't share it with others, it becomes toxic. So please share with the world as we're finalizing the Climate Justice Week. Allow me at this time to invite the funder of Susan Otieno's Next Gen of COP from UNHCR, Miriam Natamba, to come and represent UNHCR. They will sponsor you this time around. Let's give it a round of applause as she makes her way. Come and clap for as she makes her way here.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name, once again, is Miriam Natabo. I work with UNHCR as the Associate Environment and Energy Officer. I know that this invitation was sent to the representative for UNHCR in Uganda, but the matters that are under discussion fall under my sector, and that's why I was asked to be here. Well, as part of this discussion, my role was to discuss about sustainable refugee response and natural resource management. As you know, UNHCR its core mandate is for the protection of refugees and ensuring their dignity as they leave their homes forcibly displaced to come into other countries. As a matter of fact, the word refugee now is being phased out. We are referring to them as forcibly displaced and stateless persons. So just to give a context, is the other slides ready? No? I point here, right? Yes, just to give a context. The deforestation in this country, according to the Ministry of Water and Environment, stands at about 4% per annum. Now, following the different trends of deforestation in this country, over decades from the 1990s to today, the forest land cover trends have been on a decreasing trend from the 1990s to 2015. It was decreasing from 24% to around 10%. But then, because of efforts of different actors, development partners, CSOs, CBOs, and all other entities, including government, that trend is slowly being reversed. And so the forest land cover trends increased to 13% in 2019. However, recently, it reduced in 2021 because there's increase in cutting down trees for charcoal. This is just to paint a picture of where we stand. And then in this country, we are privileged to have a country that has an open door policy that allows the forcibly displaced persons to come and have refuge. And at the moment, as we speak, by end of April 2024, we had 1.62 million forcibly displaced persons within the Ugandan borders. Now, That trend has been increasing. I think since the 2016-2017 South Sudan crisis, the trends have been going up, and that's where we are right now. Now, wood demand has equally been growing, and we are at 1.2 million tons per annum. That's what the 1.62 million forcibly displaced persons need to meet their cooking requirements. That's just cooking, not considering construction, not considering other uses of wood, but that's just for cooking. And that's quite a high demand. And now with that high demand and the increase in the number of the forcibly displaced arriving in the country, coupled with our growth as a country whose population is growing also steadily as nationals, that has created further pressure on our tree resources that we have in the country. And as a result, deforestation has become much more prevalent. We can see vast areas of land that were once forested being bare or having just a few shrubs left. In addition, because of the context of land tenure in this country, we find that most of the settlements where we settle our forcibly displaced persons are in environmentally sensitive areas. I'll give an example. Nachivale is near Lake Nachivale. So that's a wetland area. Palorinya is near River Nile. Part of the zones of Palorinya settlement lie very close to the river shores. Changwali settlement, it settles just very close to Bogoma Central Forest Reserve. That's just a few examples. And now with the pressure, when we receive the refugees, we are not giving them many options. We just provide them with a kit that enables them to settle in. And so they have to fend for themselves. And what option do they have than to use the tree resources that they find near them to meet their cooking requirements? So those are the challenges that we work in the midst. And these forcibly displaced persons, they are not settled in these places out of choice, but it's because those are the only areas where government can have jurisdiction. In West Nile, we have to negotiate with the landowners because it's communally owned, and whatever land Office of the Prime Minister is able to be allocated by those landlords, that's where they can settle the refugees. So that's the dynamic that we live in. So as a result, UNHCR recognized that the forcibly displaced persons and the natural population, we are contributing to deforestation. We are increasing the demand for wood as a general population, including the forcibly displaced persons. And so we embarked on what we called the Refugee Forestation Project. That project is supported by UNHCR, but working through the National Forestry Authority. The National Forestry Authority is a government body mandated to support the restoration and management of central forest reserves. Now, in this context, because we have some settlements that are close to refugees, that are close to central forest reserves, and they have been degraded as a result of this growth in population, we work with them to restore those degraded portions of those central forest reserves as part of restoring our environment and preventing, reducing the adversity of the impacts that come from climate change. And also they help with the tree growing efforts, because as wood becomes scarce, we found that the girls have to travel longer distances than the women in search of firewood, which now exposes them to unknown dangers that can then affect their lives and cause aspects even related to sexual and gender-based violence. So as a result, we wanted to restore the environment to the extent possible. And so part of this project is to support seedling production and we work with the National Forestry Authority to support seedling production, and then we distribute to beneficiaries. Those can be households, they can be district local governments and the host community. They can be implementing partners. Implementing partners are those we work with directly, and then operating partners, those that have resources from elsewhere, but they are working within the refugee hosting areas. And so since 2019, that's how the project has gone on, and that's how it's been producing. And so far, more than 27 million seedlings have been produced and supplied to beneficiaries for planting. For the species, determination of the species comes from the beneficiaries. It's not UNHCR or NFA to determine the seedlings. We request for people to suggest the seedlings they would like to plant, and then we raise those species as resources allow. And then we've done restoration. I've spoken about it so far. We've done 1,221 hectares of degraded Central Forest reserves that we've replanted and are actively protecting through the National Forestry Authority. And as you can see, they span the entire refugee response. There are those in West Nile area in Obongi, Bugoma, in Chikube. Also OPM, we work with the Office of the Prime Minister, and sometimes they are able to designate land where we can grow trees at scale. And so we were able to set up 50 hectares in Changwali of wood, which can then later be able to meet the wood requirements for the forcibly displaced in Changwali. And then we have Rensambia, that's in Chegegwa, Kulwa, that's in Koboko, Lodonga in Nyumbe, Lokiragodo in Maracha/Arua. Because we realize we don't use just districts to designate the boundary, but we use a landscape approach, knowing that the impacts that are, if you cut down, for example, trees in Bugoma, it will not only affect Chikube district, but it will affect even Hoima. So we use that kind of landscape approach. So even districts within the vicinity can be beneficiaries to this. And so we go also on the side of sustainable energy solutions, because we realize handling it on the supply side is not enough, but also on the consumption side. So we promote access to household cookstoves that are improved, as well as to institutional cookstoves. And other partners like GIZ, through its project on energy solutions for displacement settings, has piloted results-based financing schemes for access to cookstoves and access to solar home systems within the refugee context, allowing for subsidization for private sector companies that are able to engage more with refugee households. They get a higher incentive than when they work with the host community. It's really a way of just increasing uptake of these energy efficient products. And then these other aspects are really about how UNHCR is viewing climate action. We've taken a position through our strategic framework for climate action in 2021 and realized that we were also contributing towards this whole discussion around increased greenhouse gases. We were among UN agencies, I think we were the worst, the second worst from the bottom. Yeah, the second worst. So UNHCR had to take a position that we have to do something, because in most of our compounds, when UNHCR comes in, the first thing they do is deploy generators, which are highly emitting because we rely on fossil fuels. And so to change that picture, we have started coming up with policies and a way of implementing them, knowing that even within this block of East Africa, what we call the Eastern Horn and Great Lakes region, we have more than 19 million forcibly displaced persons, of which 5.4 million are refugees and the rest are internally displaced. So we have developed a climate action plan as a region that actualizes now the strategic framework, because as part of the strategic framework, we wanted to, first of all, enhance resilience of the forcibly displaced, but also transition from using diesel to renewables. And that's the basis for the greening of UNHCR infrastructure, where we have some of our offices already transitioned to renewable energy, where just diesel remains as a backup should something happen to the solar system. So we've had some of our offices in Adjumani and Yumbe transition, and most of our water facilities right now, I think 90% of them are solar powered, or they are under that kind of hybrid arrangement where diesel is 5%. And also we are doing the same for schools and health centers, transitioning them and ensuring that they offer services based on reliable power. Well, this is my last slide. It's really about the emerging issues working in the sector of environment and energy within the context of displacement. We realize that now we cannot just work alone as UNHCR, for example. It's high time that the forcibly displaced persons are part of the solutions to the issues that they face in relation even to climate action. And so localization is one of the agendas, knowing that refugee-led organizations are emerging. And as a matter of fact, this year we have one of the refugee-led organizations in Nachi Valley that has benefited from some resources from UNHCR to be able to pilot waste management initiatives and recycling of paper bags within Nachi Valley. And those are that's just one of them. We have others that are working in West Nile under our implementing partners to support tree growing activities, access to improved energy solutions, and we hope that we can scale up working with the refugees, but also the local CSOs, the CBOs, because they are the ones that face these issues and they know best how to go about these issues. The other emerging issue that we realize, it's high time we started thinking about alternatives to charcoal and firewood. Those alternatives include electricity. I know that government is keen on the population transitioning from just heavily relying on biomass to also using electricity for cooking, including electricity from solar. And even some other private sector entities right now, there was a full pledge during the last Global Refugee Forum on solar cooking to transition us from dependency on firewood and charcoal. Of course, there are barriers. We acknowledge that there are barriers to how someone can use electricity for cooking, but I know that different actors, including government, are trying to work around tariffs that make this possible and much more affordable. But we realized yesterday at the exhibition, we saw briquettes that some of our refugee-led organizations as well as nationals are producing by hand. But for us to successfully shift to briquettes from charcoal, we have to make the briquettes be able to compete favorably in terms of quality and quantity, because charcoal is predominant in the markets. You rarely find predominance for briquettes, except when you find it here in Kampala. You find it in supermarkets, but you don't find it in the quantities that it should be for it to have a price that is very competitive to substitute charcoal effectively. Agroforestry, we realize that the forcibly displaced persons with the global food ration cuts, they are now having challenges with food, access to food security, and therefore intermixing the tree growing activities with food crops. That is something that we are working with for example, in West Nile, we are working with the landlords to allow the refugees to grow crops among the trees. That way, until when the canopy closes, they are able to generate a crop, but also there is an added benefit that they are supporting weeding and maintenance of the trees as they weed their crops, so that it's a mutually beneficial relationship. In some areas, it's already underway and it's yielding some results, but also working with OPM to identify more chunks of land where farmers, refugee farmers, can grow food at scale and then intercropped with trees. Private sector engagement, access to energy cannot be done without private sector, because we drive a market-based approach. And private sector, we see them as key in ensuring that these products are accessible within the context of displacement. Development financing is key, because right now, with UNHCR funding, it's on an annual cycle. And yet, some of the activities, they need consistency over time for you to realize results. And so they come in. I know that entities like the World Bank, GIZ, and different, the Netherlands, they've been able to support longer-term interventions that allow for scalable activities and to be able to realize bigger benefits. And then Madam Susan has already spoken about carbon financing. It's an opportunity that is not yet tapped in efficiently, partly because of its complexities. And these could be issues that the development world also has maybe intentionally or unintentionally made complex, so that we do not benefit, we don't task them, we are not able to tap into the resources they rightfully have to give us to be able to maintain the countries as green as we learned yesterday. And then there are opportunities on non-timber forest products, knowing that the shears, we saw in the exhibition, the shear butter, the shear nut tree, that is able to provide added benefits, the other species like the neems, and all these bringing in livelihoods, but also supporting organic farming and agroecology that we've been hearing since yesterday. So these are the key emerging issues that we are aware of are emerging in this sector of environment and energy within the displacement context that we are strengthening step by step. Otherwise, I would like to thank the organizers, Action Aid, for inviting us to this discussion. UNHCR remains open to work with as many entities as possible, because we don't have endless resources and we don't have all the know-how, but we learn working together to implement this. Thank you.
Let's clap. Thank you, Miriam. I like the new clustering of refugees. I love the naming. Okay, we're all going to stand up. Let's all stand up, Kwanzaa. We are all going to stand. We are all going to stand. We're going to do something called Okusononta. You know Okusononta? So some of you don't do gym, some of you don't run, but we do. We need to be fit. So you're going to be on your tips. Just be free, just be free. Please get enough space around you. This is about your body, okay? Just be fit. Drop everything you want, and we're going to start. We're starting. We are starting. We have started. We have started. Accelerate. Faster. Faster. It's about your life. The slower you go, that's how much you don't care about your body. Faster. Faster. We are going. That's how fast we need to go. You gotta be fit. It's action week. 2 minutes more to go. Come on. Come on, people. You have to be fit. This is what it means. Clap for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. So how do you feel? How do you feel? So behind your seat, there is a bottle of water. You can't see your water? Behind your seat. Check around your seat. There is water. Except for the VIPs. Except for the VIPs in front here. Friends, I still challenge you. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. If you can't crawl, push yourself as much as you can. And for the men, limit your sugars, take some time and run. Take some time and run. We have to be fit. I can assure you I'm going to live to see my great-grandchildren. I'm not about to die of weight or non-communicable diseases. So it's not about hallelujah. It's about the work you put in. It's not about hallelujah. We need to be intentional with life. Sindio? Yeah. Coming up next, we're going to listen to great thoughts that are going to be here for approximately an hour. But they will speak for 45 minutes, and we'll use the 15 minutes to ask questions. I'm going to allow them to come up here, and thereafter, each one of them will present to us, and we'll have a Q&A session. Allow me to welcome Professor Fred Oduru to come up here. Let's clap for Professor Fred to join us. We are clapping for a professor. That's not a junior monk. This is one of our lead African negotiators. He's the one who had the big badge that allowed a female to join in. You're welcome, sir. He will be speaking to us about climate equity. In the same vein, allow me to welcome Sir Bob George, the national focal person of agroecology in Fromayif, to come and join this panel. These are eminent citizens. And Sir Bob George, thank you so much for supporting these conversations time and again. In the same vein, allow me to request Miriam to come back and sit up here, preferably in the middle. Yesterday we had an online upsurge when there was no woman up here. People were actually questioning, how could you allow a whole panel without a woman? Very unbalanced. Friends, we hear you, and Miriam will be here to represent. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Gerard Banage to come and give us the energy transition strategy and how it goes. Let's welcome him. You're welcome, Doctor.
Yes, I did. The challenge of coming late, not even late, the challenge of joining a session like this is you don't know who is here and who is not. So I have no idea about the protocol. I can recognize a few professors whose faces are familiar, but I don't know much. So I say protocol observed. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. How are you? I have been asked to come and talk about the energy transition. I don't know what you did to the minister, Honorable Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa, and even to the permanent secretary, Engineer Irene Batebe, because these two have forced me to make sure that I appear here. So I was just in Paris the whole of this week with the minister, and she was saying, you go, make sure you arrive by night, and tomorrow morning you are there. I tried to refuse. And what they did, the permanent secretary wrote a letter and confirmed. They sent me a copy. We have confirmed your presence. So that's why, if you see me dozing, I have not had enough sleep, because I've just hadn't been around for just, I arrived about 2 a.m. Okay, what are we talking about? We're talking about We are changing the trajectory of doing things. The last time the professor asked me about transition, I said, hold on, we have first to launch. I couldn't reveal much. So I'm glad you are here, so I have the chance to tell you exactly what you wanted. Where are the slides, please? My name is Gerard Banaga Bayenji, and I'm being the task team leader on energy transition. Virtually, I head technical planning in the ministry, and by that, I work on energy, on petroleum, on minerals. I first worked on oil for about 13 years. Do we have some students around? Students, where are the students? Okay, so these are the key interests that we have to transfer over. So the students, before a policy comes out, you have to take some 1-2 years of research, of analysis, and then you advise. When you see a pronouncement being made, it's not just overnight. So what I'm going to present to you is the work we have been modeling for the last 3 years. A team of 32 experts with international agencies, 22 from IEA and 10 from Uganda. I refused us to do the work until I had a good team from Uganda to be at par. So for us in my team, and I'm glad Miriam is here, I didn't know you had even gone to UNHCR. I was about to walk to your office. So I had first take people, first send them for masters, then I send them teachers to Italy, about 3 months, to do modeling. Then they can come back and can sit on the table of men. Then we can do modeling. So now I have about 10 experts, Ugandans, who can do this work. Please clap for them. And a few years from now, you should be the one. Give me the slides. Yeah. So I have brought you, I didn't have the time to adjust, but since this workshop is taking place at Makere, then you are experts, isn't it? So I have the expert version. I didn't have the time to adjust. Right. Energy transition. What is it? What is it? Now, this is not a fit-for-all situation. Different people or different countries are transiting from different positions. Are you with me? I was telling the international audience in Paris, it's like you are all going to board a plane, but we are at different stages. There are some people who have boarding pass, there are some people who have on a passport, some have not even secured a visa, some even have nobody to sponsor them to go to COP. Azerbaijan is quite far, but yeah, but all of you are going to go in the plane. So we are transiting from different places, all right? But ours is to ensure that we're able to support the country's rapid economic system, all right? Then we are able, there should always be a screen here. See, this is, in my university, I was here for first degree, but then I went very far. You should be looking there. I shouldn't be turning like this, eh? Yeah. So, support economic development, have some ambitious plan for universal access, do some integrated planning because we have huge levels of resources. There's this thing, Africa has lots of resources. You must be able to sit down and integrate them and plan them properly and optimize them. That's when they make sense. All right? And then, yes, you have to deal with international actors. Huh? When we are negotiating at COPs with these gentlemen, you are in a room of so many international actors, and you must act locally but think globally. All right? And then, of course, somebody has got to put some money somewhere. You've got to unlock finance. This is the biggest challenge that we've got. Financing the transition. So, this is for those who do modeling, the scenarios, I will try to leave these ones. I'm sure every student doing research, they tell you what are your scenarios you are going to analyze. You say, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. We normally say, don't take so many, all right? But then you do a tornado analysis, and it picks up the high impactful areas. They are the ones. You don't bring me analysis where the impact is 0.5%. You not waste my time, all right? So these are the scenarios, the 3 one, the transition one, the policy, and then the regional hub. So if there is any document, any policy, be it from UNHCR, be it from Action Aid, be it from where, we have read it. We have read it, including the ones of government. Unless it is not written until somebody's head, that one we didn't have it. But everything we had. Okay. I hope you have your notes, your paper. We are projecting, is this a pointer? We are projecting that that the economy, the Uganda economy, will be in the upper middle quartile in the 2040s. The modeling have been done. I have modeled up to 2070. All right? So I'm saying by the 2040s, where will Uganda be? You see, we have to provide energy today, tomorrow, and for the what? In a sustainable what? Manner. So where will Uganda be in the 2040, the 2050s? We're saying by 2040s, be in the upper middle income economies like those who are there today. Today we use 2022 as their base. Sure, if by 2040 you are not in the upper middle income, where are you? Hello? Are we going to stay like this? No. So that means we've got to provide the energy required. Key of this is, you know, the Sustainable Development Goals. What is SDG number 7? Sustainable what? Energy. You see, you know, energy is a poverty measurement parameter. If you came here and for you have not used any energy, then you are sufficiently poor. I mean, you never used the taxi, right? You didn't board a bus. You did not use a border to take fuel. You did not cook an egg. So, I mean, then you are a very poor person. All right? That's why I'm saying we need to have SDG 7 to sustainably provide what? Energy. And by 2030, we are saying we must have the access rate. This is the subject that we have been doing in Paris. Clean cooking. Clean what? Now, you see, some of you, I don't know, who comes from the village? Some people are from Kampala Road. Andrew, where are you from? You see, if you have been very lucky like me, and you grew up, and I've been telling my colleagues on the table, you grew up in the village, you looked for firewood. Did you? The worst thing of looking for firewood is when they are cooking food, and it is raining, and the firewood gets finished. As a young boy, your task is clearly cut out. To find firewood in the middle of a forest when it is raining is one of the hardest tasks. And I've thought, we can't grow up and be the ones in charge and leave the situation the same. No. So the task has been to make clean cooking a top priority, both nationally and internationally. All right? So what we are doing, we have made it a top priority, and we have realized that we need $4 billion across the globe, mainly in Africa, to sort out clean what? Clean cooking. And I can tell you in Paris, we raised I need to check the figure, but we're about 2.5. How did we do it? After we launched our transition plan, incorporate the IEA, get the Norwegian government, African Development Bank. You see, think locally, act what? Now, every rich guy was there, and we have said we are going to raise $4 billion to support clean cooking. And much of that is for sub-Saharan Africa. Even Uganda was mentioned. So all you who are in the spaces of development action, NGOs, a student, do a research on how to accelerate clean what? Clean cooking. And I had Miriam talk about it. So you know clean cooking, what it means. So that my mom stops cooking using those sticks in the 3-stone area, all right? Good, this is how it is 2020. This is how we should be 2050. From 520 pentajoules to 920 penta what? Pentajoules. And I explain this more. You will have that the electricity will have to grow 17-fold. Oil demand will have to grow, yes. You've heard people saying, don't touch the what? The oil. You know, you know, when I joined the government, most of my colleagues were geophysicists, geologists, and what? I observed there was one skill that was missing. The guys who understand the commercial value, who can turn a stone into a value. And that's the one I did. So you had the group which was sent out for studies on oil. I'm one of those. I can model anything and turn value into anything. You don't tell me not touch a resource when I'm hungry. A poor guy has his clear-cut jobs. Don't joke with us. This I've sorted out. This we have sorted out. Bioenergies, and I'll come back to that. What do you have? That all sectors are going to grow. All sectors are going to grow. You might have some challenges, the one you're seeing, but the indicators are they're all going to grow. And then electricity and oil will see the highest growth of that. Moving away from the traditional. You see, if you check our energy mix, most of our people are using biomass, isn't it? That's what we call traditional use of biomass, TOB. That's the one we have to cut out and go to clean cooking. And for you, when you talk about biomass, you talk about our homes cooking with 1, 2, 3, 4 sticks. Have you been to the industries? Because to do this, before I can present, we have, after the studies and modeling, 4 months, I was moving around the country validating in every industry. I know which industry uses what technology and what energy resource. One industry alone, like Ankwara tea growers, can use the biomass of the entire region. So the problem is bigger than we think. Okay, so this is how it will grow. Now, I want you to look, those are buildings. You see clean cooking. Then you see appliance and other differences. Now, when we grow as the economy, basic economics, when I'm teaching the basic economics, first class, first day, economic principles of scarcity, choice, and opportunity, what? Cost. What happens when there is increased demand for something? What happens when there is continuously increasing demand for something, for a product? Price. All right? So if we continue growing, we are waiting for the census figures. If we continue growing, population, demand for energy, and so on and so forth, what will happen? The price for energy will do what? Already some people can't afford, isn't it? So what happens when the demand continues to grow? Now, if that happens to be the situation, shall we then afford? No. There is one aspect that will keep the energy affordable. And that is what? Efficiency. Energy what? Because for you, what you want is to move from here to Kampala. Is not to burn 50,000. What you want is to cook food. Is not to burn too much charcoal. So efficiency helps you to keep the energy within what? Huh? So if you go home and say, make sure you're efficient, don't see the light, switch off. Yeah? Okay. in the buildings, industry, transport, this is what it looks like. Okay? Right. Clean cooking, we have set a very ambitious target. And we want everybody to be by this, that we must sort out this aspect of clean what? Cooking. Okay? Clean cooking. The stoves we have been talking about, LPG. Have you seen us do some LPG? Eh? You have seen distribution of LPGs. It might have problems, but don't worry. That's how things start. We are testing the market. You see, fortunately for me, I teach, I research, I do a policy, I try it, and I see the impact. 20 years ago, we started on solar. People said, you cannot go on solar. Have you seen solar everywhere now? The first time we tried, somebody said, don't forget about this. You cannot do solar. No. Now I've done LPG, and I will tell you the trick with LPG in my next slide. So, traditional, improved cook stoves, modern biofuels, LPG, and electricity. You must cook with something clean. All right? Now, in terms of consumer choice, make all the things available, reduce and affordable, and then the consumer has got a what? A choice. This woman who is walking, my mom who is walking, and I'm struggling. Now I want her to walk because she's about 80 plus. But somebody who is walking for 10 kilometers to go and look for firewood, it is not a desired action. It is not desired. Here you walk because you are rich, you have to struggle to become healthy. Those are walking for survival. Hello? They are walking for what? Survival. We're in a different stage. We're in a different stage. So when we are speaking about these things, some of us are very passionate because they have suffered. Indoor air pollution kills more people than malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV combined. Yet the allocation of resources to this monster are minimal. And COP29, those who are going to Azerbaijan, I will try to dodge this one because it's quite far. I have a lot of work. We are making clean cooking a top priority for the COP29. All right? This we launched at COP28. Me, every time I go there, I have something to launch. I don't go to attend and walk around. No. So this year, I'm not launching anything. I'm working on the Integrated Resource Master Plan, which I will launch at the next one. So this one, you people have things to do, go. I have had my input in the negotiation for this year. This is how Uganda will look like. On grid, mini-grid, standalone systems. I want you to know that within the short term, when we look in the model, within the short term, the distributed home systems will play a critical role. But in the future, because you see, there is what you can put on. Hey, man, where are you sleeping? Am I that boring? I thought I was the one supposed to be sleeping. That was the contract. So I see you sleeping. Okay. Solar home systems are going to play a critical role. All right? This solar for some lights, for some charging, for something. But that will be a transitory position. All right? When the grid arrives, we will move to the what? To the grid. Okay? Because then there you can do more things. So they will switch to the grid or off-grid solutions. And I was in Kalangala. When I say switching, it is not as easy. I was in Kalangala and Slovakia. Those two are contrast. Somebody in Kalangala switching is not as easy as somebody in Slovakia switching. Slovakia, the house was built because of climate, and when you tell them to put solar, they cannot. But we also told them to transit. You know, transiting, for us, we are transiting from darkness. Isn't it? You know, energy transition, they say, hey, from fossil fuels, best energy to clean. You know that? No. How do you tell somebody who has darkness to transit? From what to what? So we are transiting, in some places we are transiting from darkness. That's why for us we have said access is a transition. All right? Yes. I was in Zombo. Who knows Zombo? That side of Arua. I was there with the women. You know, I like researching basic facts. You know, those guys are in a different world. Then you say, don't use best forces, best energy. What? They will say, what are you talking about? Electric vehicles. Have you seen electric vehicles? This was part of my coursework at the University of Aberdeen. Electric vehicles. By the way, for me, all the courseworks I did, they are now national projects. You people who are doing courseworks, make sure you know what you are doing. Hey, don't do coursework for... No. Electric vehicles, we said we have to electrify Africa. All right? And I'm on the global body for electrification of transport. We started with two-wheelers. I was doing research. During the COVID, I put 50 units on the road. They were all crashed, but that's research. All right? 2018, we launched 3 motorcycles here. Today, you have seen them. And trust you me, by 2040, this is how it will be. All right? You've seen the vehicles. Everybody would buy. And that will be, we are using the two-wheelers. You can ask, why did you use the two-wheelers? The two-wheelers have got a high impact. One motorcycle, a 2-stroke engine, emits an equivalent of 10 vehicles. One motorcycle. Emits an equivalent of 10 what? So if I'm sorting out a problem, I go to the high impact. Removing them, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, policy, practice, empirical evidence, you realize things are not as easy as that. All right? So if I cannot change your clothes, I better make them clean. Start from there. It's a least cost. But with time, they will do what? Of course, it's not a nice thing. I mean, if you go here, it's not, I agree with you. But you have seen those who have tried to remove them. Tried, you know, it's easier to say. Let me tell you, being down there. These guys who seated on the board and being thrown over, it's not a choice. No, it's not a choice. Where is the public transport? Good. So you killed. That's we should kill you as well. So now we are solving, but solving a complex problem requires you to study it, and we have modeled this. Electrification will get there, but public transport is one way of sorting this out. So this is how it moves, and those who have told you don't touch the oil. You see, when we met in, where was this? You remember when there was a big demonstration against the oil and all that, yeah? You remember? When you see a demonstration like that, you as a researcher, you take a position back and rise. I had to meet the guy. I think it was Sharm el-Sheikh. I had the message. I said, can I listen to this guy who is telling us not to? Let me get his facts. He didn't know me, so when I started, he talked. I said, okay, give us a year, we shall get back. Never speak unless you have facts. The oil will grow, and it will grow, oil demand, all right, up to 2040, all right? Where are we using this oil? It is basically transportation fuels, isn't it? Transportation what? The other oil, we are putting it in a pipeline and it is going, right? Those emissions do not account on Uganda's emissions. In Uganda, we have negotiated our emissions and our national determined contributions, submitted them to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. I know what it is, both conditional and non-conditional. So my obligation now is to demonstrate to our country that we can grow, but within our what? Our limits. This is what I was demonstrating here. And you take a picture of this table, I will show you another graph. So whoever tells you about oil, you say, our scientists have modeled this one. It is finished. It is what? So you don't argue politically. No. Have numbers, have results. that we shall grow by 2040. You see, after 2040, it is fixed. Are you seeing that? We have peaked. And what is replacing that is electricity, and by what? By energy. So you can exploit your oil. You are lucky you have it. What if you never had it? Hello? The only idea is that as a country, you must meet your obligations on emissions. That is what is required. And that's why you saw us in Dubai saying, no, even those countries which have got resources, they have got a right to develop. You can't say you don't touch and stay there. No, we are going to do what? To develop. As long as now today you have technology and you have the means to keep your emissions within what? Check. Am I clear on this? Anybody who contests why Uganda should or should not, take this graph and the other one I will show you. If you're not able to explain enough, please call me. On a one-to-one, not a public law. Yeah? I don't normally go for those things. One-to-one. So I've said all the new countries, Uganda, Kenya, Mozambique, where we have them. Right. If you check the industrial growth, this is how the energy consumption will go. Electricity, fossils, bioenergy, and then other fossils. All right? But the fossils demand will be pushed by those energy-intensive areas in steel and cement. I don't know if some of you have gone to those furnaces. Have you seen there? Where are you visiting? When you go up country, what do you do? And the factory is near you. Please go there. Have a look. Just say, I live here, but I want to see this Tororo cement, how it works. Go inside. Those are the high energy intensity areas. And even changing them, I had to check the technology. How long will it take for them to adjust? So that's how the international aspect comes in. The changes in technology. So now I know when will IDR change to VDR to what? I know. Then you work with them for the industry group because those support your economy a lot. This is important that we are pursuing a balanced power what? Mix. Hello? Are you there? You have solar, you have wind, geothermal, bioenergy, hydro, oil, and nuclear. Any other resource which is not here? Hello? Now, the question is, how does this resource come out? How much should you get and when? This is now the purpose of analysis. You get the pricing, the economy, the resource, and the required financing to make that resource available. Then you run in your models, which is not a very good experience because you spend there some weeks. I can tell you, the team I had, we are sleeping at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. You come back, things have not worked. You finish, you go home, you move in the factories. It's not validated. You go back. 2 years to get an optimized output, and this is how it will be. So now I have targets for everybody. Those in solar, those in bioenergy, those in cook stoves, those in geothermal. Each one to come in at a level that is highly optimized. And I'm sure you have heard of nuclear as well. We have put there. And then, even if you say, for instance, people said, we have a lot of solar. People quickly tell solar, right? Renewable, we have the sun 24 hours. Yeah, I said, yeah, that's nice. If I ask you to put 15 gigawatts of electricity from solar per year, you can't. You cannot do it? It's very expensive. Every time you put 10 megawatts of solar, you have to find some 10 megawatts from somewhere. And balancing that, you have to check the guy in Karangara creeks, but also in the end you are putting in Western Nile. Balancing that is not easy. Is not what? And for an operator, an industry, or a home supplier, you don't tell them, now we are switching from solar, you first hold on for 2 hours, we go to where? It's not like that. All right? Right. I'm coming to the end. Dispatch of power capacity, these are the targets I'm giving everybody in the sector. Those guys, you see, without targets, people think everyone has done. I have distributed 20 cook stoves, clap for me. Who told you 20 cook stoves are enough? So now I'm setting targets for everybody. Everybody. That we need so much cook stoves, we need so much solar, we need so much, there's this one of batteries. You know, batteries now, there's a technology of batteries which is growing. Storage. Battery storage. Smart grids. Have you heard of smart grids? During the day, when there's demand, you have the charge there on the grid. When people don't need it, it is transferred to the batteries. We are playing with energy, right? So all of this is now factored in. And remember, as they come, they have a cost. Are you with me? They have a what? So me, one thing I don't like is getting excited. You know, for us, we are there. Then people come, with suits. I'm going to put here 200 mini grids. Me, when they come in, I call me with my Casumoro pen. I sit in the corner. I listen, 200 what? Mini grids. My job is to interrogate every excitement. Because who, how, at what cost can we afford? Can we manage? Are you even real? Do you get me? So that's why you will not see me in most of the things, because I always object to so many things. By the time we come out, we have done our analysis. So batteries, you say you have batteries, No, you can't have a maximum. Go solar. Now for the tea industries, for instance, they can only move up to 30%. 30%, the tea industry, the tea factories. Play with solar, 30%, and then go hydro for the other time. When we increase the battery storage, then they can increase their side. You keep playing around to keep the thing what? Affordable. Right. Uganda aspires to be a regional hub. Now, this is when you go into the regional context. You are looking at Ethiopia pushing so much power. You are looking at Kenya with the geothermal. You are looking at DRC possibly pushing Inga. But then there is the opportunity to supply South Sudan, to Congo, to Kenya, to Tanzania. We've done that. So in that context, they help us to free the excess energy from here. Your demand so far is about 800 megawatts. You know that? The peak demand. So far, the capacity and storage capacity are about 2,000. Hey, we are not developing at the required rate. That's why every industry, every activity, everybody meeting, everybody who can do something, do it. Consume energy. And of course, people of jobs of what they come through. But if I cannot sell it to you, then I have to find somewhere else to sell it. Otherwise, I put a cost on you. Are you seeing? The good destination is where? Is the export market. And it's not easy. 1 month ago, I was part of the international expert mission to Mozambique. Their problem is much more complex because they have a lot of hydro, they have a lot of gas, but the demand is low. And still having similar problems. So here, this is the export, electricity exports. You can see how they come in. If I don't export that cost, you see, that cost almost from 150 to 250, that cost is transferred here. So if I can export that, then I remove the cost from here. I offload the cost. Okay. Are you tired? I told you get your pens. You are the ones who called me. You have too many questions. First, get the answers. This oil of yours, there is a refinery. Have you heard of it? Two things about oil you should know. One is that the oil will give us resources, money. Are we together? To finance to finance the transition. Now, don't ask me whether money we are using it right there or not. I have seen that has been a very big debate. That is not for what? For me. I am a poor guy, I don't, but my intention that I can generate so much resource from here and we can do it there. And if whether it can go there or not, that is now, the professor will tell you exactly how that happens. That's a concern for all of you. Let each one do his job. Let each one do his what? His job. So the resources are one. Number two, we are going to do the refinery. Are you together? We are going to do the what? So the resources are coming from the export to Tanzania. By the way, let me tell you, the time I did the feasibility study for Uganda's commercialization, when I suggested that the pipeline should go through Tanzania, there is somebody who said I should even be excommunicated from government. I kept the emails. Let me tell you, one thing you should never give up when you think you are right. We've done our analysis, 9 months in reading. We are very clear. I analyze through Kenya, analyze through Tanzania. And to me, when I put the risk cost above, Tanzania becomes more attractive. Our sister from Kenya, don't worry, because the Kenya was the least cost, but we had to go through Mombasa. Then they came up something called Lapset, go to Lokichol, somewhere there in the north. That killed. When I said we have to study the two routes, the old guy then said, no, this guy. They wrote so many emails, but trust you me, the PS agreed with me. Because I put in writing, if you don't agree, that's your business. This is analysis, these are the results. Few years down the road, where are we going? Tanzania. And the guys who are objecting, they are clapping, yeah, Tanzania, Tanzania. Yeah. The refinery will produce for us products. I want you to look at this thing called LPG. LPG what? We have said the gas from the wells, we are going to produce, I confused them, I think 20,000 from Tirenga and 80,000 from Kingfisher, the other around. Total 100,000 tons of LPG. All right? Of what? LPG. LPG is used for what? For cooking. But now, this is the question. How many of you can afford? All right? And don't say it is expensive. No, what is expensive is the brain. There is information asymmetry there. But once we produce too much LPG, can you see the demand here for LPG? The LPG consumption is so low, we will be able to supply and flood the market. All right? And we can export. What happens when there is too much supply? Hello? Basic economics. What happens when there is too much supply? Are you seeing this? And let me tell you, to convince people that we produce LPG was not easy. Since it is still in progress, I can't reveal the results. You reveal the results when work has been achieved. It was not what? Easy. When you are discussing with the IOCs, the international oil companies, on the destination of gas, that has been one of the most complex issues. But you produce LPG, that will change the energy supply chain in the country very fundamentally. And it will be able to compete with your charcoal. You remember? You see the person who is buying a sack of charcoal at 120, he's because that's what is readily available, that's what he knows, that's what. But once gas becomes cheaper, the person's mind will do what? Will change. Are we together? Great. So, this is the very reason why you should get your oil. If you can't get any reason, clean cooking, this is the brain buster. This is the brain buster. But have the LPG, have the briquettes, have the whatever, have the what, have the electricity cooking. You see, when I was studying in Stavanger, I could switch from gas to electricity. Easily, depending on how my pocket was. You see, even at my home now, I have electricity, I even have efficient cook stoves. I even have biogas. So every time they say, you know when electricity is finished and you can't finish your food? So you can't say food is not there. No, there is an energy source. But there is the initial cost of appliances. You have to run, and after 1 year, you find that you can break even. So that LPG is going to be very important. Hello, where have you taken my slides? Who is doing this one? So, please bring my, because that's the final graph I want you to take a picture of. Show me the guy and I get him. The final picture, I told you that the task is to provide, I hope the slides come up. The task is for you to ensure that you provide the energy required to support the country's what? Growth, okay? Ensuring that it is affordable, sustainable, it is available, but most importantly, remember within our context of COP, within our context of the Paris Agreement, that you are within the country's emissions as determined. Are we together? That was the fundamental question to resolve. And the graph I wanted to show you, the last one, demonstrates that. It demonstrates that within your national determined contributions, which we have done greatly, a lot, I see some people here who have been heavily involved. Conditional means, unconditional are those targets we have to achieve as a country using our own means, the way we do things. That's unconditional. Whether anybody supports us or not, we do it. Conditional means that if you give us more support, through carbon financing, through foreign aid, through whatever, through this, we can do more than that. Now, we have modeled those two aspects. Okay? Great. So you'll get the graph. I don't know why it is gone. The final thing is, if this was in another place, it would be called economic sabotage. You are lucky you are here. If it was somewhere else, for us, you would say, but now this man, let us investigate him, How did he come up with, doing this at this time? So this is not economic sabotage. It's typical. The final thing is, at the end of the day, we have got to do investment. All right? Invest what? Investment. Somebody must put in his or her what? Her money. And the only criteria of somebody putting in his money is if that money makes what? Sense. No two ways about it. All right? So the final slide shows you the investment required for us to achieve the what? The transition. Okay? For us to achieve the what? The transition. Great. So you will see different, how much should go into solar, how much should go into whatever, how much. So those who are monitoring, and I like people who are in the civil society space, in the NGO space, please monitor that we have appropriate resources going to those interventions. Because otherwise this can become just whatever. All right? Now, if you have not picked anything, pick the following. 1, that electrification is critical for the transition. All right? Number 0, that for us we are transiting from darkness to something. From poor energies to clean energies. Some darkness to something, okay? Transition is what? Is different. Number 2, electrification is key. All right? 3, clean cooking is fundamental. Clean cooking is what? is fundamental. Number 4, that the oil resources will facilitate and support the transition. Oil what? Resources. Number 5, that the LPG from oil will be critical to make clean cooking affordable. To make clean cooking available. We need LPG for what? For cooking. There are people who use it for industrial use. That's okay. But fundamentally, we are sorting out the cooking. And for health-wise, I have told you, please get those numbers. Indoor air pollution, you are looking at a mother who is cooking with a child at the back, and if you are unlucky, like all of us, some of us who come from the village, all of you must come to the kitchen and sit there and use that and eat from in the middle while the fire is burning, smoke is running around. All of you are absorbing the emissions. You know, if you are born in Kampala, you don't have this natural knowledge. Now, that's why clean cooking, to us, it is a non-negotiable what? Area. And now we have made it a top international what? Priority, you will see. And finally, that we can develop, provide sufficient energy while we are within our means as a country. As a country, following a trajectory of emissions as a what? As a country, as per the Paris Agreement. We negotiate the Paris Agreement, we are implementing it, so we are mindful of our country obligations. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you.
Thank you. Let me take that seat. I have to be here? Yes. There are questions coming. Let's clap for Doctor, ladies and gentlemen. You bring something very crucial. Professor, you've been to Australia. I have stayed in Canberra and I've interacted with quite many Ugandans. I'll tell you this. You can leave Uganda and you go anywhere, but our country is growing. Just turn to your neighbor, tell your neighbor our country is growing. And while you're speaking, Doctor, yesterday we had Masaya who said West Nile doesn't have power. And that is a very big question that is coming to you. The issue of the borders, much as you try to avoid the political stance on it, you're going to respond to it. But before we bring in the questions, now that you've given us the energy transition, let us bring in the mix of the climate equity. Please write down all the questions you're going to have so that we shall have all the questions at once. Let me welcome Professor Fred Onduro to give us the climate equity, and thereafter we shall get into the agroecology and then we get into the questions. Professor, let's welcome him.
Thank you so much. And I think I'm free from the sabotage because I didn't forward any presentation to be focused there. So I'm free from that. But let me also take this opportunity to thank Action Aid and the partners that have made this possible. Because my interaction throughout my life has been with the government. Even my tour of duty, I started with finance, 11 years, handling macroeconomic variables, projections, and so on. Then I went to gender. I was looking at Intandikwa and then the youth entrepreneurship funds and so on. I went to internal affairs. I was heading the policy and planning department, looking at papers, figures. Same thing I did in foreign affairs, heading policy and planning unit. And in government, I ended up in Ministry of Gender again as Commissioner for Youth and Children Affairs. And I see a lot of my youth are here. I'm with you. Thank you. And before you say you are here, you must know you are between 18 and 30 as a youth. If you are 31 and above, you are an adult, fully grown adult. And if you are 17 and below, you are a child, and you need nurturing. So, colleagues, I should at least exploit the submission of Professor yesterday. The provocation from Susan all the time, our Kenyan neighbor. And of course, our colleague from Energy has touched the area where I've been handling and struggling at the negotiations in the global process. I wish to dedicate this submission of mine to my fallen colleagues in the negotiation. It is not a hard duty. It is not easy. And you must be someone who can persevere in order to negotiate since 2000. I had a colleague, Mama Konate, after a negotiation overnight in Bonn. The following day, he did not wake up because of the tension, the struggle, and he passed on. I had my mentor, Professor Salim Haq, from Bangladesh. Mama Konate was from Senegal. Professor Salim Haq was the champion of loss and damage, the driver of the process, and the supporter, if possible, funding participants to go and push for loss and damage. He spearheaded that. He didn't see the fruit of his efforts, but at least he has left a legacy. He passed on this year, I think sometime in February. I also dedicate this submission to him because it is their effort that also built me and made me what I am. Then we have Ambassador Benedita from the Philippines. She was an encyclopedia, institutional memory, who started negotiations from COP1. And when she entered a room, developed countries would just say, again, she's here. You talk about finance, she's there. She'll tell you all the convention articles, paragraph by paragraph, on technology, capacity building, mitigation, and adaptation. So any sort of stagnation would just go and consult with her that, Ambassador, this is the issue. Can you guide us? She was our institutional memory, and may their souls rest in peace. She died negotiating on a wheelchair. So this is what negotiation does to people. It's not something that is easy. My first negotiation was in 2000 at The Hague. And I was woken up by Mr. Philip Gwage. By then he was the head of meteorological department. He got me when I was in finance. He said, we need someone to go and reflect the connections, the linkage between climate change and socio-economic development of this country. I wrote a paper. I went to Lyon. I presented it before the developing countries. I was asked to repeat the same in Geneva, also to developing countries, including the small island states. And then I was included in the expert group for the UNFCCC at that time because of that presentation. That time, colleagues, you are talking about just climate justice, equity, balance. But if you look at where we started, I was an economist. And I entered a negotiation amongst environmentalists, scientists, and people would wonder what an economist was doing in a negotiation room where environment and climate change was taking place. Little did they know that any climate change impact brings in the inflationary impact, macroeconomic development, the GDP, and so on. So everyone looked at me as a stranger. When I tried to talk, they would ask me, but what's your profession? What are you doing here? So when you talk of equity, climate justice, you should know that it is not something that comes easy. Because at first people thought climate change was only for the environmentalists, for engineers, but socio-economic aspect of climate change is very, very important. And I think my involvement in this discussion changed the views of many developing countries, including the developed countries. Then I want us to look at climate justice from a different perspective. Let's look at realization. Is it possible to realize climate justice? And what do you go through to realize climate justice? Let's look at participation. And you look at our cultures in Uganda here. I grew up in a situation where I found my sister putting on a dress, and I was supposed to put on shorts or trousers. Ripe mangoes are up there. And if we are to climb, will my sister go and climb that mango? She's vulnerable. She will not climb the mango. I don't know who introduced the dresses for women in this country, but it was already a deprivation of some opportunities by the nature of our culture. Then you go to our households. You find, you go home, you enter kitchen, you think your wife is very tired, so you start touching the saucepans, the plates, and she hears the spoons jingling. She'll come out. Excuse me? Is that your role? Why don't you go and sit and wait for the food? Are you trying to say I'm incompetent? So when you are talking of this justice and then equality, some people say equity, equality, balancing, there are so many factors. And again, look at the professions that we are in. I mentioned science. I mentioned the issue of our culture and so on. But let's go to our schools and the subjects that we take. How were we brought up? When I was in King's College, Budo, in S3, Bianyima came in to join in S5. She was the only lady taking physics, chemistry, and biology. Would you get everyone and take to that class that we want to balance? There are some factors. So before we talk of justice, before we talk of equity, we should know that there are factors behind this. And the first important point before addressing equity, let us encourage participation. If we don't encourage participation of everybody in a particular project or activity, then we shall end up with that imbalance. Then after participation, then we address the issue of inclusion. If we don't address the issue of inclusion, we may not realize the balance we are talking about. Then we go to equity. That's a process. Equity does not mean 50-50. Equity is saying, according to the prevailing conditions, how do you try to balance without doing it too much on the other side? So after equity, when you know you have realized something, then you go into your equality. But when you hear the Beijing, men and women are equal, when in my house they don't allow me to enter the kitchen. When my sister cannot climb a tree to pick a mango. When, for example, some ladies cannot go under a vehicle to start repairing. because of the professional guidance we got right from our culture, youth education system, and so on. So now let me go to the UN system of negotiation, the global. I, for one, I participated a lot in discussion about the gender issue, the gender agenda. And even right now, I advocate for increasing the number of women participating in the climate change negotiations. But it doesn't come easy. Because you are looking at different countries sending members of their delegation. You cannot go to Kenya and say, include Susan in the national team. You say, what competence does she have? Does he have? Has she been participating? Has she been in the system and so on? So when you reach there and you tell the executive secretary tells us, please observe gender balance. I laugh. Because the problem starts from the communities, then goes to the national level, and then to the regional level. By the time you reach there, you are just trying to hit a hard rock because it is very difficult to get that gender balance. Then, when you look at negotiation and climate justice, let me run very fast through this. Why do we negotiate? We negotiate because there's a common animal, the climate change. And we want to defeat it. But each person has got a particular interest, specific interest, and capability. The role the developed countries played in causing the current mess we are in terms of climate change is very big compared to the role played by developing countries like Uganda. During industrialization, agricultural revolution, the British cut down their forests in Lancashire, in Yorkshire. In Lancashire, they planted cotton. In Yorkshire, they reared sheep for the wool industry. And then Lancashire for the cotton industry. When that was not enough, they started bringing cotton by this man, Bosporus, bringing cotton to Uganda, to East Africa, building the East African Railway. There was that industrial revolution where they started using coal for running of locomotive engines. All these contributed to emissions that is causing the mess that we are doing. And they were followed. By that time, Britain was #1 in innovation and invention. Then went to Germany, went to other countries in Europe, and we are now bearing the wrath of climate change because of the actions of those developed countries. So in the negotiations, we are saying, yes, the current occurrences of these adverse events is caused by you. In 1992, they realized that there was something to be done. So they started negotiations and came up with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And in 1994, it became operational. It meant developed countries are supposed to support developing countries to adapt to these adverse effects that they have created. The only problem with the negotiation text and decision is that there is no obligation. They say those in position to do so. And then they say we encourage developed countries to support the developing countries. That's where we go for negotiations. Because there is no obligation, there is no sanction for non-compliance. So you can imagine you want US to give you funds to transit to renewable energy, green cooking, and so on. And US signed the convention. That time they were very sober. They were not drunk with the wealth, ambition of exploiting the developing countries, ambition of competing amongst themselves. So they went to the drawing board and they were all had a sober mind. So they signed the convention. Now after signing, coming to the implementation, if America decided to drastically say we all go to electric energy, the president will be overthrown. He has to put in measures, just transition. How do you transit? You are telling us to transit to electric cars, electric vehicles, and so on. Now, how about the factories that have been producing these other diesel, petrol cars? What happens to them? How about the mechanics? How about the producers of spare parts? How about the families of these people who are benefiting, their families? What are you going to do with them? So that one alone causes a resistance, because the Americans will say this is going to cause a social, economic, and political problems for our country. We are not going to accept this. So if you bring in a lot of demand, you'll argue for 3 years, 4 years without getting anything. That is the difficulty we are in. The other issue is that we have these common but differentiated responsibilities. The common problem is that we have climate change. As I've told you, the people responsible for it are the developed countries. Can they take the responsibility of cleaning up the atmosphere? Can they take the responsibility of supporting developing countries to build their resilience and reduce their vulnerability? Now, due to that challenge, we come to Paris Agreement. Everyone rejoiced when we came up with the Paris Agreement. But this is my personal view about the Paris Agreement as a negotiator. The Paris Agreement was a trick to involve developing countries to support the developed countries in cleaning the mess they created. Now, why am I saying this? One, they brought in this baby of yours. I had my assistant commissioner doctor was saying, NDCs. To me, NDCs was a catastrophe to developing countries. Reason is that NDC is all about mitigation. It is all about mitigation. The objective is to realize the global temperature goal of stabilizing the global temperature rise and limiting it to less than 2 degrees and preferably less than 1.5 degrees centigrade compared to the pre-industrial period. And to do that, developed countries are supposed to support mitigation program. And they realized China was also catching up with them in terms of development. China is a developing country up to now. So it was catching up with them in development. China is now the largest emitter of greenhouse gases. But still they don't admit that China is a developed country. They still consider it developing. And yet they want China also to contribute to cleaning up the atmosphere. Now, in order to make sure all developing countries are committed, are included in that, they said, in order to ratify the Paris Agreement, you must submit your ratification instruments together with your NDC, National Determined Commitments. That's how they trapped all the developing countries, and they all say, yes, we are for it, we are for it. Then they created the Global Partnership on National Determined Commitments. We are all running to help the developed countries realize their objectives, which is in the convention. And you talk to Kenya, you talk to Uganda, you talk to South Africa, you talk to Brazil, they'll tell you adaptation is our priority. And they are now all running to support mitigation. So I heard from the presenters that we should focus on where our interest is. But sometimes we lose focus and we support our colleagues. In my country here, if you call a meeting for NAPS, there's no money in NAPS. So you invite, you send invitation, no one will honor that invitation. Call people for NDC meeting. UNDP will put their money. And you'll find all departments, all government ministries will come for that meeting, discussing NDCs, promoting the interests of developing countries. Are we putting our focus, our money, where our mouth is? And we are going to perish, because unless we adapt, we cannot mitigate. I know mitigation is one way of reducing the future cost of adaptation. But right now we are drowning in this. You have seen in Bududa, you have seen in Kasese, you have seen in Katakwi. You have seen the pictures here. And you want to mitigate before you adapt? Are we really having the rightful mind? Let us look for resources for adaptation. If someone is giving you money for activity in mitigation, also request for balance and say, give us something for adaptation. It should be a sort of a bait, a bargaining chip. Let us not, these people are very tricky. The way they tricked us into the national determined commitment, they continue to, even in my technology field, we said we wanted resources for transiting to renewables, for having food security, technology that will bring food security on the table in households, improve on our transport congestion in the streets and so on. All of a sudden, developed countries led by the US, they come with artificial intelligence. When they realize we're now pinning them to put money where our interests are. First of all, they encourage all developing countries to undertake technology needs assessment. When we expose our priorities and our demands, and we are asking them, we want to implement the outcome of our technology needs assessment, they are coming up with artificial intelligence. And it was in front of me at the UN headquarters. They called me, can you come? We want to discuss something here. So we went. The Americans said, yes, we have this very important subject, artificial intelligence. It is very important for developing countries. I asked them, we have been asking you for money since Scotland, Glasgow, through Marrakesh. Now we are in Dubai. You have not given us money, one, for implementing the outcome of technology needs assessment, for supporting our national designated entities that mobilizes the technology needs of the respective countries and submits requests for consideration. You have not supported the citizen secretariat to respond to these requests. And you are now introducing this AI. Is it coming with money? Is it according to the priority of the developing countries? Have you known that America, a Chinese CEO of Huawei, is still in America being charged because they suspect she's bringing in espionage sort of thing? because of the Huawei system. Artificial intelligence goes with that. Have you considered the affordability of these AI, capacity to deploy them, to diffuse them in the communities? And how relevant is it? What level of AI are we talking about? The information that we are going to generate, is it going to be safe in the hands of the developed countries and going to expose our very sensitive information to you? Please, if you respond to these questions, I'll support your AI. My colleagues, African negotiators from Latin America, seeds, they all fell out and left me with these guys. Then they started saying, Fred, in this negotiation, we have to be flexible. My response, I am representing LDCs. I'm an African, I'm a developing country. And if you don't want to listen to what I'm talking to these guys, please just keep quiet and leave them to me. Because enough is enough. They sort of fooled us in Glasgow. They fooled us in Sharm el-Sheikh. They deferred the negotiation on the very dear subject matter. They deferred it to Dubai. And here we are in Dubai. We want to pursue that matter. They don't want. Then they called Ambassador Ayebare. They rang the head of my delegation, the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister delegated Ambassador Ayebare to come and handle that Uganda was stopping progress in negotiations. So when Ambassador Ayebare entered the room with the Dubai presidency and then also some of the negotiators from developed countries, America is the one that called them. So they asked, Fred, what is going on? I said, I don't know. I'm surprised to see you here. What's the problem? They say Uganda is stopping progress in negotiation. I said, Ambassador, these people took us for a ride in Glasgow. They fooled us in Sharm el-Sheikh. They refused to give us one, support for implementation of our technology needs assessment. We created the national designated entities for technology in our respective countries. They are not being funded at all. We want money for them. And then we want money for the CTCN to provide support to developing countries. And they are not giving us. And is that something that are we abusing them? Are we fighting them? Let them give us that. And I told Ambassador and the COP presidency that over my dead body until we get this in front of everyone. Then, based on that, the American called, Fred, me and you, we can finalize this. I know we have been talking. I said, but why did you report me to my delegation? Why did you report me? For that reason, give us all we want in technology, and indeed we got all what we wanted in technology. And I went further to negotiate that it should not remain on paper. The CTCN, I told them, can you commit at least some token of funds to support the NDEs? You can start with something that at least more than zero. So the CTCN agreed when they saw I was so strong on my position. They put their $5,000 for each of these $5,000 to start with. That is a little, but it's something which I think we got as a positive result. Colleagues, why I'm bringing this, there is never justice in climate change. People have different interests. And no one will give you something unless you assert yourself positively. Master your point, know it, internalize it, and understand the consequences if you don't get the positive results. And have a backing of the people you represent. What gave me the energy in that room? People from Saudi Arabia was giving me thumbs up as I was talking. I stand this, so I see the body language of other negotiators, and they were telling me. The only people who were not really with me was the African negotiator who was telling mean to be flexible so that we accept whatever the America was saying. I told them I will not accept that. And then the representative from Chile was also telling me, oh, Fred, we have been in this use diplomacy. I say, enough is enough. You can use diplomacy where someone is diplomatic. But if someone is not diplomatic and is so doing things underground, reporting you in your own country, I think I said it is not easy. So, ladies, to the subject of justice, climate justice, let's fight for it. It doesn't come easy, but let's know there are also other prevailing conditions beyond which we cannot achieve what we require. The ideal is very difficult to realize, and really, Action Aid you have brought here, what resource persons who people would think are controversial, but they are very informative, and they are giving you all the information. So my presentation is not a government position. It is my historical experience in climate change negotiations. We can talk on this, whether it is finance, adaptation, mitigation, technology. In technology, I'm now the chair of the Climate Technology Center and Network Advisory Board based on my experience and capability. So I really request the people who are here link with our national designated entity, which is the Ministry of Technology, Science and National Guidance. Write proposals on technology for mitigation, technology for adaptation, technology for loss and damage. Go to him and you call me. We shall turn that into a concept, then we submit for support. Otherwise, I thank you very much. There's very little time. You know, overstaying in something makes you drunk with a lot of directions and years. Thank you very much for being very good audience.
Let's appreciate Prof again. Turn to your neighbor and tell your neighbor, enough is enough. You mean it, enough is enough. From Glasgow to Marrakesh to Dubai, negotiations are not easy. Prof, I am aware of what happened in New York. As media that was covering, we had a national outlook over the incident because it was part of a duty. But thanks for standing for our country. Let's appreciate him again. It's raining, and there is a car that has blocked our lunch truck. UBJ 665I, or T. Yeah, it's T. UBJ 655T. It is doctors. I think the team can get the key from doctor. That is if it does not have international delegation documents from Paris. That we can get the car out of the way that they can plan for lunch there. And as they're planning, I'm going to request Sir Bob George, the National Focal Person on Agroecology, who is going to come here. It's coming to 1:30. We're really going to make this quite snappy. And then we shall have a couple of questions. We'll stick to only 5 to 7 questions, and then we shall go for lunch. Sir Bob George. Let's welcome him.
Yeah, thank you so much, the moderator. From my time, let me request you to stand up just for a second. All of us on our feet. I see people already far away. All of us on our feet, just for a moment. You can stretch a little bit, just stretch a little bit, and it has been long since you sat. All right, thank you so much. You can take your seat. That's very wonderful. We can take our seat. Yeah, that's fine. I'm called Sunday Bob George. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. I want to thank my sister here, this champion. She's a great champion. We've been with her in a number of engagements, and all other colleagues who have put up together this very wonderful convening. I congratulate you and thank you so much for bringing us together. You know, as government, there is somewhere we don't reach, but these people make us proud. I work in the Department of Crop Production, but I'm the national focal person for ecological organic agriculture here in Uganda. I'm in charge of organic agriculture and agroecology. And I also happen to be the country coordinator for the Islamic Food Security Organization. I represent Uganda. We are around 38 member countries. And under that docket, Uganda is helping those 38 countries establish a center of excellency for organic agriculture and the regenerative food systems. I'm one of the 2 people supporting the establishment of that center on behalf of Uganda. I work with Commissioner Alex Lwakuba, plus other members of different universities. Once that center of excellency is established in Qatar, we shall be giving you chances, those who are interested in skills development, certificate, diplomas, masters, PhDs. Yeah, we shall give you chances because we are in charge, so why not? I'm very happy to find the assistant commissioner here. We were in one university. I also did one of my masters in the University of Aberdeen in Scotland. So, yeah, I'm happy to find that there is a colleague with whom we were there in that coldness. Yeah, but very wealth of knowledge from Aberdeen. Ladies and gentlemen, climate justice is something very, very important, and it cuts across. I'm going just to give a little bit brief on. I'm sorry I don't have slides. My slides are here, but I can put them together, but don't worry. Me, this is how I deliver my speeches. Well, as a country, not only a country, but even globally, we are aware of the challenges we have at hand. Everywhere, everybody talks of climate change, climate change, climate change, and climate change. What are we not doing right? Development partners are there, government is there, everybody is trying to play his role, but you see the rate of deforestation increasing year after year. I'm told now the land in Uganda is being, the rate of deforestation according to FAO is now standing at 51%. Land degradation at 43%. What is happening? Somebody will wonder and say now, where will our children be? Because we are doing in the negatives. We really need to think smart. When you look at the subject of agroecology, of which I'm representing here, I think agroecology is one of the pathways upon which we can do climate justice. I'm not going to sensitize you about agroecology. Most of you know it. But I'm only going to emphasize on some very few things and tell you what government is doing in relation to some few areas of agroecology. You are aware that we can look at agroecology as a practice, as a science, and as a social movement. When you look at agroecology as a social movement, this is basically looking at empowering communities or empowering farmers to build their own knowledge. Issues of indigenous knowledge builds on that. Issues of farmer institution development builds on that. Issues of social capital builds on that. Agroecology as a social movement. Focusing at agroecology as a science, it embraces all these ecological practices into agricultural production. Agroecology as a practice, it embraces all these farming practices that mitigate climate change, okay? And when you look at aspects of communication, you know, when you look at ecology, there are two words, agro and ecology. From my little biology, I'm a scientist. All of my masters are science, my bachelors are science, some of my postgraduate diplomas are science. Much as I've also done some course at LODC, I think I sneaked there to get some ideas. Just when you look at ecology, the interaction between man, crop, animal, environment. So agriculture as a science embraces all that. As a Minister of Agriculture, I think we are trying to do something at those two components, agriculture as a science, actually all of them as a social movement and as a practice. We have 4 models I'm going to just highlight on, which are promoting climate justice. I'll talk about the 4-acre model approach. You've heard His Excellency speak about it in very many of his speeches, but of course he just highlights about it. But we developed that model as a way of doing climate justice. The model basically looks at enterprise integration. If you have poultry, you have fish farming, you have banana plantation, coffee plantation, you have livestock. How are these 4 components supposed to speak to each other? I'll give you an example. The droppings from the farmyard, piggery, cow, use it to generate biogas. Biogas is giving you energy. You have an option now to conserve tree cutting, okay? The biodigester, this refuse from the biogas, it nourishes the soil in the coffee plantation, in the banana plantation. When you harvest coffee and the husks, again it goes back in the soil. When you cut the bananas, the peelings will feed the livestock. The droppings from the poultry unit can feed the fish in the pond. That is the 4-acre model approach. It is an approach that we are rolling out that basically looks at conserving the environment and also speaking to agroecology as a science and as a practice. We also have the nuclear model farmer. We have the nuclear model farmer. We have another model we call the village agent model. There are quite many, all of them feeding into environmental conservation. Other than that, we are also creating an enabling policy and environment. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at agroecology, it's like this house with very many sections. This is agroecology. For example, there is organic agriculture here, regenerative agriculture there, sustainable agriculture there, climate smart agriculture there, but the whole of it, the bigger set is agroecology, because for it, it even goes outside the crop production, looks into issues of gender, looks into issues of social capital, looks into issues of land use, land rights, and all that. So that is what we are doing. So far, we are developing the National Agroecology Strategy. I think we have a fair draft. We are going to present it this month to the top management for approval. Okay? So to make sure that these things I'm talking about, they have a strategy. We have the National Organic Agriculture Policy. This is a small section in the House of Agroecology. That policy is for 2019, and we disseminated it in all regions of the country, and we are currently now working on the bill. Okay? This bill that is going to operationalize this policy. So that one is in as far as creating the conducive policy environment is concerned. But also we have some interventions or practices that we are doing to promote climate justice. I'm a focal person on a project by FAO called the Mainstreaming Biodiversity in Agricultural Sector. My permanent secretary told me to represent the ministry on that project. What we are doing, we are mainstreaming issues of biodiversity conservation in the agricultural sector. I want you to agree with me, the promoters of, and the champions of climate justice, that one of the salient enemies of environmental degradation, biodiversity degradation, is agricultural production. Okay? Wetlands are reclaimed, the trees are cut down, The water is polluted, you know. It's agricultural production. So what are we doing to work on that, on all that? So we are mainstreaming biodiversity, all aspects of biodiversity into agricultural production. We also have, we are promoting climate smart agriculture as a way of also mitigating the impact, the previous impacts production practices caused. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to mind about all the underground and above ground ecosystems because they are all significantly very, very important. You cannot just zero on one thing. We need to understand that the interaction, the biological interaction and the processes below ground are healthy. And above ground, they are also healthy. To see that we have a comprehensive and well-conserved environment. So as a Minister of Agriculture, that's what we are doing. We are also currently developing the national, the agroecology strategy at East African community level. I happen to be a member of the steering committee at that level. So we are not only looking at that internally here, but even across the board. If Uganda has been contracted, selected by those 38 countries to support the development of that center of excellence of organic agriculture and the regenerative food system in Qatar, it means countries are looking at us as a model. But we are also not doing well. We are also challenged, okay? Some of us, when we are at those benches, people give us respect. You know, some of us have came from a very poor background. Me, I grew up in a grass-thatched house. So I don't, if I wanted to walk what I am, then I think I would be somehow fair. By the way, I'm a sir. The sir title is not a boat, is not a nickname. I'm a sir, knighted. If the younger men who are here, if one of you was just a sir, I think you would just move on top of everyone, you know. But these are mere simple things. But in a nutshell, whichever forum you represent, whichever portfolio you have, use it to promote climate justice. Mr. Andrew Chamagero, climate change. I don't know whether I've pronounced your name very well. I'm not a Muganda. I come from Bunyoro side there, but I'm also not from Bunyoro. I'll tell you what I am. After all, my name, Sunday, Bob, George, I think my father was very right. You can't tell where I come from. Even my appearance is confusing. The big nose is for Uganda, but I'm not a Muganda. The height, you know, so you'll be confused there, just as we move on. So what we are saying, that use all the portfolios you have, all the platforms you have, because climate change affects every one of us equally. Okay? I remember some time back, I was presenting a paper in the at the University of Manchester. I participated in the development of microbes that digest plastics. And when this professor was inviting me, let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to invite one of the great innovators, Sunday Bob George. The house was full of whites. They were very happy. As soon as I came over, I saw everybody freezing. Black man. Very black. And at that time, I was still very thin and even looking very poor, you know. They were all like, and this guy said, when I was taking the podium, one person said, "Oh, sorry." I was like, why are people feeling sorry for me? Because, like the professor is saying, some of those people think there's nothing good that can come from us. That's what they think. I got a distinction master's in Aberdeen, where I was. And when they were giving me the prize, they were like, but at first it was hard. They were like, are you from Nigeria? They cannot even think that I'm from Uganda. You know? But again, we are the one who now helping them to put systems together, indirectly in our small fora we have. So I don't want to be given a cheat that I'm smart over in what? In the blue. I just want to end here. The rest of the things we can keep interacting and sharing. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh dear. Sir Bob George. Let's give him a round of applause. Every person who has been abroad has met racism. Except for you people who are in Kampala and you've not traveled, you don't know that you're black until you're in a foreign land. You'll meet it. You'll see it every day. But we want to be very grateful to God that we're still alive and we are to serve our country in whatever space we have. We have been joined by great and eminent delegates of our country. We have Madame Margaret Magera, the Senior Program Advisor, Private Sector Development. Thank you so much for coming. Please stand up for recognition. Cameras, we are streaming live. Thank you so much for coming. And we're again joined by Madame Jackie. She'll be coming through later. We're now going to have questions. We have 15 minutes to have those questions and answered, and then we break for lunch. So the microphone will be roaming. And your question, please don't take us into another research paper.
Sure, be brief.
Let questions, be very clear-cut. Who are you sending the question to? And let it be very snappy. Aya, we start with you.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Saemi. I work with the district local government. My question goes to Mariam. It is very key that we promote natural resource governance as a way of natural resource management in those refugees host communities. My question is, what effort has UNHCR put in promoting natural resource governance in refugees host communities? For example, what are they included in decision-making structures in those communities? If, for example, there are wetlands management committees, how are their levels of involvement? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another question?
My name is Okwalin Ajo Francis. I'm a student at Makerere University, year 1. My question goes to the different bodies which are here, the support bodies around. First of all, thank you for inviting us to such a beautiful space. It's our great honor to be in a same room with different signatories from doctors, professors. So my question is actually, it's a point, as the academia representing many students here, through different organizations which are here, that could there be any available opportunities, yes, through the different spaces, through different organizations, where us as students can fit, so as to improve our knowledge, so as, for example, in, I can say, career development, improving our academics, and in spaces where they can fit, so as to improve climate. And then also, if there is funding for any innovative ideas we have in this whole climate thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. Just so much welcome, Honorable Jackie Among. Let's give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That is our Honorable Member of Parliament representing Uganda in the East African Parliament and very strong advocate for climate justice. Another question?
I'm looking for a lady. So we will.
There is a lady
I will
there.
also request Andrew that the panelists weigh in on climate finance.
They
and
will.
Financial flows.
They will.
Thank you.
My name is Fiona Tomhaise. I'm a MEMPRO girl, but still a student at Makerere, doing Masters of Arts in Gender Studies. So my question goes to government people. You look at investors destroying our wetlands.
Madam, we have two governmental people here. We have
both
Dr.
of them.
Okay.
We have seen our wetlands being destroyed by investors.
Okay.
Then Lake Victoria, people pouring concrete and soil in it in the name of saying that the lake is encroaching on our land. And on Monday, if you watched news on NTV, it has flooded and water is taking away people. So what do you have for us? And making sure that our lake is there, our wetlands, we can bring back our wetlands. Not the investor who comes from China to come and destroy our wetlands, he goes back, then we suffer the consequences.
Thank you.
A lot
you
of
so
effort
much.
into the lake. Yes,
There is
Prof?
one question from Prof. We are first going to take these ones.
A simple one for Dr. Banaga. J.K. Galbraith, U.S. Keynesian economist, says, and I quote, "The only function of economic forecasting is to make astrology appear respectable." And you have given so many projections, models, energy mix, but you have not given us the data that informed your projection. How sure are we that these projections, and you're telling us 2050 when some of us will not be there. In fact, over 50% of the people living today will not be there. Who are we going to hold accountable for what happens and what does not?
Okay.
Where is the data that informed your projections?
Okay.
And why should we trust them? To my muzukulu, you're called Betty.
Miriam.
Miriam,
yes.
Kindly advise us. Is Uganda's open door policy an exercise in naivety or excessive abundance of love for others? Are we naive? I have been to Bidi Bidi.
Yeah.
Our own citizens are saying we are giving preferential treatment to refugees.
Yeah.
Not our own citizens.
The host communities.
The host communities are complaining. So are we exercising naivety? Are we building political legitimacy for elites whose support seems declining? Who is fooling whom? Why do we treat foreigners better than our own? And I want to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. So friends, on the other side, you're first going to hold. Let's first respond to this cohort and then we shall come to you.
Oh, sure.
So we'll start with Miriam there. What efforts are you putting on in terms of national refugee governance? That was the first question for you.
Thank you so much. I thank the person, I forgot his name, who asked this question, Stephen. So, yes, at district local government level, those structures like the environment committees, they are involved in the activities that we do around tree growing. One, they are key in coordination at district local government level. They're the ones that mobilize the communities and sensitize them about tree growing. They're the ones that mobilize the seedling requirements that come from down there and then submit to the either the district natural resources officer or the DFO. And then those requirements are able to reach us for us to be able to produce the required seedlings. But beyond that, they also help in community sensitization. Like that one is one of their key roles. They do community sensitization. They are the ones that support in marking those trees that should not be cut in the community. They usually help the implementing partners to identify those trees that should not be touched in the communities. But also they alert our partners, for example, in issues to do with encroachment, especially in the southwest where wetlands have been encroached on significantly. They are the ones that alert and say this wetland is being encroached on, and then the activity, the message is cascaded back to OPM for further action. So they have a role that they play. And even at settlement level, they are part of the settlement level coordination structures. Like they have an environment, energy, livelihood, settlement level coordination structure where they discuss all the issues regarding those three sectors within the settlements. So they have a role.
Okay. Respond to Professor Zhu.
Wow. I am not shocked that that question has come. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure whether I'm qualified to answer that question because it has maybe a political side to it as well.
So help you God.
Yes. The issue is, one, Uganda is situated in an environment where most of the countries that are around us are suffering turmoil. And it feels inhumane to close the borders while people are struggling. Well, when they enter into the borders, within the borders of Uganda, we are not segregating by helping the refugees' standards be, forcibly displaced persons' standards be higher than the nationals. I would disagree with that because, one, when they establish, for example, health facilities, those health facilities they set up within the settlements, they tend to both nationals and the forcibly displaced. There is no segregation there. As long as you come and you need medical attention, you are attended to. Similarly with the schools, there is a whole approach of integration, of working together. There are no separate schools for the forcibly displaced and separate schools for the nationals. Well, at the beginning, it may appear as though the forcibly displaced persons are getting much better services than the nationals, but it's because
So help you God.
yes, it is because, one, the UN has standards that they adhere to. So all the services they have to deliver, they have to be at a specific standard.
So we don't have standards?
No. So within the settlements, when they deploy those standards, to the nationals, it may appear as though they've preferred the forcibly displaced to the nationals. But those services are serving both communities. That's the difference. Because if I set up a water system within the settlement and I say that it's supposed to give 18 liters per person per day, I am not there asking for IDs when you come to get the water. That are you a refugee? Are you not a refugee? No, everyone accesses that standard in an equal way. So it's not segregating. That's where we get it wrong, that it seems like we are preferring the forcibly displaced to the nationals. On the sector of environment, if I may tell you, the biggest chunk of the seedlings that we produce are taken up by the host community because, one, they have the land, and two, they are here longer. Their stay is predictable. So and those are resources that are invested by different development agencies, different donors, and it's not segregating. So
Miriam,
that's my approach.
Miriam,
that's my answer. Sorry.
Have you heard that some refugees are given land to till to have sustainable household, livelihood, yet some host people don't have, and they're given allowances as well?
Given allowances, where?
You work in the settlement.
I don't want to speak without facts. We said we speak with empirical data.
Correct.
So provide the data, and then we can have that discussion even off this agenda. And we say, here you're giving people land, they are tilling, and the nationals don't have land, and they are given allowances. Because as... pardon?
Well, Miriam, I think let's just wait.
No. Okay, carry on.
Okay.
We got this. Carry on, Miriam. Carry on.
I feel like I'm on NTV. So
I'm sorry, I do this for a living, so carry on.
So the where was I? You've even taken my... Yes, the issues of land.
Of the land, yes.
Refugees upon arrival are given a plot of maximum 30 meters by 30 meters. Maximum. It's starting even to shrink. So wherever you see refugees having land to till that is beyond that, it's usually a local arrangement, usually headed by the Office of the Prime Minister, and engaging the host communities within that area to identify land which can be tilled. And the benefits are usually shared from the cultivation. The yields from the farm are shared between the host and the nationals.
Okay. In the interest of time, let's give her a round of applause.
Wow.
I don't want to be in your position.
I tell you.
I'll forever be a journalist here.
Even me, I don't.
And this is the very last one. Each one of you is going to respond to this and then we break for lunch. He had a question. Do you have apprenticeship programs within UNHCR where students like him can actually tap into?
Yes, I will say yes, because we have, for example, an ongoing engagement with the collaboration with the Ministry of Water and the Environment that takes on graduate trainees. But this is competed for. It's not, it's really for...
So where do we go to compete?
So the Ministry of Water takes lead and makes the advertisement, of course, consulting us depending on the needs. Mostly right now we are working with the sector of WASH, which is water, sanitation and hygiene, and public health, so that they support the activity implementation within the refugee hosting areas. So you apply when you see the call for expression of interest, you apply, and then you go through a small interview, and then they will shortlist those that have gone through basing on the needs that are identified.
Thank you.
That happens every year.
So, brother, just look out for the ministry's website. These opportunities are there, but the beauty is there is chance there. Let's go to Dr. Banada. Where is the data? You've told us all this. Where is the data? So help you God.
The nice thing is that when you are sure of what you've done, there is always no worry. And I see this running through. I think there is a certain sense of trust that we've got to build across the systems. Today it's me, tomorrow is someone else. I see around. But we need to build a sense of trust, get the right people to do the right job. All right? And if you have been people like us, we now can deal with almost anything. First things first. For students, I told you, where are the opportunities? I think now there's a requirement for ministries to take on students for internship. Don't you know that? Some of us were very strong proponents of that. At least come spend some months with us. By the time you finish the months, you will have gotten to know what is going on around us. Some of our places are very technical that you just don't easily, you know. But if you come and run around for 2-3 months, you will get something. And maybe it can inform how your future will look like. You see, some of us come from very poor backgrounds that you have there are very few people to inspire you. So, when you come to places like those, like we did, you will get inspired. And I told you, tomorrow it will be you, number one. Number two, do what you are doing, do best. As you are doing your courseworks, do whatever, make sure your coursework is related. I have told you now, just watch the space. The trend is clean energy. The trend is clean energy. The trend is clean cooking. I've just been negotiating, and I've told you, we've worked on 4 billion per annum. This money is not going to come to government. Hey, no. It comes through different channels. Through the organizations, through the research institutions, through what? So, make yourself relevant. Do a study, do analysis, be innovative, you'll get the funding. If you don't find it, just come and I'll tell you the people who have the money, both in the public as well as in the private. You see? It is there. You can clap, it is there.
You don't want the money.
So, Professor has told, negotiating is not easy. It is not. When you are negotiating, let me tell you, when you're negotiating with these big companies, I learned this when we were negotiating for oil. Before they come, they do a scan, like, in that room, there will be a professor seated there. There is the other lady from the other country. This one is a doctor of this one. This is a student of research. They do a scan of you. When we are negotiating, I didn't tell you who I was, but I want to tell you that every time we would be studying, things would check, and I would go back for studies. Through that, I have 4 masters 2 postgraduates, and 1 PhD. So when I do something, trust it. And you are the one who educated me, by the way.
I'm waiting for the data.
The data.
I'm waiting for the data.
No, first of all, you got somebody. In our language, when you get the drums and what, you don't start dancing yourself. You hired me, and I've done it. Now, go to the website. Huh? Go to the website of the ministry or of the International Energy Agency. You see, I gave you the expert version.
Yeah.
Go to the website and get this document. First, start from what is called in-depth review, IDR for Uganda. You write it down. I don't want you to ask me again. In-depth review for Uganda. All right? That will give you the status and the data. After you do that, then look for the energy transition plan. Even if those who have smartphones, instead of chapping, you Google that, it will come straight. All right? Then, yeah, my neighbor says she confirms. Read it. But first start from the IDR, because that's why the data is, that's why the basis, that is where they're looking forward. Now, when we have been negotiating, and I'm glad the Honorable is here, when we were in Sharm el-Sheikh is in Egypt, the first thing they asked us, where is your energy transition plan? You guys, you have no plan. You have no ideas. You are just, somebody called it wishful thinking. Do you know somebody insulting you like that? I told my minister, I said, you know what, you hold on, let's go back. We will return. Eh? We will do what?
Return.
Return. Dubai will return. Everybody shut up. In fact, if you ask me a question and I cannot answer it, I will tell you, I will be back.
Thank you so much, Doctor. There was a question, and I want to pass over this to Sir George. What are you doing as government when it gets to the wetlands and the encroachment areas that are being taken over by investors in the context of employment, manufacturing? What is government doing? Because after the end of the day, Zing has to go back to Xinjiang. Chamagere will stay here and bear the consequences.
I think this one is as hard as hers. All right. Thank you so much. It's a very good question, but we are different players in this. One, the first stakeholder is the encroacher. You going to reclaim wetland knowingly. But also we have laws. We have laws that stand clearly against the wetland reclamation, and also the enforcement teams are there. But like you know, there are challenges, like she said. People have permits. People go and get permits. I don't know whether we have Nema here. People go and get permits to operate in wetlands. Okay? We know there are some people who are even, who degrade and even put buildings. Somebody like was saying that when the professor here, I don't know who among us who has the highest volume of money. Who has too much money here? Dr. Banan? Okay. when the doctor is operating in a wetland, they will say, no, he's in a valley. Who is the poorest here? When the poorest is there, they say, no, you are in a wetland. So there are a lot of issues, but the enforcement is there, but also we are challenged when it comes to enforcement. People have their own shortcuts, but the enforcement is there. And related to that, I have some consultancy. I've done the consultancy with the Ministry of Water and Environment. Wadelai irrigation scheme and Ingenge, it is me who did the soil and water analysis. I remember when I was disseminating my results, people were like, where are all these metals coming from in the water? Where is all this water, this kind of acid? It is the way we are handling nature, that surface runoff and all that. So That's why I'm saying that the first stakeholder is you.
Okay.
Going in the wetland, but the laws are there, the enforcement teams are there. But of course, some challenges are always there. Lastly, the student there, I want to add on what the doctor said. I will just say, reach out. Don't just go there and finish your bachelor's or master's at Makerere and sit home. Nobody is going to call you. Try to reach out. And such platforms help you to get contacts. He has told you good opportunities of internship. Most people are in the ministries, like Ministry of Agriculture, they were there for internship. Some of us didn't pass through there. But also, even when you don't have the chance, reach out. These people are here. Get their business cards. That's how you network. If you just sit and people look for you, it's up to you.
Thank you. Let's give that a round of applause. But again, government officials who are here, when we reach out, please be nice. Be nice. Please be nice. And help us. There is, Doctor, there is something that has been online. I spend a lot of time online. I'm coming, Prof. That some people who call us my daughter, my son, sometimes they abuse us sexually when we ask for connections. So when we reach out, while you're calling me your son or your daughter, let that word mean in its entirety and mentor me to become better. Please. I speak that for my generation. A professor wanted to just supplement on something briefly before we go to the other cluster.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I know there was no question directed to me, but I like the professor's way of harassing people. But, you know, that is harassment, but it wasn't sexual harassment. Yes. But Professor, I think the question you posed to Mariam, there are natural laws in the society, whereby in your own house, a visitor comes, and then you have 2 bedrooms. Your children are sleeping there. You would shift your children to another bedroom and let the visitor take that bedroom. When a visitor comes, you slaughter chicken, which you have not been slaughtering for the children. And the children will eat soup and maybe the leg and the head of the chicken. And then the visitor will take the big chunk of the meat. So I think, let us also understand things, because I don't think that question to Mariam was really, it was not fair, but that was, because you have the answer yourself, because you know what you would do in such a circumstance. Then another issue about the young person, the student who was asking for opportunities. I think yourself, you are the opportunity. How much do you venture into using your ability to access internet and so on? Because most of the young people in Uganda use internet for TikTok. These personal, social communications, but they forget the need, in order to sustain that social relationship and so on, they'll need to build their career and be able to make money. We have, so it was a guidance given to all ministries. It was even a communication given to all ministries. Give internship to the students. That's the first case. Then in the global climate change, there's internship, annual internship to those who apply. So take this, go to this website, UNFCCC, and you search for internship. It is competitive. The way you package your request, your application matters. Okay. Then the institution that I represent, the Climate Technology Center and Network, we have been having internship for developing countries for technology development and transfer. Those who are interested, they apply. So you can also go to the website of CTCN. And then you look for internship. And also, there are some job vacancies there. Ugandans fear international jobs. The moment he sees this is UN, UN, I can't go there. Those are for a particular type of people. And then
Ugandans fear new terminology. When you see advert with the very, very funny terminologies that you don't understand, Google word by word and understand. You'll realize you qualify, but it's only using different words to mean what you can handle. So I would like to guide you along that line, and also to mention to colleagues here that I'm also coordinating climate mobility on behalf of Global Center for Climate Mobility. And climate mobility is catching fire at the global level. There is nowhere where climate change effects take place and people are not relocated, either voluntarily or forcibly. So we are saying the global research and modeling has shown that Uganda is a hotspot for climate mobility. We have identified Karamoja issues, Budura is obvious, Kasese is obvious, Katakwi is obvious. So we are now developing a blueprint that will guide policy, revision of laws, implementation, and the programs in Uganda. So I've listened to you. I've also, maybe I'll recall some of your faces, but I'll get in touch with some of you. And we see what information you can provide us so that we build on the current blueprint that we are developing for this country.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Round of applause to my panelists. I'm going to request that they take back their seats and let's give them a round of applause. Dr. Miriam, Sir Bob George, it's been such... We're going to have lunch, and I request the Secretariat to start serving lunch coupons so that we manage your expectation. But before we go for lunch, allow me invite Honorable Jackie Amongi to give us the regional context of our conversation here. Let's welcome Honorable to come and give us a few words. Clap for her, ladies. This is a lady who is championing our agenda on the other side.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I take note of all the protocol. And first of all, it's not easy to speak when people are expecting to eat. So that's why you've seen me come as me, not carrying any papers, not carrying anything. But first, I would like to applaud you for the topic that you're discussing tonight. And I have got so much energized by the responses that were given by the panelists that were here. I was already introduced. My name is Jacqueline Amongin, and I'm an alumni of Makerere University. I know there are students here. For my first degree, I was here. I was doing environmental management, and I was again here for law, and I was in the Students' Guild as such, so I'm very proud whenever I come back to Makerere University. So maybe before I say anything, I would like to ask whether there are students here at whichever level in this room. Could you raise up your hands? Okay. Makerere, Makerere, we build for the future, the great Makerere. No, it's okay. Just clap for yourselves. So we build for the future. And my future started from here. When I was in this university, in the environment class, I used to be the president of Environment Association. And I used to do a lot of organizing the different students. And when professor was saying there are many opportunities, don't wait to finish your university and think that opportunities get you out. Opportunities are right here where you're seated today in this room. But let me go to the topic on climate justice, because that's my area of practice in Parliament. That's my area of focus. And right now I'm focusing on environmental law. We are talking about linking local, regional, and global. I'm one member of Parliament who has served in the national, continental, and now in the regional assembly, just know that I'm just too lucky. And I've been so much following issues globally, but also linking how these issues can be locally domesticated, but in areas of my interest. And you can be sure that my interest is SDG 13, that is climate action. I'm sure that the technocrats here have talked about the different negotiations. They have talked about the UNCCC, right? And I am sure that probably the negotiators have appeared here, I'm not sure. But whatever happens, just know that you've not been there, but how do you translate that into a local context and domesticate that? And that's the reasons that we are here today. We are talking about climate justice globally, climate justice locally. For example, if we are to talk about generally Africa, we emit less than 4%, and that has become a song to the global emission. But in my village where I come from, in Ngora, I come from Teso. You know that we always have floods year in, year out. We have droughts year in, year out. So when we are negotiating at the global level during the UNFCCC, we are looking at the global context. But how is that brought into the national understanding? So that the local person understands that we are talking about the loss and damage. Recently in COP28 in Dubai, there was a celebration that we passed the loss and damage fund. And then I felt so pitiful for my continent, and more so for my country. Because when we are talking about loss and damage, the text is left open. And when this text is left open, you know that the whole of Africa emits just 4%. But we are talking about loss and damage. We don't know how to quantify this loss and damage, and it's been left voluntarily that let the global emitters commit to addressing the loss and damage and put a fund. But how is this going to be followed? I started following the COP negotiations like 5 years ago. The global emitters committed to okay, we are going to put 100 billion. Do you know, it was a celebration. I remember I was in Bonn. People were excited that there would be 100 billion. For the government officials who are here, I have done a survey out of the 54, the research. The beautiful girl here was talking, young lady, was talking about data. Out of the 54 countries, only Kenya, Senegal, Nigeria are able to even access this financing. We are talking about climate financing at the global level and how this can help the climate vulnerable communities. And which climate vulnerable communities also includes Uganda, includes Africa, includes East African communities. Right now, there's a lot of displacement in just Tanzania. Burundi is even worse. I mean, the whole of the East African community, we are at a bigger challenge. But when we're talking about climate financing, it's still the same people who access this funding. I'm very happy to note that one of the panelists was saying that this money is now going to be readily available. But available, the bureaucracy, I have been following this money personally. The bureaucracy is just too much for this money to trickle down to benefit the local Ugandans or the local Kenyans or the local. So that's why you realize that we will not move at the same pace in addressing this whole agenda of climate justice. Because the people who are most hit by by climate are actually not benefiting from the whole arrangement. So as a member of parliament, what is it that I've tried to do for the time that I've been representing, and I'm still representing Ugandans? We have come up with a climate change bill, which was assented to, and it's now law. So whatever arrangements that we do here, it's by law. In the whole of Africa, it's only Uganda, Kenya, and Nigeria that have come up with a law on climate change. Majority of the countries are still haggling. Because when we are talking about climate change, we are not just going to look at our context alone as a country. there is a saying that act locally but impact globally. So even in terms of legislations and policies, if we acted as Uganda, it means Kenya must act, Tanzania must act, South Sudan, and the rest. That's why right now at the Regional Assembly, I have come up with a bill that I feel that the ministers of, Council of Ministers and also heads of states will support me, because I want to have a climate change law that will harmonize all our modus operandi within the region. So that when we are talking about climate change in Uganda, we have these multilateral frameworks in place. But if this is not domesticated, then we are just singing and going from conference to conference. I came from Dubai, I will be heading to Baku. So it is just me who is benefiting by understanding in new countries, how they look alike. I go and debate. Ugandans, remember I'm representing a Ugandan, I'm representing East Africans when I go to those negotiations. So when we put these legislations in place, it helps us. We, in Dubai, we came up with tripling renewable energy by 2030. That means all of us, if we cannot use this, we must have solar panels, we must have wind. But hey, I am saying, where is the framework to enable us to do this? Within the region, first of all. But also, where is the capacity, the technology? I was in Germany. You see the wind energy, the wind turbines. But this technology, if you go to Kabale, for example, if you go to Karamoja, we have a lot of wind that can be turned into wind turbines, wind energy. But we are still the assemblers of solar panels in Uganda, meaning that in Africa we are instead employing the other community, not the African community. So the more we build the capacities of our people within us, Makerere University, for example, is one of the oldest universities in Africa and has the potential to innovate and revamp and do whatever it takes. So I think if we're talking tripling renewable energy, this is an area that has to be taken on by government and also be skills training within universities so that when graduates come out, we are not just going to be great job seekers, but we are going to be doing something as the people. So to me, the whole context of climate justice, climate change, it is even worse for a mother like me, because I'm a mother. When I'm in the village, in Uganda, it's women who bring food on the table. Am I lying? How many say I'm lying? How many say I'm right? All of us. But others have absconded. So how many say it is women who bring food on the table? Raise up your hands. The men are definitely jealous. Those who raised your hands, clap for yourselves. Do you know why? Even when this man gives me money, I am a village woman. I'm looking at a village context where I come from. And I know the whole of Uganda very well. There's no district I've never gone to in Uganda. But when I go to Ngora, if my husband bought meat, he will buy meat and leave it there, and he goes somewhere to drink or to socialize. I will be the one to walk a long distance looking for water. No, leave alone firewood, water. And I will be the one to go to certain villages looking for firewood. So you can see that this climate change discourse has more it's a gender issue. So if I'm to serve food, it's the woman who will go cutting firewood. It's the woman who will walk a long distance looking for water. And we are talking about tripling. We are talking about changing to clean cooking. These mothers do not even know what you're talking about with clean cooking. All they mind about is, I want food for my children and my family. Then the climate change issues will come later. So it's upon all of us now to turn this message into a simpler understanding that when you see floods on an annual basis or droughts on an annual basis, it's because of our actions. Because you cannot tell me that don't cut trees. Because that is why I've been brought up cutting those trees to prepare food. So there must be alternatives put in place. If we are talking about that we should not be cutting trees, give the mothers alternatives. Give other stakeholders on alternatives. That's when all these frameworks, all these negotiations at the global level, at the regional level, we are party to the Paris Agreement. Right now we are talking about how the readiness in terms of the implementation of the NDCs, the national determined contributions. I know to the students, if I talk about the NDCs, it will be something like news. So all these countries committed to in Paris during the Paris Agreement. But how is this domesticated? That's why it's very important that for us as Africans, as Ugandans, to follow the money. It's all about the what? The money. Because at the end of it all, we are the ones who face the highest burden. So to me, I believe that everything is possible. There is nothing impossible. But that will come when we all take action. The students can take action. You can call upon your leaders to commit to this. Yesterday I was in Parliament and the debate was like, how much money is going to vote this on climate action in Uganda, sectors like water. And money was cut. The Parliament came to a stampede. So it is upon, all of us can take action in whichever direction we are. The civil society, all of us can take action. And for us as legislators, we are there to make laws that can make us move to a direction where we want to go. I think I've said a few words. That's the only job I'm paid to do, to talk. Thank you so much for your kind listening. And thank you, Action Aid. I actually want to introduce my friend, Susan Osieno. Because Susan Osieno is from Kenya. And she's a director of Action Aid Kenya. And she told me that, oh, Jack, you know what, I'm in Uganda. And she didn't even tell me you're having this kind of great engagements. I would have come here earlier. She just said, come and meet us, and we have a talk. And when I came in, I'm like, hey, it is an auditorium. There are many people. But I think I've been able to say a few words. Just always, Dr. Buins, I don't know whether he's still here. You used to be our lecturer he's still in the Makerere University. He used to tell us that whenever anybody speaks, just note a few things which you think are relevant. Whatever is not relevant, put it as what? Trash, and remain silent. So thank you for keeping what is relevant and throwing away what is trash. God bless you.
And as such, women have given us food. She has given us lunch. We're going to take a lunch break, and that will run for 35 minutes. Rather, 45 minutes. I'm going to request the Honorable Minister and the Country Director of Action Aid, Zimbabwe, and Jackie and Professor and the other delegates. They will lead us to lunch. You will be, you must be. And then we shall have lunch. Please, while we are having lunch, please note, don't allow Professor Fred to sit alone. Don't allow Sir George to sit alone, especially the young ones. They have the contacts and they know where the money is. So don't allow them to sit as academia. Engage them. And please, after lunch, please note, after lunch, we are not hearing from anyone big in academia. We want to listen from community and you. So after lunch, it's going to be your forum. Let's break for lunch, and when we return after 45 minutes, we can have that engagement. Don't allow the team going out first to sit alone. Engage them, tell them, for us, you are 7. We want to talk to you while you're having lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
As we go out for lunch, we will come back to launch this book. This is a book by a young person. Kindly pass by and get a copy. Thank you.
There is traffic jam at the serving points, so not to stand longer in the queue. There is an exhibition here. Please, you can pass by the exhibition area while you allow the traffic to a little bit break. So you can pass by the exhibition area.
Pakwach receives a prolonged kind of dry season, something about like 6 months. And any tree that someone has planted, it is drying. Even when someone is using water to water it, he reaches at a certain point whereby he gives up. He's like, this is too much.
The whole of this area in Pakwach was full of sorghum, simsim, ginat, but look, no more. So the weather pattern has changed. It is very difficult for farmers to predict that the rain is going to come. Even if the rain has come, flooding is everywhere.
Elu ka pong, kelu peko matung tung. Mira shell e toro udipadano, e neku champa dano, pi maleng madano makutiku de beru pe, suroni padano sheke nungu, ino pin mangai mapolo makufondane pasu.
Karandi wano sha sheke ile jangweno gama ai.
Pong awuok kinde misawa para ariyo ma ng'om guru kodo awuok anong'o pi pong ma pi chake nong'e bindie wuo nong'o romo nekwa kodi ot koda wiya weng.
Yore makwa kudu tek pi kelwa icha kaya matek ma pi mwa mado de wa mado pi ma dong manong'o shed dong'o mol iwa en dong tuo ma okelo iwa tuo ma malaria. Ko bang' sawa nyoke ko bang' nindo wabed ka treating malaria.
Olo school water, manika metoro classroom day kitie. A level mapie lupong yopong pako kada wan kuto hulu chati. Yung school ini ba mapie lupong ete munyot man ega meneko awiya mangede school ini. Akawoni kiting school ini ke wade tika birumoko.
The entire Bugisu, floods could come and destroy purely people in the villages. But for the first time, we experienced this in the middle of the city, and we had over 20 people who lost their lives.
Almost we saw like over 5,000 people lost their food crops.
Season yen yetandike ye yankuba seriously katera mu gw'omunaana era gabeera mayitirivu okusingako nawala gakatandika butandisi, which means tulina okubeera ready anytime era gajja kujja okusukka kwawo n'okuyingira mu nyumba nga gayingira. Amazzi gano gayingira mu bijanjalo biba bifiira ddala tutali. Ebyo ebijanjalo bituyambako ng'ambaka abakyala tukoseddwa.
And these days it is very complicated that it might rain today, tomorrow, and it shines for the next 2 weeks.
The most challenge you face this way is drought.
Sometimes drought affects our mulberry. You can plant as we plant, you can see these gaps. These gaps are as a result of this drought. These cuttings, some of them can end up drying.
As an expert in tree planting, there are some trees that we have identified that are good even when you plant and maybe 1 month goes on minus being watered, this tree will survive. So there are those trees like maybe I can talk of Tectona grandis. It is a tree with broad leaves. It is nice. Talk of mahogany. These trees were here before, but people cut them down. They are no longer seen.
One thing I would call upon is basically to ensure that all different parties, because here we are moving from all different parties. We have the government, it has a role to play. I feel the development partners have really done so much, and they have tried to ensure that they support. I feel it's very pertinent for the youth to be engaged and involved. Young people are not an agent of, destruction. Young people are very willing to support, but have we taken much cause to ensure that we sensitize them? Because there is no one who is going to be engaged into something without being informed. There is low information dissemination that we need, at least. If there is dissemination, it's very easy for an action to be taken.
Climate disasters are destroying the lives and livelihood of many people in the country. Women and children are 14 times more likely to die during climate disasters. It is estimated that 80% of people displaced by climate change are women, according to UN Environment. At the same time, the causes of climate change are receiving 20 times more funding than the solutions to climate change. As we mark this Climate Justice Week, we call upon everyone to take action in the fight against climate change.
climate justice is being fair. Anything around you, anything above you, anything beneath you.
Teso generally, in 2007, we had a pool of floods in Teso in general, but Katakwi as a district, over time, we have the phenomenon of floods followed by prolonged drought. And when any district in Teso is not hit by drought, Katakwi, we must register in a year drought. In 2017, as Katakwi, we realized a very serious hit in terms of the drought. In Katakwi, we are having more than 20 roads, access road, community roads that are cut off. So when you talk about climate change in Katakwi, the hazards of climate change, they are real. Our district is like a basin. It collects water from the hills of Bulambuli, of Elgon, and also Kapchora, and also this side of Karamoja. And that effect is felt most here. Right now we are talking about people's gardens. Crops are already submerged. People had put Symposium down, groundnuts, sorghum, cassava, they are all now soaked. Watermelon, someone had around 5 acres, but now it's all brown. It's all rotting in Omodo here just because of the climate hazard that we received, flooding. It's related to the way we are utilizing the natural ecosystem. The earth system is affected so much in terms of the sensitive ecosystem like wetlands. People have encroached because of the population and also the land pressure. People are utilizing these low-lying areas.
Rainfall came last night. This place was covered with water. It brought so many things. One of it, the mosquitoes, and now caused malaria. Even the house, those houses, especially when again over rains.
Kopani dope ye chilili chute chilili kwa nairu na kona uni loya ye kona.
Find the water also goes and damages the houses. There are these birds that can show that we are going to realize much rainfall, especially these eagles. You know, when they start coming, it shows now the rainfall, the rain season is coming, and that's when they now start knowing that we are going to realize rains. But again, there is this other bird. They call it in local language ekerekeret. When it comes, it gives you that sound. And especially this year, that bird appeared so many times. And if it appears, it shows you that you are going to realize much rainfall. And I think that's exactly what happened this year here. That's why water was too much and it really made the place to be flooded and affected so many households. Currently, the district is suffering from flash floods. Katakwi as a district is a low-lying area. It is being affected by sometimes drought and sometimes waterlogging and the flash floods. Other areas, they are cut off. Many roads are washed off from, and people are not accessing the services. Generally, the effect is worsening as crops are washed in the gardens, submerged.
Okay. Where we are right now is Musuku County, Ongongoja sub-county, and this is called a swamp that connects to Ongongoja sub-county headquarters. It has been cut off, as we can see from the background. The rain has fallen heavily here, and the whole road has been washed away, the whole swamp. So people can no longer cross here. It has affected the households which are nearing this swamp, and all the economic activity, the business, people can no longer go to the market, and the number of gardens have been submerged, the number of houses have collapsed.
Climate change is for real, and as a district we're also experiencing the effects of climate change. The district experiences long dry spells. The district in some areas also, like in the sub-counties of Ongindo, we have the floods when it rains. And also, we also realize that as a district also are having a problem of deforestation. A lot of firewood, a lot of charcoal burning is going on. And it's because there's a lot of market in the neighboring districts like Bukedia, Mbale, and I think some of it even crosses up to Kenya. Now, with the project of greening in place, it's very good that it will help us to increase on our biomass cover in the district. So once the institutions pick it up and there's a lot of trees planted in the district, and also the rate of deforestation is checked through the use of energy saving stoves, I think we shall be able to avert these negative effects of climate change in the district.
5 to 10 years ago, at least our teams, the communities were able to predict. When talk about the rain patterns, we could know we have 2 seasons by then. People know by the time Feb comes, March, early growing starts there. By May, we are trying to prepare for the second season. By June, July, September, August, September, we are going for the second season and getting our crops out at around when we are warming for festive seasons and people are making a second season harvest. But by large now, we have one season. We hardly have 2 seasons. We have now 1 season. Which season is not predictable. The methods people used to, the early warning systems that the community used to use, the birds, you know, for us, we had unique birds. The pattern of wind, when it starts blowing to the west, when it gets back to the east, people used to use those traditional ways of determining the wet and the dry season. But now, all those systems don't work. All those early warning signs don't work.
We had a lot of problems in this time when this water came and flooded. You'll find very many women are sleeping outside just under the tree, others are sleeping in the church. Again, we have got sanitation. Sanitation has become very poor because all the toilets have been submerged with water. As itself, transport has become costly. As such, people who are supposed to bring food cannot come because most people fear to pass even in this water to come this side. Women are now powerless, they can't manage, and even they cannot get a way to accommodate their kids, their children. Even the girls can decide just to move because you will find even when the mother is sleeping outside, the girl can go somewhere because of money, power, poverty. Women does not have money, they have become weak, their girls are being raped, are being defiled. Even others are leaving schools, have left schools because of this poverty. And also domestic violence has increased because of women not having money. When you go and ask money from your husband, the man will say there's no money. The man can even decide to divorce you and leave you. Women are being divorced because of this flood. Have pregnant mothers, sometimes you get these mothers delivering from home. 1, crossing that water at night is a problem to them. So when a mother is in labor, there's no way to go at night. The mother ends up delivering at home. Sometimes she goes over bleeding because of that transport going to the facility. And even that facility we are in, we are mixed up with pupils and even the patients, and of which we are also worried. In case there's an epidemic, even the children will be affected because we are all mixed up in the primary schools. Our facility was near here, you could even foot, you go. But now you are paying transport 4,000 border, of which some people cannot even afford going there.
Our community, it's really in the dilemma of stress, of what to eat, because their crops have been submerged. So in the near future, we expect to have rain, to have now famine in this community.
And it's very difficult now to help the community across the other side of the sub-county headquarters.
Due to the effects of climate change, rains are unreliable. We have erratic rains that come once in a while. Last year alone, we planted over 18,000 trees. These trees were planted in the community, in schools. We had done a big disservice to the environment. And about climate justice, everything around us, everything we coexist with, everything within our eco-environment needs justice. So we have to give justice to our soils, to our trees, to everything above,
within and below the ground. So that's why right now, in response to that, we are planting trees, we are using organic pesticides, we are using organic fertilizers to mitigate all these effects called the climate change you're seeing right now.
Climate, why climate is so critical livelihoods of people is that when you look at how our production systems are, it's 95% dependent on rain-fed agriculture. We are 95% dependent on rain-fed agriculture, climate-smart agriculture. And when we talk about climate-smart agriculture, it is a pathway to increasing food security and also livelihoods of people.
Climate has affected women. Women have the task, the responsibility of cooking food for the family. Times women use firewood and charcoal basically in our area to perform other tasks of going to the garden and also raising the children.
And we believe agroecology is the change that we need right now to create a sustainable environment. And as we celebrate the Climate Justice Week, I think agroecology is one thing that should be adopted and spread out broadly. You see agroecology as a solution to mitigate and give justice to the environment that we live in.
This message is brought to you by Action Aid International Uganda in partnership with Kota, Pelham Uganda, Vijana Corps and MEPRO.
A lot of problems this time when this water came and flooded. You'll find very many women are sleeping outside just under the tree, others are sleeping in the church. Again, we have got sanitation. Sanitation has become very poor because all the toilets have been submerged with water. Itself, transport has become costly. As such, people who are supposed to bring food cannot come because most people fear to pass even in this water to come this side. Women are now powerless, they can't manage, and even they cannot get a way to accommodate their kids, their children. Even the girls can decide just to move because you will find even when the mother is sleeping outside, the girl can go somewhere because of money, poverty. Women does not have money, they have become weak, their girls are being raped, are being defiled. Even others are leaving schools, have left schools because of this poverty. And also domestic violence has increased because of women not having money. When you go and ask money from your husband, the man will say there's no money. The man can even decide to divorce you and leave you. Women are being divorced because of this flood. Pregnant mothers, sometimes you get these mothers delivering from home. One, crossing that water at night is a problem to them. So when a mother is in labor, there's no way to go at night. The mother ends up delivering at home. Sometimes she goes over bleeding because of that transport going to the facility. And even that facility we are in, we are mixed up with pupils and even the patients, and of which we are also worried. In case there's an epidemic, even the children will be affected because we are all mixed up in the primary schools. Our facility was near here. You could even foot, you go. But now you are paying transport 4,000 border, of which some people cannot even afford going there.
We are launching a tree planting campaign. Why we are doing this is mainly to champion climate justice and to restore the ecosystem. One of the challenges or issues that we have seen in Kumi pertaining climate change is the rate at which people are cutting the trees. People are cutting the trees, leaving the ground bare, the society or the community prone to flooding and other impact of climate changes, like for example the prolonged dry spell, which really affect the harvest of people in Kumi district.
Climate change is for real. And as a district, we're also experiencing the effects of climate change. The district experiences long dry spells. The district in some areas also, like in the sub-counties of Ongino, we have the floods when it rains. And also, you also realize that as a district also are having a problem of deforestation. A lot of firewood, a lot of charcoal burning is going on. And it's because there's a lot of market in the neighboring districts, like Bukedia, Mbale, and I think some of it even crosses up to Kenya. Now, with the project of greening in place, it's very good that it will help us to increase on our biomass cover in the district. So once the institutions pick it up and there's a lot of trees planted in the district, and also the rate of deforestation is checked through the use of energy saving stoves, I think we shall be able to avert these negative effects of climate change in the district.
Climate disasters are destroying the lives and livelihood of many people in the country. Women and children are 14 times more likely to die during climate disasters. It is estimated that 80% of people displaced by climate change are women, according to UN Environment. At the same time, the causes of climate change are receiving 20 times more funding than the solutions to climate change. As we mark this Climate Justice Week, we call upon everyone to take action in the fight against climate change.
Climate change changes where the rain falls. It comes any times, but it comes very hard. A lot of water, flooding areas.
The climate change, the difference of long ago and nowadays. Water is coming, a lot of water is coming, and getting people cultivated food where the flood is going to be now happen.
Those years before and the current years. Those days they used to have the swamps. You know the swamps, water used to go to the swamps. And people never disturbed them. And even trees were also there, but nowadays trees are
Climate change, always see the changes. When too much rains come, it affects a lot of gardens. Floods attacks. Now, as we are talking, it has affected a lot of gardens there. There is no too much rain. It will cause the drought will take a long time. So that's how the climate changes.
Itself, it needs to come closer to the community to synthesize the same issue of climate change.
Join us for a solidarity march on 16th May and a climate justice symposium. This message is brought to you by Action Aid International Uganda in partnership with Kota, Pelham Uganda, Vijana Corps and MEPRO.
Is the answer. Technology is the answer. Renewable energy is the answer. When we want it now. When we want it now. Climate justice is the answer. Climate justice is the answer. Climate justice is the answer.
How are you? Thank you. Yes. So you call me Betty? Yes. I am walking around to see how people are cutting our trees. How they are burning charcoal. Yes. Who are you? Richard. Richard who? Huh? Chipala Richard. You're from which district?
Iganga.
You're from Iganga. You came here when?
January.
January. Of this year, last year?
This year.
This year. This one is yours? It's for who?
Mama girl.
Mama girl. She's where?
School.
She's Anacholi? Which tribe?
Anacholi.
But the other woman says it's not. She's not Anacholi.
This one Acholi.
From where?
School. Mama girl.
Mama girl. Do you have her number? You first wait. I first want to understand something. Even that one there for Mama girl. Even this one here is for her. And then which one?
Mama girl.
This one, the two. What of those one there? Up.
That one is the other. I don't know the name.
You don't know the passion? The huge issue is this. For us, we don't want you people here. Are you seeing how they're cutting our trees? Is this one really good? Is it good? If it happens to your area, are you going to be happy?
No.
You will not be happy. You stop it. Even now, I don't want to leave you here. I want you to pack your things and go. Even that is your tent. Eh? You remove the tent now. You will remove by yourself. You pick your things, you move your tent, and you leave immediately. I don't want it. Don't come back here.
Tomorrow morning, we are going to come back here with a soldier. If we get here, it's not good.
You shall come with the people.
We are going to suffer.
The community people. We are coming with the community people. We don't want to find you here. Community people are coming here, the community. Are you getting me?
I'm getting you.
Very right. Pick your what is that, alcohol? Your water. Pick, you go and remove your things. You remove even your tent, you go. You live here. Now see all this. Eh? Our area is coming to desert area. There's no rain. Are you seeing rain? Are you experiencing rain? Is there rain here? No. There's no rain. Because of cutting what?
Tree.
Cutting tree. Let's go.
I said girl, mama girl.
This one, you are the one who did this one. Oh, you are the one who have done it.
I'm working with that
Yeah.
girl. Not mama girl.
Mama girl. But you are here alone. Okay, we go. Let's go.
Tomorrow.
You do what?
Tomorrow.
You want to go tomorrow?
We want to.
No, I don't want to leave you here. You go now.
No, I'm not. I'm going to sleep.
You sleep where you know.
Vale. Senior. Kind of getting standard.
You remove your things. This we are not going to wait for your tent. You just remove your things and you go.
Pakwach receives a prolonged kind of dry season, something about like 6 months. And any tree that someone has planted, it is drying. Even when someone is using water to water it, he reaches at a certain point whereby he gives up. He's like, this is too much.
The whole of this area in Pakwach was full of sorghum, simsim, ginat, but look, no more. So the weather pattern has changed. It is very difficult for farmers to predict that the rain is going to come. Even if the rain has come, flooding is everywhere.
Enu ka pong kelo pe ko matong tong mira shell e toro udipadano e neku champadano a pi maleng madano makuti ko de beru pe suroni padano sheke no inyo ko pin mangai mapong makufondane pasu tarande wano sha sheke ile jangweno gama ai
pong awuok kinde misawa para ariyo ma ng'om guru kodo awuok anong'o pi pong ma pi chake nong'e bindie wuo nong'o romo nekwa kodi ot koda wiya weng.
Yore makwa kwa kudu tek pikelwa icha kaya matek ma pi mwa madu de wa madu pi ma dong manongo shed dongo mol iwa endong
tuo ma okelo iwa tuo ma malaria ko bang sawa nyoke ko bang nindo obed ka treating malaria.
Olo school water managa metoro classroom de gitie a level ma pie ro pong papa ka de wan ko mu de in school any ba ma pi no po ngete mo nyot man e ga mene ko awiya mangede school any aka woni kiting school any ke wode tika bidu moko.
In the entire Bugisu, floods could come and destroy purely people in the villages. But for the first time, we experienced this in the middle of the city, and we had over 20 people who lost their lives.
Almost we saw like over 5,000 people lost their food crops.
Season eno yetandika eno ye yankuba seriously kati era mu Gwomunaana era gabeera mayitirivu okusingako nawala gakatandika butandisi, which means tulina okubeera ready anytime era gajja kujja okusukka kwawo n'okuyingira mu nyumba nga gayingira. Amazzi gano gayingira mu bijanjalo biba bifiira ddala tutali. Ebyo ebijanjalo bituyambako ngamba abakyala tukoseddwa.
And these days it is very complicated that it might rain today, tomorrow, and it shines for the next 2 weeks.
The most challenge you face this way is drought.
Sometimes drought affects our mulberry. You can plant as we plant, you can see these gaps. These gaps are as a result of this drought. These cuttings, some of them can end up drying.
As an expert in tree planting, there are some trees that we have identified that are good even when you plant and maybe 1 month goes on minus being watered, this tree will survive. So there are those trees like maybe I can talk of Tectona grandis, it is a tree with broad leaves, it is nice. Talk of mahogany, these trees were here before, but people cut them down. They are no longer seen.
One thing I would call upon is basically to ensure that all different parties, because here we are moving from all different parties, we have the government, it has a role to play. I feel the development partners have really done so much and they have tried to ensure that they support. I feel it's very pertinent for the youth to be engaged and involved. Young people are not an agent of distraction. Young people are very willing to support, but have we taken much cause to ensure that we sensitize them? Because there is no one who is going to be engaged into something without being informed. There is low information dissemination that we need at least. If there is dissemination, it's very easy for an action to be taken.
Climate disasters are destroying the lives and livelihood of many people in the country. Women and children are 14 times more likely to die during climate disasters. It is estimated that 80% of people displaced by climate change are women, according to UN Environment. At the same time, the causes of climate change are receiving 20 times more funding than the solutions to climate change. As we mark this Climate Justice Week, we call upon everyone to take action in the fight against climate change.
Climate justice is being fair. Anything around you, anything above you, anything beneath you.
Teso generally in 2007 we had a pool of floods in Teso in general, but Katakwi as a district, over time we have the phenomenon of floods followed by prolonged drought. And when any district in Teso is not hit by drought, Katakwi, we must register in a year drought. In 2017, as Katakwi, we realized a very serious hit in terms of the drought. In Katakwi, we are having more than 20 roads, access road, community roads that are cut off. So when you talk about climate change in Katakwi, the hazards of climate change, they are real. Our district is like a basin. It collects water from the hills of Bulambuli, of Elgon, and also Kapchora, and also the side of Karamoja. and that effect is felt most here. Right now we are talking about people's gardens. Crops are already submerged. People had put Symposium down, groundnuts, sorghum, cassava, they are all now soaked. Watermelon, someone had around 5 acres, but now it's all brown, it's all rotting in Omodo here, just because of the climate hazard that we received, flooding. It's related to the way we are utilizing the natural ecosystem. The earth system is affected so much in terms of the sensitive ecosystem like wetlands. People have encroached because of the population, and also the land pressure. People are utilizing these low-lying areas.
Rainfall came last night. This place was covered with water. It brought so many things. One of it, the mosquitoes, and now caused malaria. Even the house, those houses, especially when again overrains.
Kopani dope ye chilili chute chilili kwa nairu na kona uni loya ye kona.
Find the water also goes and damages the houses. There are these birds that can show that we are going to realize much rainfall, especially these eagles. You know, when they start coming, it shows now the rain season is coming, and that's when they now start knowing that we are going to realize rains. But again, there is this other bird. They call it in local language ekerekeret. When it comes, it gives you that sound. And especially this year, that bird appeared so many times. And if it appears, it shows you that you are going to realize much rainfall. And I think that's exactly what happened this year here. That's why water was too much, and it really made the place to be flooded and affected so many households.
Currently, the district is suffering from flash floods. Katakwasa district is a low-lying area. It is being affected by sometimes drought and sometimes waterlogging and the flash floods. Other areas, they are cut off. Many roads are washed off from, and people are not accessing the services. Generally, the effect is worsening as crops are washed in the gardens, submerged.
Okay. Where we are right now is Musuku County, Ongongoja sub-county, and this is spot a swamp that connects to Ongongoja sub-county headquarters. It has been cut off, as we can see from the background. The rain fallen heavily here, and the whole road has been washed away, the whole swamp. So people can no longer cross here. It has affected the households which are nearing this swamp, and all the economic activity, the business, people can no longer go to the market, and the number of gardens have been submerged, the number of houses have collapsed.
The change is for real, and as a district we're also experiencing the effects of climate change. The district experiences long dry spells. The district in some areas also, like in the sub-counties of Onindo, we have the floods when it rains. And also, we also realize that as a district also are having a problem of deforestation. A lot of firewood, a lot of charcoal burning is going on. And it's because there's a lot of market in the neighboring districts like Bukedia, Mbale, and I think some of it even crosses up to Kenya. Now, with the project of greening in place, it's very good that it will help us to increase on our biomass cover in the district. So once the institutions pick it up and there's a lot of trees planted in the district, and also the rate of deforestation is checked through the use of energy saving stoves, I think we shall be able to avert these negative effects of climate change in the district.
5 to 10 years ago, at least our teams, the communities were able to predict. When talk about the rain patterns, we could know we have 2 seasons by then. People know by the time Feb comes, March, early growing starts there. By May, we are trying to prepare for the second season. By June, July, August, September, we are going for the second season and getting our crops out at around when we are warming for festive seasons and people are making a second season harvest. But by large now we have one season. We hardly have 2 seasons. We have now 1 season, which season is not predictable. The methods people used to, the early warning systems that the community used to use, the birds, you know, for us we had unique birds. The pattern of wind, when it starts blowing to the west, when it gets back to the east, people used to use those traditional ways of determining the wet and the dry season. But now all those systems don't work. All those early warning signs don't work.
We had a lot of problems in this time when this water came and flooded. You'll find very many women are sleeping outside just under the tree, others are sleeping in the church. Again, we have got sanitation. Sanitation has become very poor because all the toilets have been submerged with water. As itself, transport has become costly. As such, people who are supposed to bring food cannot come because most people fear to pass even in this water to come inside. Women are now powerless, they can't manage, and even they cannot get a way to accommodate their kids, their children. Even the girls can decide just to move because you will find even when the mother is sleeping outside, the girl can go somewhere because of money, power, poverty. Women does not have money, they have become weak, their girls are being raped, are being defiled. Even others are leaving schools, have left schools because of this poverty. And also domestic violence has increased because of women not having money. When you go and ask money from your husband, the man will say there's no money. The man can even decide to divorce you and leave you. Women are being divorced because of this flood. Have pregnant mothers, sometimes you get these mothers delivering from home. One, crossing that water at night is a problem to them. So when a mother is in labor, there's no way to go at night. The mother ends up delivering at home. Sometimes she goes over bleeding because of that transport going to the facility. And even that facility we are in, we are mixed up with pupils and even the patients, and of which we are also worried. In case there's an epidemic, even the children will be affected because we are all mixed up in the primary schools. Our facility was near here, you could even foot, you go. But now you are paying transport 4,000 border, of which some people cannot even afford going there.
Our community is really in the dilemma of stress, of what to eat, because their crops have been submerged. So in the near future, we expect to have rain, to have now famine in this community.
And it's very difficult now to help the community across the other side of the sub-county headquarters.
Due to the effects of climate change, rains are unreliable. We have erratic rains that come once in a while. Last year alone, we planted over 18,000 trees. These trees were planted in the community, in schools. We had done a big disservice to the environment. And about climate justice, everything around us, everything we coexist with, everything in our eco-environment needs justice. So we have to give justice to our soils, to our trees, to everything above, within and below the ground. So that's why right now, in response to that, we are planting trees, we are using organic pesticides, we are using organic fertilizers to mitigate all these effects called the climate change you're seeing right now.
Climate? Why climate is so critical livelihoods of people is that when you look at how our production systems are, it's 95% dependent on rain-fed agriculture. We are 95% dependent on rain-fed agriculture, climate-smart agriculture. And when we talk about climate-smart agriculture, it is a pathway to increasing food security and also livelihoods of people.
Climate has affected women. Women have the task, the responsibility of cooking food for the family. Times women use firewood and charcoal basically in our area to perform other tasks of going to the garden, and also raising the children.
And we believe agroecology is the change that we need right now to create a sustainable environment. And as we celebrate the Climate Justice Week, I think agroecology is one thing that should be adopted and spread out broadly. You see agroecology as a solution to mitigate and give justice to the environment that we live in.
This message is brought to you by Action Aid International Uganda in partnership with Kota, Pelham Uganda, Vijana Corps and MEPRO.
A lot of problems in this time when this water came and flooded. You'll find very many women are sleeping outside just under the tree, others are sleeping in the church. Again, we have got sanitation. Sanitation has become very poor because all the toilets have been submerged with water. Itself, transport has become costly. As such, people who are supposed to bring food cannot come because most people fear to pass even in this water to come this side. Women are now powerless, they can't manage, and even they cannot get a way to accommodate their kids, their children. Even the girls can decide just to move because you will find even when the mother is sleeping outside, the girl can go somewhere because of money, power, poverty. Women does not have money, they have become weak, their girls are being raped, are being defiled. Even others are leaving schools, have left schools because of this poverty. And also domestic violence has increased because of women not having money. When you go and ask money from your husband, the man will say there's no money. The man can even decide to divorce you and leave you. Women are being divorced because of this flood. Pregnant mothers, sometimes you get these mothers delivering from home. One, crossing that water at night is a problem to them. So when a mother is in labor, there's no way to go at night. The mother ends up delivering at home. Sometimes she goes over bleeding because of that transport going to the facility. And even that facility we are in, we are mixed up with pupils and even the patients, and of which we are also worried. In case there's an epidemic, even the children will be affected because we are all mixed up in the primary schools. Our facility was near here, you could even foot, you go. But now you are paying transport 4,000 border, of which some people cannot even afford going there.
We are launching a tree planting campaign. Why we are doing this is mainly to champion climate justice and to restore the ecosystem. One of the challenges or issues that we have seen in Kumi pertaining climate change is the rate at which people are cutting the trees. People are cutting the trees, leaving the ground bare, the society or the community prone to flooding and other impact of climate changes, like for example the prolonged dry spell, which really affect the harvest of people in Kumi district.
Climate change is for real, and as a district we're also experiencing the effects of climate change. The district experiences long dry spells. The district in some areas also, like in the sub-counties of Ongindo, we have the floods when it rains. And also, you also realize that as a district also are having a problem.
Thank you. Friends, we are back in session. In the interest of time, I want to request those who are still downstairs to come and join us as we're covering the very last segment of today's activities. I am sure we have had lunch and it's quite been a marathon, but we don't have time. We have an online audience that is still waiting for us. Kindly, our team from Action Aid, please mobilize the masses that are still downstairs to come and join us. So we have like 5 minutes and then we start officially. Prudence, for you, Ruth, please be close because we're starting with the presentation of the position paper. We have an online audience that is quite steady and we don't want to lose it. So please, whoever is still down, we have 5 minutes and then we can run officially. Thank you.
Deforestation, a lot of firewood, a lot of charcoal burning is going on, and it's because there's a lot of market in the neighboring districts like Bukedia, Mbale, and I think some of it even crosses up to Kenya. Now, with the project of greening in place, it's very good that it will help us to increase on our biomass cover in the district. So once the institutions pick it up and there's a lot of trees planted in the district, and also the rate of deforestation is checked through the use of energy saving stoves, I think we shall be able to avert these negative effects of climate change in the district.
Climate disasters are destroying the lives and livelihood of many people in the country. Women and children are 14 times more likely to die during climate disasters. It is estimated that 80% of people displaced by climate change are women, according to UN Environment. At the same time, the causes of climate change are receiving 20 times more funding than the solutions to climate change. As we mark this Climate Justice Week, we call upon everyone to take action in the fight against climate change.
Climate change changes where the rain falls. It comes any times, but it comes very hard. A lot of water, flooding areas.
The climate change, the difference of long ago and nowadays. Water is coming, a lot of water is coming, and getting people cultivated food where the flood is going to be now happen.
Those years before and the current years. Those days they used to have the swamps. You know the swamps, water used to go to the swamps. And people never disturbed them. And even fish were also there, but nowadays fish are
Climate change always it changes. When too much rains come, it affects a lot of gardens. Floods attacks. Now as we are talking, it has affected a lot of gardens there. There is no too much rain. It will cause the drought will take a long time. So that's how the climate changes.
Itself, it needs to come closer to the community to synthesize the same issue of climate change.
Join us for a solidarity march on 16th May and a climate justice symposium. This message is brought to you by Action Aid International Uganda in partnership with Kota, Pelham Uganda, Vijana Corps and MEPRO.
Thank you, Vijana. In the interest of time, we're going to have a couple of things done, but allow me in a special way. To appreciate Honorable Saka Wilfred, the chairperson, LOC 5, Terego District Local Government. Thank you so much for being here. Let's clap for him, ladies and gentlemen. I understand you have to travel. I understand it's urgent, but we want to appreciate you for your patience with us. And to start with, those that are following this conversation online, I know you're quite many than the ones that are here. We won't keep you waiting. We're going to start off with a presentation of the position paper. Why? Because government is here, Sir George is here, the Assistant Commissioner is here, so government will be listening to our need. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Prudence Afoyo to come and present to us this position paper. Let's clap for her. We just had lunch. You're welcome, Prudence.
A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. My name is Afoyo Prudence from Pakwach, that is in West Nile. I'm going to be presenting to you the position paper with my colleague Betty from Gulu. We are definitely representing Northern Uganda and West Nile at large. All right, thank you so much. So we are starting off with the position paper on the implementation and enforcement of Executive Order number 3 of 2020 in Northern Uganda. This is tracking progress on duty bearers and private sector's commitment on climate justice in North and West Nile. So these are some of the key facts that we even don't have time to bargain about them. The first one is 40% of Uganda's supply of charcoal to urban areas is from Northern Uganda. So 40% of Uganda's supply of charcoal to urban areas is from Northern Uganda. There are so many places in Northern Uganda where charcoal burning is carried out. We have Noya district. In Gulu, we have places like Zombo where they're carrying out charcoal burning. Secondly, charcoal burning and business is one of the current lucrative business in Uganda's economy. A sack of charcoal costs from 18,000 to 25,000 Ugandan shillings. Meanwhile, in urban areas, the same sack costs between 80,000 to 120,000. That is one fact you should know. Also, loss of biodiversity and extinction of indigenous tree species. Many health-related challenges arising from the current climate changes crisis. It is also one of the key facts you should know about that. Corruption is a key factor in promoting charcoal business around the country. When you talk about corruption, everybody understands that because corruption is the language that most people speak out there, though we don't encourage it. There is low political will in implementing the Executive Order number 3. Some people are not even aware about the Executive Order number 3, but I believe by the end of this presentation, some of you will be aware of the Executive Order number 3. And poverty has made communities vulnerable and forced to sell land to charcoal dealers. Very many people are broke. They don't have where to get money from. So instead of them not participating in the charcoal burning or charcoal business, they end up selling their land to people who burn charcoal and do the charcoal business. So to take you through our introductory part, in May 2023, the President of the Republic of Uganda, that is His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, issued an executive order number 3 based on Article 99, subsection 2 of the 1995 Constitution. The executive order banned the Balalo influx, commercial charcoal production, and trade in northern Uganda. The president made it clear that there will be no charcoal burning in northern Uganda because, as I told you in the key facts, that northern Uganda is one of the places carrying most of the charcoal burning. The executive order came at a time when Action Aid International Uganda was actively engaging young people in climate justice action, including campaigns against commercial charcoal production and trade in northern Uganda, institutional greening, establishment of seedlings to communities through established agroecological centers, and supported climate activists and stakeholders in strategic engagements through solidarity actions in respect to implementation of the executive order, among others. And lastly, these efforts aimed at improving enforcement of environmental laws, enhancing citizen actions, and resourcing for climate justice interventions. Betty, you have anything to say?
Yeah, I have something to say. As you have seen up there, in our local community, we still have balalos in large numbers. They are coming back. After our arrest, when we are in prison, they have known, they are now, the youth have become shy. So they are coming with the big trucks, open roofed, but all over is covered. We have them on videos. And also charcoal cutting, the tree cutting for charcoals. It is very rampant. It has increased, in fact. So we are still receiving a lot of cases, and we also go up to their places, and you'll find that the level of how they are cutting our trees is now more than usual. And from there, those one cutting, their security is even very tight with gun. They have a lot of security bodies there. Policemen, when you tell them, they will tell, when you report, they will tell you we are coming, but they will not come. When you take the issues to sub-county level, as as stated at the other time, that corruption, even they will say they don't have clear information that they are the one to be in front or the front line to implement the ban. So as locals, we don't have where to go. Action Aid came in to see that they put hands to the youth, at least to help in identifying the hotspots. So like in Gulu district where I come, almost every sub-county, every parishes has a lot of hotspots, whereby dealing with those people have become very difficult. That's why I like the writing there that act now. So can't we act now as youth, as mothers? We cannot sit and wait. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As I told you earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, Action Aid was one of the organizations that engaged youth in some of this tracking process. And here are some of the tracking processes that we came across. In March 2024, Action Aid International Uganda conducted a monitoring exercise in Gulu, Nebi, Amuru, Nwoya, and Pakwach district to track progress on the implementation of the executive order, identify successes, challenges, and make recommendations or actions to address challenges around enforcement of environmental laws and conservation in general. Betty and I were among the youth that took part in the tracking process, and there are so many challenges I can tell you we came across. There are so many things that we got to discover that we didn't actually know.
Okay, there when we talk of challenges at the grassroots level, Here we are meaning very many things. Like in the night, you can sleep, but in the night, these balalos can bring their cattle to your place and they eat everything, plus the local greens we eat for our sauce. You cannot take the issue anywhere. Not only that, we have a lot of challenges at home. The charcoals that they are cutting, they are using our young children below the age of 18 for their labor. You cut, you do everything for them. They can even not pay you. Not only that, we have elders there at home. When the elders raise their concern on what the balalos and then the tree cuttings, because they can cut across where you have given them even. You have nowhere to take it. If you take to the police stations there, you who reported will be arrested. So that it scares the neighbors not to report. That is what is happening. We have evidences on videos, we have them. Okay, not only that, we are denied our right to talk, for speech, to talk. For example, our president went to a village called Okidi. Okidi is near Palar sub-county. So we were told he went to meet the locals. By the time we were reaching where our president is, we were arrested because they knew we are going to hear out what is affecting us. So they just arrest us anyhow they want. So we also did justice for the local people so that we help in our climate, whatever, at home. Climate justice, we need it now. Okay.
All right, thank you. And next is a broad spectrum of stakeholders who are engaged in the monitoring. And these include district chairpersons, resident district commissioners, district police commanders, environmental officers, local leaders, private sector representatives, media representatives, and community members. In the diagram above, or the photo you're seeing up there, is some of the stakeholders, the people we met, the stakeholders, the social media representatives, and the district police representatives, as you can see. This paper, therefore, presents findings of monitoring exercise and paints a picture on progress against a commitment by local governments, success, challenges, and recommendations for policy actions and interventions by duty bearers across all levels. Here are some of the actual progress. Local authorities restricted movement of animals and instructed people to fence off their grazing lands, including a ban on using power saw for cutting trees intended for charcoal production. The photos you see of the lorries or the trucks there were the ones confiscated for transporting charcoal to different places. But of course, due to pressure and technical know-how, some of these trucks were released and some of them were not released. So if you know somebody who knows somebody up there, your truck definitely gets released. Local leaders organized interface meetings for dialogues which facilitated location of some balalo from the region. These meetings were conducted. Some of the balalo left. Actually, most of them left, the ones who were asked to relocate, but it's like they stopped on the way and they came back. As we talk, they are back. Local authorities have taken a firm stance on escalating and reporting of commercial charcoal production and balalo influx from the areas. At the community levels, instances of charcoal burning are reported to LC1s at the village level, who then escalate the matter to higher authorities for appropriate action. And lastly, on the actual progress, religious leaders played a crucial role in sensitizing and raising community awareness about Executive Order Number 3 during church gathering and other related spaces.
Yeah, the last point here, when you go to churches in our region, there in northern region, you will never miss a day whereby in the church it is not mentioned. So religious leaders are playing a very good role, whereby we really thank them. But in the villages, due to, as we always tell you that those are generals, we have no voice. But the religious leaders are playing their roles. We are very happy on them, and long live religious leaders in the church.
Thank you so much. And these are some of the implementation challenges that we incur when we are out there in the field. Continued charcoal business amidst high level of poverty. People are desperate. All people are in desperate need of money, persist in the charcoal business, and therefore continue selling trees to the charcoal dealers. Who doesn't want money? Of course, everybody wants money, but you should know where your money is coming from. So one of the challenges we are trying to face is desperation for money. Unclear roles of local leaders in enforcing the executive order. The roles of local and district leaders are ambiguous in the executive order, and this has bred conflicts in enforcement roles. We have leaders out there who know their role, who don't know their role in the community when it comes to the executive order 3. They don't know what they are supposed to do. So it is bringing a lot of conflicts in the enforcement role. High corruption incidents. Corruption is highly prevalent during the enforcement, and this includes bribery for charcoal burning and transportation permits, and extortion by some authorities for personal gain. Now, I'll give you a clear example. In Pakwach, we have one, it is like a border where most of these vehicles pass from. But we have come to realize that some of these stakeholders are the ones dealing in the charcoal business. So they call these police, or they call the officers at the checkpoint. They give in their number plates. Vehicles moving at night, they have their torch. This police officer already has the number plate in his paper. What he does is just torches at the number plate. When it is the number plate that somebody gave him, this vehicle passes freely. But if your number plate is not with them, that is when you get arrested. So corruption is highly a challenge. Intimidation and arrest of activists. Uganda police and armed Balalo have been intimidating and arresting activists and community members who challenged unjust climate injustice. With the activists, when we go out there in the field, we face some of these challenges by the armed Balalo. Of course, you don't know what they have. Whenever you try to approach them, they feel you're the ones coming to disorganize them, plus the arrest of some of the activists. Betty is a very good example. She was just released recently because her case wasn't followed by the people who got her arrested. Lack of implementation support. Implementers lack adequate transport and logistic support, hindering effective enforcement. For example, Gulu doesn't have any single vehicle that facilitate patrols. So we therefore call upon the stakeholders to look into this and let our implementers have some of the support they need. Lastly, on the implementation challenges, non-functional resources committees at all levels, districts, sub-counties, parishes, and at village level with limited resourcing. We really need to work on these resources that are there need to function. We don't need to have vehicles in the district that are not doing anything. To finalize, second last, on the proposed solution and the recommendations, the local governments should generate district-level environmental action plans and fund its implementations, including establishing tree nursery beds for community tree growing. The central government should increase the number of environment police at local governments to enhance their efficiency and effectiveness in monitoring and enforcement of environment laws. Similarly, central government should increase logistic support, especially to police, on enhancing their capability in addressing and responding to environmental crimes. The government must reduce electricity tariffs and taxes on clean energy source to provide alternatives to charcoal production and enhance investments in renewable energy and technologies. Now, few people uses the gas cookers, the stoves, because these items are so expensive. But I believe if the government works hand in hand, of course, with the rest of the stakeholders and the local people, and they reduce the tax that they're imposing on these energy-saving stoves like the gas cookers, I'm sure 80% of the Ugandans would want to buy the gas cooker. That is if they're cheap, because at the moment, you cannot buy a gas cooker of 300,000 and you leave a sack of charcoal at 15,000 or 18,000. So the government should actually work on the tariffs they are imposing on the energy source. The local authorities, I'm talking about the RDCs, police, LC5s, They must strengthen citizen awareness on the impact of climate change and its related drivers, that is human activities. Strengthen citizen activism and social movements and campaigns on climate justice. And lastly, on the proposed solution, enhance coordination and collaboration with local governments and other MDs for improved response and interventions on climate justice. Okay. And lastly, the effective implementation and enforcement of Executive Order Number 3 of 2023 and other related legal framework on climate change require a multi-pronged approach and response involving a broad spectrum of stakeholders from the lowest level to the top, and this demands for a determined and focused leadership to provide directions to migrate the impact of climate change. We thank you so much for listening, and we are the environmental activists. We demand for immediate actions from the government and all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For the youth, let me say for the implementations, we are also asking the government and the stakeholders to involve the youth, especially at the grassroots level, because they are the ones who knows the very hot spots. These people are not just located at the roadside. So for us, we wanted the youth to be involved in the implementations. That we call upon the giving of the funds, because we have things like gumboots and other things for the youth, so that they also get involved and show where it is exactly. These army people and the police people, they cannot even go where we always go. They cannot reach where we are. We always reach, because they have now transferred from the very original place towards the border of Sudan, Eden really inside. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Now that you've talked about local leaders, there is no better person who can speak to us about this like Honorable Saka Wilfred. This one happens to be the chairperson LUC5 of Terego District, local government, and he is going to be speaking to us from the policy to practice, just to understand the divide into Uganda's climate change solutions. Maybe, Honorable, what happens up country may not reach the media here, but as NTV at times we try to get in the communities to understand the magnitude of the matter. But nonetheless, why should I labor when you're here? Let's welcome Honorable Saka to speak to us.
Thank you very much. Come on, help the technology. Thank you very much, Andrew, for ushering me in. Before I forget, you send my regards to your father. I will. That must be an elder like me. Yes. We young people are very impatient. When we were eating, this was not the number. Yes. Where have people gone? And this is the beginning of the problem. Our targets are different from the problem. We need to improve from that. That is total loss of integrity, total loss of ethics. And normally I start from there. As already introduced, my name is Wilfred Saka, not Saka. You know, the Baganda tried to copy us. They thought Saka means Saka. Then we call two Iri, then they think it is Ibiri. Even the Bazungu tried the same. When they came to our place, when you ask somebody, how are you? Ngoni, Mamoke, they thought it was Amoke. Amoke. So, my name is Wilfred Saka. I am the headmaster of all the LC1s in Terego. I am here to bring it from policy to practice. A dive into Uganda's climate change solutions And those are now the local practicals. The first, I want to respond to a few of the things they have mentioned, that the Balalo are back. Charcoal trade is back. And they have rightly identified the reason. There is no political will to implement those orders. There is no political will. Enforcement of standard operating procedures during COVID was very strict. Didn't we obey the rules? What will be the problem if a tough roadblock checkpoint was established at Pakwach Bridge and another one at Karuma Bridge? What will be impossible? That this charcoal trade could not be stopped. So that typifies that there is a problem. You know, there is a way you can give somebody something when you are facing another direction. Whether it lands in the hands or not is not an issue. So that is the problem. Members, if you don't know where you are going, go back to where you are coming from. As a country, we seem to be getting lost in the fight against climate change. Those of us leaders who are singing up here are the biggest problem on the grassroots. I'm not going to mince my words on this. Mankind has caused to himself an injury in an era of primitive capitalism. If you want to understand what I'm speaking, you go to any bus park or bus terminal and see how passengers are scrambled over. You are the person who has the money, they want the money in your pocket, they will bangle you into the bus, and sometimes you get injured. They don't care. They don't care. So it is the same thing in what we are doing in climate change. A number of things that are happening are things that should have been avoided. In the villages, especially in Terego, I want to report that we received a city called Arua City. And I'm sure a number of you have also received the cities. Very well donated. Mbale, Lira, Gulu, Masaka, Mbarara, Fort Poto, mention them. There is a problem of service delivery. Now what is happening in my district is fecal sludge management is a problem. Do you know what they do? At night they get their cesspool emptiers, sack the fecal material, just go to any part of the district and pour. They simply pour. So these are things that we think we are making money, but unfortunately we are not making money. All of us, Andrew, you and me, when we were in our cars, we are enjoying. You sip your mineral water. When it is finished, pick the bottle and throw away. Runoff is ready to pick it and take it to the nearest water body. Cumulatively, what cannot happen? There are a number of these bottles that are now at the base of our major water bodies. If you hear about Lake Victoria over flooding, you and me are responsible. If you hear Obongi Ferry has failed to work, it is you and me who have failed the ferry. Dr. Gerald was here. I raised my hand. I had wanted to pose this question. Our peak consumption rate is 800 megawatts. We are producing 2,000 megawatts. There's some bit of dogma here. In fact, when he made that statement, I almost forgot that electricity cannot be carried in sacks. I almost ran out to go and start buying sacks so that I can go to Terego with the electricity. His presentation, I want to be very clear. I'm sure doctors will be able to hear that I am here and expressing my disgust at his presentation. I clearly saw this country is divided into two. The country is divided into two. In West Nile, power is pure luxury. In fact, if you have power in your house, you can go with this, now walk around with the swagger because you are a village hero. In my town, the small town, youths like you are suffering. They will want to do welding, there is no power. They are using a generator. And what are these generators emitting? Harmful smoke. That is affecting the environment. So if there is power, why don't you take power to West Nile? They erected the poles, stringed them 2 years ago. And even when I get to my office, I watch them. We look at each other with the poles. So if there is power, why don't you bring this power? So that we reduce the burden on environment. I think it is not a good thing. The excuse I started the other day, somebody from Wenreko, our local power service provider, told me was when they saw me, they came to me and said, we are looking for people like you who are open-headed to argue for us. We erected these poles, we stringed them. Now UNURA has stopped us from bringing power onto these two government entities, not knowing which direction they are supposed to go. Then we have a problem of coordination. And I think that needs to be addressed. Also to Ministry of Environment and licensing of companies to prospect minerals. It is a big problem in this country. The ministry has no staff in the districts. They are in Kampala. Sometimes they clear companies without doing environmental impact assessment. The next thing you see is a company has come, it is prospecting for minerals. You don't know the terms and conditions of this mining exercise. If Kampala does not stop this business of doing things alone, members, we are not going to achieve in this. Action Aid, I think next symposium should be between local governments and the central government. And I think there is a war between the two governments, the local and the central government. People have been, actually, I want to believe leaders in the central government have transformed themselves into companies. They are now prospecting minerals in this country themselves. If not, why don't you coordinate with the districts? It is one of our big problems. Members, our attitudes, as I said earlier, are not good for the protection of climate. Africans best work under pressure, penalties, and deadlines. You remove the three things, there will be no work. No work will be moving. It is the same here in Makerere, I'm sure. If they have not pinned the examination timetable, people are not reading. So that is an African. We want to be forced into doing things. We cannot do things on our own. our attitudes are not good. Check your attitude towards environment, check your attitudes towards climate. We have a subculture in this country, I think we copied. This thing is called refs, when a dear one dies. We don't know that it is a problem. I lost my mother last year. May her soul rest in peace. An uneducated woman, but very good at reading the Bible. Reads better than myself. I am happy of her because she, very ignorant, she established a community school that is up to now serving. When we were burying my mother, that was the time I got to know the havoc these things called refs can really. People are bringing over 50 of those reefs. 50. And this is the plastics. Yes, you love her. I even loved her. But go now, check a radius of 30 meters round. The thing is littered all over. What do we do with it? I don't have the technology. Can we all go home with the notion that the best would be the natural flowers? If they are not there, let's leave it. From that day onwards, I have pledged I am not going to buy anything called artificial wreath for a deceased person. I'm not going to do that. After all, also I said that our attitudes are not bad, I'm not good. It's like I'm quarreling, but let me speak my mind. You will pick what is good for you. The others will go and haunt you from home. As Ugandans, we love the dead, we don't love the sick. When a person is sick, asks for a bar of soap, you frown your face as if they have asked for your husband. But when the person dies, we are busy with the reefs, contaminating the environment. Members, climate change is something that we can fight. My only worry is the attitudes. I talked about it. This important symposium, I kept seeing even people busy on WhatsApp. Some are throughout on WhatsApp, others are on Facebook here. Am I lying? Am I lying? So our priorities are not right, and I think as a country we need to move away from this. He rightly said it, that's why I said extend my greetings to you, Mzee. We, as a country, have boxed ourselves into a corner where we want things to come cheaply. And I think we're not going to achieve this easily. But I think it's not yet too late that we can reverse these things. And how can we do this? We can reverse these trends by, first of all, changing our attitudes, starting with we who are in the government, we in charge of policy, formulation, approval, and so on. We must lead the way. The directives, they have fallen flat. In 2017, the Minister for Water and Environment issued a directive and said, Aphezilia africana and Sia Bada trees should never be cut in this country. And those are the most affected tree species as we speak now. Nobody has respected that. So we must change our attitudes, and probably God will listen to us when we have changed a bit. We need more money. We need more money. Those of you who have the opportunity to speak to the international community, the charcoal, much of this charcoal which we are talking about goes to Middle East. It goes to Middle East. What are they using it for? For roasting goat's meat. For relaxing around, to massage the big stomachs. So if you want more charcoal, bring money and we invest in the raw material, which are the trees. We need to go small irrigation scheme. We need to do small scale irrigation schemes. While we are here for serving meals, we had the greens. There is I don't know whether Kampala suffers from dry season. For us in West Nile, we have 2 dry seasons in a year. If we supported groups with small irrigation schemes, they will be able to produce what they call off-season production, raise a lot of money from hotels, and people will start thinking, start forgetting about charcoal. We also need to be strategic in our planning. Why would you build a road to last for only 10 years? What's wrong in your head? Right now you go to Pakwach heading to Nebi, there is a place called Nyaravu. All the dust is now on trees. Simiti, what? All on trees. What is it affecting? It is affecting environment. It is affecting human beings. And when it rains, the water that comes is contaminated. As a country, we should be doing strategic things. A road of minimum of 30 years would be better. All our roads between 10 and 15 years, we are wasting resources. Gulupabo Atiak Road is gone. It has not lasted. Those who are negotiating the contracts, I think also the loans, I think they need to support us and we need to go beyond this. Another dollar question would be, where are our hippos? If you used to cross Pakwach Bridge not long ago, hippos would be celebrating on your left. Those of you who have passed there of late, have you seen them? Where have they gone? And I have also known of a market for game meat in Ikafu. Everybody knows about it. But we are pretending that we don't know. It is a black market behind the shops. So, these are areas where we really need to improve. I may not speak more than this. I think I've spoken enough English. And want to say thank you, Action Aid, for providing this platform. Xavier and your team, Sela, you guys are great. We need more of these kinds of symposia. They open our eyes. I have spoken this on my behalf and also on behalf of all the else ones in Terego. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for the LOC 5. Number UAP 749V, you need it. UAP 749V. I pray it is not a Subaru, but you need it outside. Chairman, you've alluded to a meeting between government and local government, and you made the statement when Xavier just sat. And I was very grateful that you made that statement in his presence. And I will
contribute to moderate the conversation between local government and government. If that happens. And again, I want to thank you, Chairman, for being very blunt. We come here, we speak quite a lot of English, and then later we don't implement these things. These are questions you've posted to us to ponder about, and we see what happens. But I'm sure the Honorable Minister of Energy, Honorable Ruth Nankara, is following this conversation from Paris. And yesterday, it's still the same thing that Marcy alluded to. West Nile needs power. We need to see lasting solutions there. Anyway, without any further ado, allow me now to get the context of the report from the local climate actions. People like Prudence and Betty, they've given their story. We heard the climate realities that were shared earlier in the video. But we are going to hear from the regional program coordinator, Action Aid International Uganda, Northern. That is going to be Sheila. Let's welcome Sheila, and she has 20 minutes to deliver the entire regional report. Let's clap for her as she comes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. You're welcome. And as the comms team prepares my presentation to flash it, I just want to also thank everybody and protocol observed who has made it here for the 2 days. We have come to almost the close of this symposium. But as I do that, I would like in a special way to recognize my team from the north. If you know that you are a staff of Action Aid and you sit in the region that I coordinate, kindly stand up. It's very, very important, Xavier and the board chair, for you to recognize the foot soldiers that have been putting together 3 weeks of the Climate Justice Week of Action. Kindly stand up and maybe come in front. It is a moment for us to appreciate, and then I'll use my 20 minutes, Andrew, don't worry. So, I don't know. Yes, Asimwe and the rest of the colleagues, yes. UBH 769R, UBH. Thank you. So Anne and the rest of the team, kindly just quickly introduce yourselves, very important. And yeah, we will be sharing our 20 minutes, so don't worry.
Good afternoon. My name is Grace Regina Akulu. I coordinate Global Platform. Just go on Google. You'll know about Global Platform. It's a young people's space, and we are based in Apache. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is David Komakech. I support the programs in the North. I'm glad to be part of this symposium. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Asubu. I work as a regional program officer for Action Aid Northern Uganda and West Nile. My petty title in Action Aid is RDC.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Asimwe. I support the program function, but also the comms focal person, Northern Uganda and West Nile. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Climate change? No. Climate justice? No. Climate justice? No. When do we want it? No. My name is Pio Anna. I support Action Aid's work within the humanitarian setting. I'm based in Terego District, in Mvepi Refugee Settlement. Good to connect with all of you here.
As I pass over the microphone, we have young people exhibiting. It will be shameful that they will have to carry their pots, their seeds, their seedlings, and everything back home, and you've not picked any. Please.
Thank you so much. So there's quite a big team. These are the ones that we've been able to have here. That's the team that we work with in the northern region. So I just thought that it was very important for us to recognize the hard work that they put together with all of us here, and say thank you. Thank you so much, my team. It's a lovely team. People have been asking me that Northern region, where exactly? So one is that Apache is GP is based in Apache, so that is also our region. And then we have Acholi, Greater Acholi sub-region, the districts of Acholi. I also coordinate West Nile district. And then we also do work in the Albertine. So our region is really, really big. And I thank the team so much for the work that they've done. So very first is the presentation on, as we dive deeper into the local actions, a lot has been talked about. And I think it's very important as young people for us to speak truth to ourselves. As we talk about climate justice, and every conversation that I go into, young people keep saying, we are left out. But you leave out people who don't seem to have direction. Because the truth is that young people, and I want to speak because, yes, we are young people, I think we need to begin to take this country to where we want to. And this country cannot grow and evolve if young people are coming at 11. This country cannot grow if young people are not listening to these spaces. So which spaces do we cry for? Young people cannot grow if we cannot be entrusted with leadership. Because leadership comes with responsibility. Leadership comes with accountability. So if we cannot sit here and listen to the conversations, and it's very difficult. And I want to implore most of us who are young people here, and we're in university, it is here that people look out for people who are serious. It is in these spaces that people look out for whom can I fish out. So if you're very unserious and you are only looking at the petty things, when the issues that are very core to our livelihoods are being discussed, and then you come and convince me in a panel that you can do work, are you sure? So I think it is time for us to ask ourselves, what do we want as a young generation? Perhaps is it the reason as to why we are struggling with leadership. Leadership comes with responsibility. And I'm speaking to every young person here that if you want to be relevant in the climate discussions, I am happy that Professor Nduri has left. We were in COP. I and Mercy were there. It takes a lot. Is Denise here? I want to congratulate Denise for the award. Oh my goodness. Kindly clap for her. She won a very big award. What was that award, Denise? Climate Activist of the Year. And she's a young person. Denise, kindly get up and let's clap. If you're not clapping, then you have a problem as a young person. So how many of us want to be like Denise? If we cannot sit here and listen, how many of us want to be young negotiators? If you cannot sit here and listen, we would leave COP, we would leave sometimes that place at around 1 a.m., I and Mercy. It takes patience, but we were learning side by side with Professor Kadu, side by side with the lead negotiators. So I think let's begin to have a honest conversation. We need a talk with young people. Let's get serious. So here, the Climate Justice Week of Action ran from 29th of April till now. So it's about 3 weeks. And this is the climax event where we are coming now to discuss and amplify the voices. Next. Yes. So this is just about the Climate Justice Week of Action, and so many things have been talked about in terms of the partners and so on, and I don't want to dwell there. We now know why. Next. So these are some of the actions that were done at community level. We work through partners, and partner one is COTA, that is Community Transformation Agenda. And they've been able to do a lot of awareness raising, and they've reached out to about 218 refugees and host communities, and then 156 of those received tree seedlings. They were also able to do a lot of trainings around adaptation, mitigation, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation, issues of natural resource management, climate risk assessment. All those trainings were done. Next. This is not working. I tried it. Maybe you change. If I try again. Unless you have to press really hard. Oh. So we have activity 2 where MEMPRO MEMPRO is mentoring an empowerment program for young women. And so they've been able to do a lot of empowerment activities, community-led advocacy on environmental conservation, through tree nurseries and so on. They've also been able to do a very great work with the media to be able to amplify the voices, especially issues around human rights violations, biodiversity loss, and also training young people on different practices, sustainable environment practices, and also most importantly is that engaging young people in online and at local level, national level engagements, radios and TVs, and so on, so that they're able to capture the best practices on agroecology. Andrew. Here. So, these are some of the initiatives focused on empowering young people, young women in these primary schools in Mvempi. Those of you young people who would like to see the context in Mvempi, these are refugee settlements in Interrego district, and also the tree nurseries that were established in the 2 primary schools, and they were also able to train 10 journalists in investigative journalism, especially climate education. We had a problem at COP when we reported mostly, the media focuses so much on some of the things that are very petty. During the climate chaos, it's very important that we report the right things. So MEMPRO, through partners, were also able to deliver this training for the media house so that we report the real issues other than the number of delegates. We are going to Bonn in June. Yes, I know that the media will focus on certain petty things. Can we delve deeper on these conversations and see how young people and women are at the center of the discussions in subsidiary body, 60th session of the subsidiary body in Bonn, rather than how many have used Uganda Airlines? Strengthening community adaptation, mitigation, and so on through multimedia production. And this was done under Vijana Co on the 15th of May. So this initiative aimed at strengthening community adaptation and resilience through multimedia production in those districts. And also they held the radio talk shows on agroecology, pitching videos. Some of the videos that we saw here in all this beautiful work has been done by Vijana Co. But also they were able to produce multimedia resources for advocacy, supported young innovators with documentation of their work, and promoted knowledge exchange and collaboration among communities, and also connection to the Climate Justice Week of Action. So basically what Vijana did at grassroots level was to close the digital divide in the climate conversations. And so through their mobile hubs, they've been doing a very significant work. And that's why the voices that we had here had a blend of the young people in the rural, best in the rural areas and those in the urban areas, so that we understand the challenges of young people when it comes to climate change. Yes, this was under Action Aid. So we were able to do a number of on-farm technical support visits, identifying areas through the established agroecological farms in these districts. Already the work that Prudence presented here is part of the work that was done during the Climate Justice Week of Action under the global platform Young People in Apache. And Nebi, Pakwach, Amuru, Noya, and Gulu. ActionAid has established 5 agroecological centers across the country, and 1 in the refugee settlement, the others in Amuru and Nebi, and then we have 2 in eastern Uganda. So we were able to, about 16 young people and women were trained on data collection, very important. You had Dr. here saying that we do not need to approach climate justice from a theoretical perspective, but from empirical evidence, so that you are able to present your case. And so we've also been able to have the feedback session, and that led to preparation of a position paper. Yes. We supported the establishment of this agroecological center in Mvempi with the aim of building capacity of smallholder farmers on sustainable agriculture that is adaptive, absorptive, and their resilient capacities to be able to cope to the climate changes, especially that are coming from the abiotic and biotic stresses. So we've been able to provide these trainings, and also supported the follow-ups on and mentorships on feminist leadership in the settlements, where we had about 50 women who were trained, women and girls who were trained. Of course, there were men as well. Moses was here. There were men in the training. And the aim here is to enhance food security and environmental conservation, especially in the refugee settlements, but also in the host communities, in the wake of reduced food ratios. Directly reached, these are the number of young people, women, and the frontliners that we reached with the direct actions through the establishment of the centers, the digital hubs with Vijana, and then the trainings under MEMPRO and Kota. We were able to reach 367 young people and women. And then indirectly, we reached 6,300 people living in communities most affected by climate change. The overall reach is 6,667. As ActionAid, we were able to, last year, we were also co-conveners of the pre-COP engagements and consultative meetings together with our partner, PELAM, that is our strategic partner, and others, CANU, and so on, where we were also able to provide input into Uganda's position ahead of COP 2028. And so, after coming back from Dubai, we thought it prudent enough for us to sit down and take stock of the conversations or commitments that happened at COP28, focusing mainly on the 4 outcomes of mitigation, adaptation, energy transition, and technology under COP28. So we were able to do this last week, and it was a very beautiful sharing and so on. We've also held a press conference and different Twitter spaces. I've been on the radio. I was actually telling my mother that I have spoken more English than ever the past 3 weeks. I don't even know any other word that I should say in English because we were all running left and right. And this is all because we needed to put together evidence such that as we shift policies and practices, we shift from an informed point of view. So these are some of the agroecological centers that we have. A few people will be privileged to visit these centers, but I want to encourage everyone here that if you want to learn more about agroecology and sustainable agriculture and food systems, including renewable energy and so on, please visit these centers. You will get the contacts from the host farmers. Xavier, can you stand up a bit? This is one of the host farmers of one of the centers in Nebi that has grown from a single agroecological center with 35 members to over 595 households. And so we are transforming the agroecological centers into agro-tourism villages. And we have started. The advocacy that is being done there is we want ecological zoning and specific markets for organic products. And so you see how that work now links to the national organic policy, to the national agroecology policy, strategy that we've been working that Sir Bob here talked about, so that we are able to define exactly what organic products look like. So I would like to tag along Xavier to Sir Bob if he's still in the house, so that we are able to move into getting accreditation and also verification of these centers for export, but most importantly is for us to flood the market with organics, and that is the ultimate purpose of the centers. Yes. These are some of the women groups that we work with in Mvepi, and so you see that this campaign of Fix the Finance just didn't start today, but it started way back as far as last year. We were just domesticating this study, here back home. So I just want to quickly, Andrew, how many minutes do I have? 3. I just want to quickly speak about climate finance. There's something very interesting about the climate finance discussion, and I know Denise and so many of us have been in this discussion, is that while we celebrated the loss and damage fund, some people called us that Africans are not always excited, like we want more. That at Sharm el-Sheikh in 2022, when the loss and damage fund was announced, we celebrated. In Dubai in 2023, when it was now capitalized, we celebrated. Now we are coming back to say that, wait a minute, you made pledges. How much of that money has come to Africa? And so there's something interesting about financing architecture at global level for climate finance. And I'll come back home in just a minute. That the loss and damage fund, other than Germany, that has given a new fund, the rest of the parties are switching money from the Green Environment Fund, Green Climate Fund and the other climate fund into L&D. So what do we project as a country? We project that it is likely that the other facilities are going to drastically drop. So what does that mean? That the conversation now needs to shift to asking them to pay yes, but to put money and not switching funds. I hope somebody can hear me. It's like they picked money from this pocket and put it here, and they're saying that it's a new fund. This is still your money. But we're saying that this one is a loan, and this is, we're asking for a grant. So if you're picking money from here and putting here, are we sure that we are addressing the climate crisis? Or there's something more to that? Whose agenda? So I think it's important that we critically analyze some of this, especially the climate finance, including the modalities for accessing in country. It's very important that we expected somebody from Ministry of Finance. I don't know if the person from National Planning Authority is here, but specifically Ministry of Finance, because now this is the third draft or the fourth draft of the climate finance strategy for Uganda. Zachary at East African level is also here to pitch ideas, to inform at regional level. But if countries are switching, or if parties are switching finance from one pocket to another, then there's going to be a very big problem. And this is what we need to look at. Then in country, if we're getting revenues from charcoal sales, where do we plow back that money? Because that is under locally raised revenue. I think my cows are still in the house. So where do we plow back that money to address the climate chaos? It's no longer a crisis, it's chaos that we are causing. So we need to understand the architecture, the global architecture of funding climate actions. And therefore, as we call out the pay polluter principle, it's important that we do a deeper analysis in terms of shifting and localizing this finance so that communities, I have refugee-led organizations here. John Jal, kindly stand up. If John Jal, who is the executive director of YSAT, which is a refugee-led organization based in Arua, and they're doing work with young people, I don't know how you're able to access the financing for climate actions. I don't know how complicated. I sit at the Charter for Change working group, technical working group, of the signatories representing ActionAid there. And so John Jal is our deputy chair of the C4C at that level. We've had these conversations, and he has a wealth of knowledge about that. So can young people tag along with John Jal so that we're able to understand, can we do more research on the global and national financing architecture, specifically for climate actions? I thank you all. And sorry, Andrew, just as we close, I received a message from somebody who wishes us all well, and that is a very, very simple message from my mother. She said, as you people were marching, I saw the country director got wet. I also decided to do my own message for him and the ActionAid family, and together with young people, that in 1990, they did not experience what we are experiencing now. So she wishes us well, although of course she was worried that maybe they would disperse us, but she was excited. And she sends you a message. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Sheila again. She's very passionate, she's very driven, and please, those of you who didn't receive the loss and damage report that we launched yesterday, we still have a couple of them. Before you go, please pass by the secretariat table that you can get yourself a copy. I love a couple of things that have been alluded to. Again, I'll go back to our conversation, adaptation versus implementation. That is the twist. I think Sheila was speaking a lot of technical language. Bantuba ones were like, well, we are not following. But she was just going back to the same conversation, adaptation and implementation. That is quite lagging. To close off today, we're going to have a couple of two other speakers. But allow me, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, to recognize the presence of Mr. Augustine Tamale, the board chair of Action Aid International Uganda, Mr. Tamale. That is our board chair. And thank you so much for being patient with us. We started on a very, on a very rough note. The daggers you felt Sheila was sending, it's because this symposium has been majorly young people, youthful people. So we come as and when we want to, and we were led by 5 hours, but nonetheless we're here. We should have had someone from the National Planning Authority, but we didn't get any due to government competing priorities. But I want in a special way we have been speaking a lot about agroecology, and how many of you here understand agroecology, especially the students in academia? You understand agroecology? By show of hands. Comrades. So we've been speaking terms that you don't understand, right? But no one was asking, what is agroecology? Okay. I'm going to invite Mr. Xavier Macristo to explain agroecology for climate action in practice. But I'm going to request him that he first breaks down agroecology, that you understand it, because I thought you had Makerere and some of these terms were actually easy. Let's welcome him. But in a special way, we want to recognize the representative from the Danish embassy, the technical person who was sent. Please request that you stand up for recognition. She has walked out, but we want to appreciate the Danish embassy. I know you're watching online, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for sending us such representation. We appreciate the support, notwithstanding the actions we're going to take. Xavier Macristo, explain agroecology.
Thank you very much. Please. I'm going to use a farmer's English. My name is Macristo Xavier. I'm a farmer and a social entrepreneur. So I'm going to speak a farmer's English that is very simple to understand, so that even my other brothers and sisters will also flow with me. But before I go on any further, in a special way, Brother Andrew Chamagero, when you're introducing people, I was waiting for the farmers. I saw all the farmers down. How many farmers do you have in the room? So in a special way, I'd like to congratulate and thank you for sacrificing that small time to come and be with us here. I also salute my brother from LCM. Agroecology. Please, can you play the video? Just a small clip. That explains agroecology.
Once in a while. Last year alone we planted over 18,000 trees. These trees were planted in the community, in schools. We had done a big disservice to the environment. And about climate justice, everything around us, everything we coexist with, everything within our eco-environment needs justice. So we have to give justice to our soils, to our trees, to everything above, within and below the ground. So that's why right now, in response to that, we are planting trees, we are using organic pesticides, we are using organic fertilizers to mitigate all these effects called the climate change you're seeing right now.
Climate.
Agro is agriculture, eco is the ecosystem, logi is the system of farming with nature. You're farming, but you're very responsible for anything below the soil, anything on the soil, and anything above the soil. That is agroecology simplified. I hope now we have understood. Okay. I talk on behalf of L3. L3 is a youth-led group doing agroecology in Nebi district. I support communities come up with resilient and sustainable farming practices. That's my work. So this center was established last year with support from ActionAid, with different entities. We have worked together with technical staff from local government, the municipal council, NGOs, partners, and we have worked together with religious leaders, cultural leaders, and local leaders. L3, I said it's on Tukia Hill. We have a vision of improving rural livelihood and creating sustainable food systems for everyone. We are doing this while promoting agroecological principles and rural entrepreneurship through farmer-to-farmer knowledge sharing. We believe there's too much wealth within the farmers that can be applied to solve problems affecting the environment. Looking at that picture, that is the wisdom we get as farmers when we interact with such people. We sat down with community members. The majority, 95%, are youth. But we had to bring in elders like her. We had to bring in the local actors and the cultural leaders. We identified together a problem that you understand its root cause is very well, is easier to solve. So we understood what are the problems affecting these areas. Greater Nebi, we talk of Pakwach, Nebi, and Zombo. Pakwach is known for Nang Nang. I know you have heard of Nang Nang. And fish. Nebi is known for cotton. And Zombo is known as the food basket of West Nile and northern Uganda. However, this specific area is in a village called Pawangpida in Nebi. But if you know anything about Tukia, even the name alone, it's a hilly place, rocky, unproductive, suffered a lot of effects of deforestation. So that is the place we chose to establish our center, with all the signs of climate change and the very clear effects of climate change. And when we sat down with these people, we found out there are so many problems that are in the communities that are affecting them. Since it's a farming community, we have drought, erratic rains, reduced crop yields due to dependence on GMOs and synthetic pesticides and herbicides, gender-based violence, teenage pregnancies, unemployment among the youth, and lack of land rights, especially among the women. Now we sat down. What could be the cause of this? After all that discussion, we realized there is a new trend of, we called it agricultural colonization, industrial agriculture. We called it agricultural colonization. Because we realized these farmers we are working with, they expect seeds from someone else. They expect fertilizers from someone else. They expect even the pesticides from someone else. And these people come and buy back all this food for their own consumption. We realize there's a problem there. This farmer totally has no sovereignty over the food systems. And once they produce, they sell, they remain without food. And we're like, what it could be the solution? Based on our discussions, we realized agroecology was the only solution since it's a farming community. We define it as a holistic approach to farming that works in harmony with nature, just as I defined earlier. Now there are so many agroecology practices that we find they didn't come from the rocket science and the big English we were hearing yesterday and the morning today. They came from our systems that we really know. We talk about diversity, we talk about cover cropping, integrated pest management, soil health. These practices help us to fight the effects of climate change. So what have we done? Shall we continue lamenting? We took action. We strategized on our soil management, use of cover crops, making organic pesticides and fertilizers, intercropping. We train, if you can see the first photo up there, we train community members how you can make your own fertilizers so that you don't depend on someone else to give you something that is in turn going to spoil your soils. So we train them how to make organic pesticides and fertilizers. In the second picture, this is a water harvesting dish. The place is on a hill, so a lot of water flows from the hill and floods the lowlands. So we tap water flowing from the road, and we save it, use it for production in the dry seasons. This reservoir is still under construction, as you can see, but it reserves up to 56,000 liters of water. We have several of them in the center. That center alone stores up to 80,000 liters of water from runoff. That controls the amount of water that is flowing downstream that causes flooding. And the same water is used for production in the dry season. So these are things that are easily applied by anyone. And it's not all at the center, even communities, farmers are adopting these strategies because they're easily to adopt and practice. We are working on creating sustainable food systems as per our vision. We are already doing that. We are planting seeds, or seeds that are resistant. We took a study. When you plant these seeds, these people bring you. How are the yields in the first year of production? They say they are good. In the second year, so these seeds the production rate keeps reducing. And you don't know anything about these seed systems. So we realized the seeds that we have, our own, are better than these ones because you can keep them again and again. And we asked ourselves, how were these seeds kept? We realized the picture in the middle shows us a granary. This is not a witch doctor's shrine. Eh? Those who have not moved a lot. Those who have not moved in the rural areas. This is a granary. It's our seed bank. So someone may think it's a witch doctor's shrine. No. So that's where we keep our seeds. On the first picture, as L3, we launched a 1 million tree planting exercise. That we want to achieve this within 5 years. And we did it last year. Last year we planted 16,000 trees. We planted 16,000 trees at the beginning. Towards the end we did more 200. We sold 18,000. This year we have planted 5,000 trees. That's the data I have. But I was shocked yesterday, when it rained. Rain was washing us here. The team behind called me. We have planted 1,000 trees. I was like, guys, salute. Thank you. So it's not something they do with or without me. Anyone is responsible. Because I told you at the beginning, our target is creating a resilient and self-sustainable community. But what do you do the time when you have the opportunity to do it? So you can say germinating tree. That is the trickle-down effect. Out of what we have done, what are we seeing? What is germinating out of that? Improved farmer sovereignty over seed systems. Farmers are now sourcing their own native seeds and using that, and they're propagating it. Meaning they have sovereignty over the seed systems. They no longer have to wait for seeds that are coming from someone else that you have no knowledge about. And that degrades our soils. Adoption of agroecology practices. Our impact from the training ActionAid gave to 35 youth has grown to 540 households. At first we were focusing at individuals, but we spread them out to households. So we are working with households. These are over 2,000 farmers. The activities of agroecology have promoted safe space and social inclusion for women farmers and groups that we have created as branch of our L3. We also have the ably different persons. Actually, they head the production of organic pesticides. The economic and living status has been boosted. We sat down and we took all our 35 first trained farmers. We identified into detail how much land does each farmer have. We realized one of us had 10 by 10 meters, I think from that wall to somewhere here, square. 10 by 10 meters. And we put a design. How can this farmer with 10 by 10 meters also benefit? We designed a model. If you saw the previous video at the beginning, that is part of the 10 by 10 meter model. A farmer using that model, you cannot earn less than 3.5 to 5 million shillings annually. It's one thing we are trying over for the next 3 years. But in our first year of production, half of our year, we established that in June. But by this year, before I came here, we had already recorded 1.5 million shillings from that place. So we are sure by June this year, we are going to have more from there. We are doing a study for 3 years. We want to create something that really is sustainable and works for the community. So these are the seed banks that we have. We have had knowledge sharing, water conservation, and we have spread out. We started in one village in Pida, in Central Division. Right now, we are working in all the 3 divisions of Nebi municipality and 3 other neighboring sub-counties. So I have a question here. What can we do? This question is to all of us. In Alur, we have a saying, meaning you feel it within your nerves. So this question, the one you feel touches your nerves best, that's where you should act better. All of us here, we should support agroecology actors, right from the people who are putting effort to source and maintain our seeds, those who are working on the pesticides and the manure, those who are in any part of agroecology should support them. How? With our funds, in-kind contribution, and create market for agroecology products. On all platforms, advocate for policies that support agroecology, renewable energy, and farmer protection. Educate others about benefits of agroecology. Let's change our choices of food to create the demand. Before I go to this slide, last year, ActionAid gave us an opportunity to go to the Vijana Assembly in Arusha. I was so humbled by my Kenyan brothers. They were supposed to move a motion on AI. They dropped the motion. During our lunch break, where's Asimwe? I think he has gone out. During our lunch break, those people came to me and they told me, can you draft something on agroecology and you present instead of AI? AI is not practical in East Africa. Draft a policy on agroecology and we shall back you up. When I drafted the policy, I shared with the stakeholders. They turned us down. But when they gave us the opportunity to talk about environmental sustainability, I brought in agroecology. And I'm so happy that everyone supported that. So on every platform you have the potential and you have the capability. And before I end, please, I want to thank ActionAid in a special way. You have been so supportive. And as L3, we don't take that for granted. Mentoring and empowering program for young women, MEMPRO. We are so proud of you. Agroecology and Governance Network, behind the scene, you're doing a great job. Pelham Uganda, you have been supportive. We do appreciate. Kota gave us an opportunity to go and train their communities in VP. We do appreciate all those opportunities. And as L3, we are determined to do that. Nebi Municipal Council, please. I'm so humbled, represented by our production officer. By the way, last year, L3 efforts were the best in the entire municipality in showing how we can create sustainable food systems, and we're the best in implementation of that program in the entire municipality and in the entire district. He can attest to that. And then maybe district local government, our forestry officer is in the house here. We so appreciate all the support the district has given us. And I don't think there's any youth group that has planted more than 18,000 trees in Nebi district. So we are just coming. We have not done a lot, we're yet coming. And then in a special way, please, allow me to request you to stand up. Please, let's rise up. All of us, please, let's rise up. I see people now in the other mode. Hey, please stretch. Just 2 seconds. Okay, thank you. Before you sit down, let's clap our hands. I have a team I work with. They work voluntarily. I don't pay them any money because we are not paid, but they work voluntarily. Let's clap our hands and thank Team L3. Those women, they are awesome. Thank you. You may have your seats. As I summarize, please feel free to contact us on those. And you can follow us on Xspace at Agroecology. You can send us an email. You can give us a call anytime. But as L3, we say one thing. The reason for our living is to protect mend broken vessels like our food systems, culture, above all. Let's restore our brains. We restore our brains to coexist with all creatures. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Xavier Macristo. Agroecology was best introduced to me by Pelham, Uganda. And this was 4 years ago. We had a talk show. And we had to speak about worms that eat the cassava on the inside, yet it looks healthy on the outside. That way, it reminded me of what the professor said yesterday. What was the word? Usi what? Ocheno? The professor said, Usi what? The look on the outside. You remember that? That's how I learned. And it's very crucial that you interest yourself with these kind of conversations. We have had those that have lived, but Sir Bob, in your absence, I think you're attending to national matters. Sheila, in her presentation here, requested that all those farming points, they need to go through the process of getting certified as agroecological training centers. I don't know how long can that process take us, because as we're here, we are young people and we want things now. Do you mind responding to us in a bit? Let's clap for him.
Clap hands for Andrew. I think he's one of the best MCs. Yeah, I've been with him. I attest to that. I'm not so used to standing here. I'm like a reverend. So, okay, thank you so much. There was some person I was attending to, sorry. When we are here, we are even working. Before I address that, I just wanted to find out something from Xavier. You said you were working on the policy, agroecology policy. Was it an organizational policy? Because as one of the people who work on policies in this country, especially on our side, that side, there is a process. Unless it is an organizational policy, but if it is a government policy, I don't think you have the mandate to work on it alone, because it goes through the normal process of government approval. Even if it is an ordinance, you go through the local government. By law, you'll still go through the sub-counties. So were you working on that policy at organizational level, or which policy was that? The one people, you said they rejected or something like that? Ah. Ah, okay. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. At a later time, we shall need, Xavier, I think you can sit. He did a very great presentation.
I'm going to request that you come here because you have an online audience that only feeds on this.
It's okay, please. We only want to move together. The Bible says two people cannot move together unless they agree. I'm a good Christian, by the way. Whatever I have is from here. Only that when we are here, we do these things, but when you find me crying in one of the corners of my house, you may think this man is what? But I know the secret of that side. Yes.
Thank you. So the Vijana Assembly represents the regional engagement for young people, but anything that is discussed there starts locally from the regions and then translates into the National Youth Parliament. And after the National Youth Parliament is now when Uganda, with the entire East African region, gathers in Arusha for the Vijana Assembly. And the policies, the recommendations, the suggestions, the commitments that are made are forwarded to the ESC, but the ones that are made at the National Youth Parliament are forwarded to the Speaker of Parliament, and the ones that are from the regions go to the regional governments like the local government and any other forums that are there. So it is a down-up process. Starting in the regions, getting to the National Youth Parliament that happens in August, then the Vijana Assembly comes after the National Youth Parliament. So that's the structure. And it is led, crafted, drafted by young people, but supported by organizations like ActionAid and others, and the Parliament of Uganda.
Thank you so much. Thank you for chasing my ignorance. I now understand. The LOC chairperson who was here, LOC 5, is, let me even reserve my comment. Because he has gone. He's quite an eloquent speaker. I liked him. Yeah, sure. He's a very eloquent speaker and knowledgeable. You know, when you call political leaders on such platform, and you give them a microphone, you weigh them by the first 3 seconds. The first 3 seconds, you know whether I should invite him again or not. For him, he's a person to put on the mailing list. Yes, you pass my appreciation to him. I was real so much touched by his deliberations. Now, concerning the certification, I sit on one of the national certification bodies. I represent the ministry. Somebody asked me, we were in South Africa, I think. I said, you man, you have very many titles. Why can't you pass some to other people? No, these titles, these responsibilities just come. They just come and you have to serve your country. Because if I outlined, they even move outside the room. But the more they are, the more the headache. The more you grow old very fast. The only chance I have is that I'm not yet married. By the day I'll get married, I think I'll leave some of them to... Because if I had a wife now, you land in Uganda on Saturday, and on Sunday you are departing. On Sunday you come, you're going to Western Nile. As soon as you come, you're going in another region, so... But this is just a responsibility to serve the country. So I sit on a certification body. I certify with UGOCERT. UGOCERT is Uganda Organic Certification. So I know the process of certification. And one, the normal certification, I'll talk about it before even you certify. This is what I tell colleagues who even come at our office there. You also need to know the relevance of certification, the cost effectiveness. There are some people who come to my office and I tell them, Neda, you are not yet there. You ask him what he's producing, how much organic pesticide did you produce? For example, in a month, in 3 months I can produce 1 liter. So you're like, why are you bothering yourself? You certify to access market. So if your supply is 0 point, why can't you first wait until you are there? Because there is what we call the cost-benefit analysis. Why do you spend millions to enter into the market that you cannot supply? So before even you certify, we need to know your production volumes. When we ask about this, some people think maybe we want to tax, we are not URA. But we advise you that, okay, I think the volumes of whatever you are producing, can support you. Then we guide you through the process. One, if you are certifying as an individual, it's going to be a little bit expensive for you because the process of inspection is quite a little bit cumbersome. But if you are certifying as a group, it is very cheap because you share the cost. The total amount you can spend in the certification is only 3 million. Only. That one is far much cheaper than you getting the Q mark, and it's far much cheaper than you getting what? The MAIF certification. So it is cheap. Only 3 million. Because of time, I'm not going to take you through that process of certification. Currently, what we are doing, some farmers, some colleagues are even saying, I'm saying colleagues because they are my fellow farmers. I'm also a farmer. So, some colleagues say, but 3 million is still too much. So now we are promoting PGS, the Participatory Guarantee System, which is so cheap. And we are getting you the Kilimo mark. You also, once you are certified under PGS, you can also access the organic prices because you will have that mark. So it is not anything that should bother you. I will give you my contact. You can contact me during your own time because we cannot speak all this. I will take you through the UGOCERT process. If you want to certify for international markets, there are also those other certification bodies. The series, each one with his own costs and processes. But I know all the processes they undergo through. We shall discuss off here, and we work together to see that you certify. We shall support you to certify. Okay? And also we suggested to the ministry that if we can have this certification subsidized for farmers. Yes, it is something we presented, and we are following up so seriously to make sure that at least there is some little bit of subsidization to help people be organic. Remember, without a certification mark, you are not organic. Even if you bring your tea, mukama na yamba here, everything, as long as you are not certified, you are not organic. We shall forgive you and call you organic by default. But if a government wants organic fertilizers, I will not recommend you, even if you're my friend. You really have to certify to be organic. Being organic is not an issue of I don't use chemicals, I don't know. It is an issue of certification.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's appreciate Sir Bob George. You know, you need to leave this place with contacts that are crucial. If you're going to export anything out of this country, your letter must pass on his table. Your letter must pass on his So please, you may not be into the export business now, but get his contacts before you leave. I told you this symposium is not just for data, knowledge, but equally connecting with people. So we have heard from government, implementing partners, and other support partners want to hear lived experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Bika to come and share with us her story with the climate justice and the resilience on the ground to come and share her story. Let's welcome her. The rest of the speakers, we are going to be extremely very brief because we are way beyond time and we have a couple of people who are traveling up country today. You're welcome.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen in this room. I'm called Biika Doreen, a refugee from Congo, based in Mvepi Refugee Settlement. Thank you so much. I felt like I should not come and talk because in our tribe, once your mother or your father have spoken, you are not supposed to stand up and say anything. But I'm very glad that I'm here today. As I've said that I'm a Congolese, you may not get satisfied with my English, but I know you will, I will speak little, but you will understand more. In a special way, I would like to appreciate the government of Uganda for welcoming us in this country of Uganda. And I'm appreciating Action Aid together with the quota for putting us refugees as the priority. I'm very glad because of their effort they have put in the settlement. We are the refugee based in Mvepi. Most of the people who reached in Mvepi, they know how Mvepi looks like. Mvepi is a very rocky area. It's a very hill area. When it comes to climate change effects, we are really affected. When it comes to the drought, Mvepi heat is too much. You can't even stay in Mvepi when you are like from Kampala. When it comes to the floods, Mvepi people can really suffer. And the most vulnerable affected people who are really affected by the climate impact are the women and children. Women are mostly affected by the climate impact in Mvepi. And remember that in the settlement, the larger number are the women and the children. This climate impact brought a lot of problem in Mvepi. We really suffered food insecurity. Remember that UNHCR was addressing the gathering here, said that the land given to refugees is only 30 by 30 meters. When we reached to Mvepi, me personally, I was scared. I said, I wish I knew. Being a single mother, a lot of trauma, I wish I knew I remained there and I died. The land is rocky. The size of the land is not even enough. Even if your family size is 10, you will be there. You must construct, you must dig this small land. We started to raise the issue of land, but OPM cannot even address. Besides the issue of land, food insecurity came in. On top of food insecurity, World Food Program said my pocket has reduced. Food prioritization came in. They put refugees in 3 different levels. Category 1 are getting 60%. Category 2, they are getting 30%. A person to get only 3 kgs of maize for a month. You must grind it. You scoop some part for grinding. We faced a lot of challenge. We started to cry. We suffered, especially women. GBV cases came in. We had nowhere to run to. But in my surprise, as I was dreaming, Bible reader, you can read the book of Ezekiel 37. God even sent Ezekiel to go and speak to the rotten bone to become again human. That is where Action Aid, they had to send Kota. They went to our community. Assessment was done. And assessment was done among the youths, especially lady women. We came for that assessment. We thought they were lying us, because if we were crying, OPM would only say that nothing we can do. UNHCR are telling us no more fundings. But when Action Aid came in, they said, we have come to let you people know about the climate change, that you are also the root cause of the climate change. And then we started, as refugees, some of us, we started to say, it means that Uganda, they are not going to allow us to live in their country anymore. But they said, no, we shall also contribute together to climate justice. Then they came in. They formed a group of youth, group of 35. After forming group, they established the agroecological center in Mvepi, which is there in Zone 1. And me, I'm in Zone 4. They also told us that we need women to come up. You come up to leadership. That is where I took initiative. As I'm talking now, I'm the RWC of my zone. And the RWC 2 and also 1 in the same time. Because of having a zone with a village. UNHCR said you will lead from 1 up to 2. Now, that is the opportunity also I got from Action Aid. We competed with so many men, but I defeated them. Reason why I defeated them, Action Aid and Kota, they said that if a woman made an alarm, many people will run to see what is happening. That is the reason why I stood. I said, fellow women, let us come and give me votes. Then I went through. From there, we started a kitchening garden from the knowledge we acquire in the training of agroecology. That kitchening garden has really answered the noise of food insecurity in my village. We are doing it not only for the group members, but we have extended it to the most vulnerable people who cannot. We could go to their area, we dig for them, we plant for them. This is what we are doing, and it has really brought change even in our income generation, because we are selling some part of the things we are getting from our kitchening garden. And this is the reason why I'm saying that they came and rescued us. And they have changed our mindset that we are the refugee, we cannot do anything. We shall still remain refugees. They said, being refugee does not mean that you must not invest. We are now having our investment. We are having so many things we are doing. We are able to plant many trees given by Action Aid through Kota. Gathering this organization called Kota and Action Aid, what they have done in Mvepi is really, really grateful. We are planting more trees. And me being a leader, I'm still advocating for more support, for more tree seedlings, because we shall not plant only in the settlement. We want to go outside the settlement to the nearest host community to show the women that women can do things which other men are saying that we are the ones to do. And I'm calling upon the youths, especially ladies, let us take role in leadership. Because when we are in leadership, anything we shall direct our people, it will be done. I'm leading that zone. It is the very peaceful zone in Mvepi. And even this small kitchening garden, we used to cry for more land. But out of the skill we have gained, we are able to use this small 30 by 30. We are also rearing animals and we are growing crops in this small land. Now there is nothing small in this land, in this world, if you are to put it into practical. We are getting, and a lot of things we are getting out of it. We have moved door to door. We are doing door-to-door awareness on climate justice. And I'm calling upon the youths, let us run this race together, especially women, to restore our ecosystem. And also I'm requesting the government of Uganda, plus other stakeholders, that let us support especially community-based organizations. They are really doing great things on ground. And these are the people who are based. They are staying together with us. They have understood our mentality as being refugees. They have learned how to approach us. Some of the refugees, if you are to go to them, the words which will come from their mouth will really scare you. But these CBOs, they are our people. They know how to approach us, and they are really changing our mindset of being refugee. We cannot plant trees. Other trees can take long. We shall not benefit out of it. Now I'm calling upon more funds for our climate justice and more funds for the community-based organization. With all this, due to time factors, I may stop here. I'm really very happy to be here together with you. And I'm not representing only Mvepi. I'm representing other settlements. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Let's all stand up and clap for her. Thank you so much. And I really want to appreciate Action Aid for empowering her. Let's clap for Action Aid, guys. You know, Xavier, there are things we may not cover in the media, but I've been challenged when I was sitting here. You're doing such incredible jobs. And I will just request that you triple your budget of comms. Possibly that can help this, because you're doing very incredible work. My colleagues from the TV, I made sure that they're actually here to join and hear what we were going through. Priscilla hosts the morning show. She's like, this is too much content here. I don't want to listen alone. But we want to appreciate Action Aid. And Bika, I am challenged by you that you want to expand from the refugee community to the communities that things are possible. And if you're here, you're Ugandan, but you've never sat in a village meeting. In a village meeting. Let me tell you, I'll be very blunt here. Ugandans, in the next 40 years, you won't own anything if you're lazy. People are getting national IDs every week. URSB weds close to 78 or 85 couples from Eritrea and Ethiopia. They have a reason why they get married in Uganda, that they can qualify for the national ID. We are busy on TikTok. We are busy dancing kangaroo dances. People like Bika should challenge you. They have come here. We have she started with a statement that the land they give us is very small and it's rocky. But we are making it work. You people eat mango and you just throw it out. The following day you have a tree. We don't care. But thank you so much, Bika. And stories like that, they give us more resilience as a country and as a region. And I really don't want you to look at yourself as a refugee. You are an East African. That's what I look at. You are an East African. If I meet you, we're in the same region. We have to support one another. And thanks for being a leader. Ladies and gentlemen, from Pakwach, let's hear from Dennis Bithum. This one is from Pakwach. He gave me today one of the big fish in the region called Angara. Who has tasted Angara here? Who has tasted Angara? I first tasted Angara last year at the Pelham Food Expo, Indigenous Food Expo. Dennis, you have 5 minutes in the interest of time.
For the interest of time, my name is Bitum Dennis. I studied from Makerere University here in 2005, 2009. Makerere, oye! That is by profession. I'm a social worker. I did development studies. But by gift, by birth, I'm an artist. That's why I always carry these products with me. And I come from Pakwach, which is a town of artists. If you move around Pakwach, you bought stools, you bought handicrafts. But what beats my heart is that most of the crafts are from wood. So for us, we decided, a group of 30, as artisans, we are going to say no to more cutting food to make crafts. Can I get the slide? I have some slides around. Can you, the next one? Okay. I'm sorry. You'll see those are some of the challenges our women are facing, especially in the community of Pakwach. Those mothers trek 20 to 15 kilometers to fetch firewood. I know most people in our villages have such scenarios, but for us, we have no more trees. You saw our colleague Dennis yesterday was talking about Wadilai with the no trees. So those mothers, I met them on my way to our new shop, Tangi Gate. We have a craft shop there. So I met them. I made an appointment with them. I told them when I come back, we are going to train them on how to make energy-saving stoves. Sorry. Could help me? Okay, thank you. These are some of the things, as I told you, our land is bare. Those are some of the materials we have identified in our community. We have until soils, so we are promoting the production of locally available material like until and clay. In Pakwach, we are blessed to have that, the clay, the until soil, for making the energy-saving stoves. Yeah, so these are the kind of stoves. Like yesterday we were saying, reparation and paying back the damages. So for us, the 30 artists, we have decided to pay for our damages we've caused in the trees, like, for example, in Wadilai, to use our skills, for example, making stove, using the available materials, like you're seeing here. That is me. That is in one of the villages. So that stove uses firewood and charcoal at the same time. Our goal is to use as little as more firewood, and also use charcoal and biomass briquettes, and avoid indoor pollution. Thank you. Next, that is a kitchen stove we made last month for one of our household clients. the group members made. You can see the other stove is the one which is metallic. This one is not yet in use. So that is what we're able to produce. So we really want to encourage our colleagues, other youth groups can adopt that. It can also be a source of income, by the way. That stove costs around 40 to 60,000 to make. So we believe if young people are empowered, like graduates. I know some of us feel shy. Like for me, I'm a graduate. They feel shy playing with the mud. So I encourage the young people here, while you are seated around, maybe during holiday, you get some soft skill and run and answer money. We work with women. 70% of our members are women because we believe women are the ones facing a lot of challenges. You saw the other women, they were fetching firewood. From firewood, they have to go to the kitchen. So we really need to skill them as they're also having alternative source of income. They can also be cooking in the kitchen, also train other women. So these three women, they are now being hired as service provider to go and train other women groups. Like when I was here, I was moving around, I was chatting with Plan International. I do also consultancy business, especially for making stove. Next week on Monday, up to 15 days, I'll be doing training in 5 sub-counties, making energy-saving stove with this. So I'll be able to get around 4.5 million. So from social work to energy-saving stove production. So you can do it. Next. Yeah. Why are we doing those other stoves? You will bear with me. Most of us grew in the villages, and we were using the 3-stone stove, which is very bad to our health. So we need to phase this out. And if you come to my village, it is called Amor. Amor is a Spanish word that means love. And this is a village where one of our retired Archbishop Henry Luke Orombi comes from. So I've made an oath to myself, so long as I'm alive, I'm going to empower all the clans of Amor to have energy-saving stoves, have green homes, and adopt to green technology. Thank you. Yeah, so that is how the stove works. It uses only 1 firewood or 2. You see this kitchen, you can see the other stove, which was locally made. I appreciated that woman. This is what I did for her for free because she tried something. Some of us, we are scared to try things. Let us, as young people, try new things. So this stove is able to use the firewood and at the same time is able to cook the sauce from the other side and also the food at the same time. So the stove is called Rocket Lorena stove. Yes, that is our LC chairperson of my village, Amor. We are using the LOC approach of development. They are collecting, that is my home, they are collecting branches of trees around our compound and leaves so that we can burn them into charcoal, which is biomass briquettes. So they are the LOC of the village of Amor, where I come from, is burning the what? The assorted agricultural residues to the village members so that they can learn and make energy which is clean. That drum and these machines, there are 5, they were given to us by Uganda Wildlife Authority because we sit next to the largest park in Uganda, that is Murchison Falls National Park. So I wrote some project 2021, we were able to be given 5 machines, which we want to give other community groups for free. I'm so excited. When I shared with my brother Dennis, could you stand up? I shared with him Vijana Corps because at the moment we don't have any funder, but we are ready to offer you machines. So long as you can give us space, we have all the skills we can train young people. Thank you. Those are some of the briquettes which are drying. Our office is located along Pakwach Wadlai Road, office off Post Bank. So you'll get us around there. We also do music. As I told you, we are a group of artists. We also do music. Last year, I wrote another project called Culture for Livelihood because when I was growing up, I used to read that oil is discovered in Uganda. So Tota Telenga project have given us a container and some money, which we have put our container, a crab shop at Tangi Gate. That's why we can sell our souvenirs. Thank you. Another type of stove is the dual stove. It is called shielded fire stove. It uses both charcoal and firewood. That is how it looks like. I was so annoyed when I was coming for this meeting. I saw young people packing mortars, we call it pan, and stools. Those are woodwork, coming to Kampala. That is Nile Star. when I was coming on Wednesday, which means the market is here in Kampala. I also told them, where are you going to sell this thing? They said they're going to send to Kenya. So it takes a lot of many big trees to come with such a product. That's why last month we got some training from GIZ. Yeah, GIZ trained our members how to use grass and other material like banana fibers to make baskets. So we want, as Pakwach Art and Craft Association, to do green business because we need to be in a green economy and conserve our environment. That is our new shop. From here, tomorrow I'll travel back to Pakwach. We are going to commission our new shop. That is by Total Telenga project. So we are going to be selling our crafts. As you travel, please make a stopover and buy something from Pakwach as we conserve our environment. Last but not least, those are our new stock. You can see banana fibers. We are not only focusing on Pakwach, but also Greater West Nile. If you go to Zombo, we have a lot of waste of banana, which we can. In Rwanda, I thank so much the government of Rwanda, Excellency Kagame. He has made it a point that each person should be at least making some product, especially the sisal and banana fiber. That's why the economy is booming in terms of tourism. The calabash you can see. Hey, sorry, I was so quick. Thank you. But before I conclude, I want to send a very strong message that for us people of Pakwach, we are next to River Nile, which is always prone to flooding. And those are some of the challenges which were occurred a long time ago. And even if you go this side of Kulu Road, most time the road is cut off due to flooding. So please, I request the government of Uganda to support innovators like us who are willing to use even our money to support the community. So our doors plus other organizations, we welcome you. I thank you, Shamagero, for giving me your contact and also pledging to air our innovation. I say all this for God of my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just turn to your neighbor, ask your neighbor, what business do you own? Just turn to your neighbor. I just want to make this a little. What business do you own? Come to think about it. We are in Kampala, we are tweeting. We are misusing data. But a gentleman from Pakwach is doing a very incredible job. And you and Zakristo, usually I travel when I have meetings in Purungu at the Grain Council. Now this time around when I'm on that road, I will always tell my driver to stop so that we can have a conversation. And we have more of these conversations. I travel a lot around this country, not because I want, because I'm working. I must have a national outlook of everything that I do. This gentleman is working with women. And if you realized in the pictorials he shared, there are no youthful women. Did you notice that? They are old women. Where are the young women? They are somewhere twerking. So I think this is a wake-up call. I don't think Dennis started this with a capital of maybe like million shillings or so, but he believed in the journey. And whenever there is an exhibition, I've seen him. Agroecology, I've seen him. Last time they made me test something I could not explain when I went back home. But he's passionate about it. So you yourself, they are launching something. This weekend, they are launching a new product. So he's tapping into the oil agenda of this country. What are you tapping into when it gets to the oil agenda? These are questions we should ask ourselves about. It's not just about us speaking very good English and being at Makerere. Makerere, oi! Makerere, oi! That one we are very capable. But we need to do far more than that. Sindio, allow me
to welcome Miss Immaculate Mukasa to speak on behalf of our implementing partners, and that is MEPRO. Let's clap for her. These have done incredibly great. They have empowered the women from the grassroots, and they believed in this agenda today. You're welcome. Yeah, we clap for her the very last time.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everybody. It's not that easy to speak to a congregation this time of the day, but I will try. My name is Immaculate Mukasa, and I'm the team leader at the Mentoring and Empowerment Program for Young Women, MEPRO. With me in the room, we have the team from MEPRO. We also have MEPRO girls. Can we have the MEPRO girls stand up? Yes. We have some who are advocating within the University of Makerere University Business School in Nebi. We have some girls who are working in the communities in Terego and also in Nebi. We have here young women who are advocating at Makerere University here, UCU and Chambogo University. And I'm sure they filled that second row from morning, 8:30 a.m. They are still here. Thank you very much. I believe you will learn something today, MEPRO girls. And they are passionate. We chose specific people who are passionate about climate justice. They not only do the work in the universities, but they also do the work in the sub-counties and the villages they come from. Some are from Kabale, there's somebody from Wachiso, there's somebody from Moyo, and I can see somebody from Nakawa Division. Thank you very much. You talked about being national. We used to hear stories of the impact of climate justice growing up. But as you grow up, things become a reality. I went to one of the schools in Magoro. Magoro is in Katakwi district. When I entered the classroom that morning, I found all the benches full of candle wax. And the question was, why do we have candle wax in a primary school that does not necessarily have a lab, but it was like a classroom? And the answer they gave me is that we had to do the UNEB examination in the night on candle because it rained in the morning and there is no way they would deliver the papers to the students. And those are the students who are supposed to compete with everybody in this country and graded later on, allowed to upgrade. So what I'm trying to say is that when you talk about these things, it's beyond, it's all interconnected, it's our livelihood, and I believe what Madame was saying, viva, viva climate justice. I was requested to talk on behalf of the implementing partners. And I would like to start by saying, dear eminent delegates, people who have braved this week or this period of climate actions, on behalf of the Mentoring and Empowerment Program for Young Women, MEPRO, Vijana Co, Pelamu Uganda, and Kota, led by Action Aid International, I'm thrilled by your commitment to climate justice. Through your actions, big and small, during this Justice Week. It's such a significant opportunity where strength of advocacy, empowerment, and resilience converge to pave a path towards a more just and sustainable future. Yesterday, after the walk, and after being showered by the rain, it was a day of testament. Some of our clothes wetted these seats, but we are determined to go through this. And I keenly listened to Professor Julius as he presented the keynote address, which gave us a clear picture of Africa is green, but powerless. Africa is green, but, yeah, the picture is micro. But the question is, do you feel powerless? At this moment, do you feel powerless? Do you feel powerless? No. And thank you very much for that response. We need to interrogate our power within. When I listened to Mark Christo this afternoon, I'm convinced that the young ladies are introduced here, the work they are doing, the many Macristos and the work they are doing whatever it is within their power to make a change for not only their lives, their families, their community at large, and Africa at large. Because our struggle here is for our survival as Africans. As we close, yeah, I know that everybody has the power to do something. One of the posters we carried yesterday was small actions, big impact. I believe everybody in the room has potential to do something. That small action will have big impact. That small action will create a big change for yourself. The youths, we always challenge them to start where you are. What are the small things that you do that damage the environment? Even a mere disposal, even mere thinking of what you eat, even mere thinking of what you invest in, is it environmental friendly? Those are questions we should ask on a daily. I know macro is not independent of micro. There's a crucial link between individual actions and societal change. As implementing partners, we have witnessed the incredible work being done by all the rights holders, some of whom I've just presented here. We appreciate that. And we know that we have a diverse group of people representing women, men, environmental organizations, government bodies, refugee communities that are all implementing towards climate justice. The theme of this week has been and continues to be, I know we are not ending it here, from words to action. Put your money where your mouth is. Yeah, I wish from this room, even if we don't go away with anything, let's go away with that. Put your money where your mouth is. These are powerful words reminding us that climate justice isn't just a conversation. It's a call to collective action and everyday action. The real intersection of feminism, like the madam from Action Aid Kenya was talking about, the intersection of feminism, climate justice, and gender equality demands it. The environmental and social crises we face are completely merged, and the solutions must be holistic, inclusive, and intersectional. I said holistic, inclusive, and as we close this chapter, let us carry this momentum forward. Just like in the most recent Universal Periodic Review report, it was Fiji that assessed this in particular, our status on environment. They said we need to strengthen efforts to ensure the participation of women, children, persons with disabilities, and local communities when developing and implementing climate change and disaster risk reduction framework. I'm happy to communicate that the government of Uganda accepted this with an undertaking that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is working with relevant ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure participation of women, children, and persons with disabilities and local communities in climate justice change reduction interventions. And we ask all of us here and nationally to ensure that the most vulnerable women, children, and marginalized communities have a voice at the decision-making table. We ensure that we know that women play a vital role in food security and sustainable farming practices. And we need to support their efforts, empower the young people to become the next generation of climate champions. We must move away from fossil fuels, invest in clean energy sources that will power our sustainable future. We must see to it that women's voices are shaping the climate solutions. We need to listen, learn, and amplify their voices. Let us all become mindful of our daily habits. The little habits, the 5 R's they usually talk about: refuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, and rot. A habit that offers a powerful practice for minimizing our waste footprint. The delegates in this room present a powerful force for change. And I know that today we live here not just as individuals, but a united front. Together, we can build a feminist, green, and resilient society, a society where everyone thrives and our planet flourishes. I believe I've spoken on behalf of all the implementing partners in this Climate Justice Week. Viva Climate Justice!
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the end of today. There is a makerere woy, makerere woy, makerere woy, ra, cha. I won't go there. Abarara. Okay. There is a card that has been misplaced. It's for an assistant lecturer, Narwanga Damari. Please, if you know her, I have her material card here, and I'll leave it with the people here. And please, before you leave again, there's some tree seedlings out there. Pass by and get some trees. Plant some trees when you go back home. They're out there. Or you can reach them out at Alfree, Talk Plus, or Can You. So pass by their stall. At this juncture, again, I want to remind you there is a Dying at the Nature's Death. It's a book about climate change by Yesu Musinguzi. He's equally out there. Make sure you get a book before you leave. Allow me to invite Mr. Xavier to welcome our board chair who will let her close today. Let's welcome Xavier.
Makerere oye. Makerere oye. Ra. Okay. When I was here, I was an activist. Activist soye. Activist soye. Ra. Those who don't know, activists are those who go to Nkrumah Hall. And I was going to say we have some boys, but I'm not going to say the other one. Glad to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this opportunity to interact with you over the last 2 days. I hope you've had a great moment in these 2 days. Even sitting here in the last hours of this symposium was really emotional, going beyond some of the things that we thought would come out of here. My task is very simple, to invite my board chair to speak to you to close this. But before I do so, I want to specifically thank the team that we worked with, especially starting with the partners. We want to thank Vijana Co, Menpro, Kota, Pelham Uganda, and Can You, and others that we work with to put this symposium together, and the Climate Week of Action. From words to action. Put your money. Put your money. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? Thank you. So I thank the partners for putting this together. It's inspired me. I think that this should be an annual occurrence. Will those in favor say aye? The ayes have it. That's how decisions are made in a parliament, I know. I would like to invite my colleague, Joy Mabenge. He's a brand. Joy, I know this is a surprise. Please come here. I was following discussions in the room here when I was at a meeting with my board. Susan already spoke, but Susan, can you accompany Joy here? Joy Mabenge is the country director for ActionAid Zimbabwe, a great colleague. And Susan Otieno. Susan is the executive director for ActionAid International Kenya. We thought that we needed to reach out as we are doing this Climate Justice Week of Action, and we reached out fairly short notice, but the lives of country directors in ActionAid is a very hectic one, but they dropped everything that they do to come here and stand with us in solidarity. And you heard Susan talk earlier on. I'm going to make Joyce say a few things, but Susan knows how to do some things very well that I cannot do. Susan, there's a song in Swahili. I don't know whether you sang it.
No, I didn't.
The song goes like this. Vijana musichoke. Musilale. But it's also musichoke. Vilala musilale. Lale lale vijana musilale. Badu mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Badu mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. I will explain the meaning. Those who don't want to be East African. African, yeah. There's the, for the women. Wa mama musilale, lale lale, wa mama musilale. Badu machamano, mapambano, mapambano. Badu mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Badu mapambano. You're going to do it, they have to stand up. Because when we are saying Climate Justice Week of Action, from words to action, we need some action. Put your money from words. Susan, can you make us sing?
Viva climate justice, viva! Viva climate justice, viva! Power to the people, power! Power to the people, power! Yay! Then you clap, okay? Ay, Makerere. University of Nairobi is here. Anyway, we are brothers, no competition. Okay, so I've been asked to sing the power song for the ladies and the young people who are here and the men who are here. So for the ladies, we say Wamama, okay? So if I say Wamama Musilale, I'm only telling the women not to give up, not to slacken. The struggle continues. A luta continua. Yeah, okay. You better control the sugar that I'm taking behind there. I bought some groundnuts over here. Then the young people, we call them vijana. And wazee, people like these two men here. Wazee mpo. You say tupo. Wazee mpo. Okay. Are there wazees? Vijana mpo. Tupo, if you're there, it's tupo. Vijana mpo. Akina mama mpo. Aye, please. Some energy, you know, driving in is it Akamba? Which bus did we use? Easy Coach. Anyway, so the song goes like this. Wa mama msilale, lale lale, wa mama msilale. Bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano. Vijana msilale, lale lale, vijana msilale.
bado mapambano, 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 bado mapamba. Uganda msilale, lale lale, Uganda msilale, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, wazee msilale, lale lale, wazee msilale, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano.
Thank you. You can take your seats. Thank you, Susan. Joe, you want to say a few words briefly so that I can invite the board chair.
All right. Thank you so much, Xavier. So I come from Southern Africa, and we also have our common slogans, and I will do it in a minute. If I say Amandla, you say Awetu. Awetu. So Amandla means the power. Awetu means is ours. Okay? Amandla. 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 So I'm an activist, and I love the microphone, but I'm going to respect my brother here and speak for only 1 minute. Comrades and friends, when we say Amandla, the power, and you say is with us, when negotiators go to negotiate, they negotiate because you exist. They do not negotiate for themselves. It's very rare, Ntate, to be in a space where it's a convening that brings together government officials, that brings together activists, that brings together those that are at the core face of the climate crisis, that brings together journalists, that brings together everyone who matters, those that think on our behalf, the academia, the professors, to be in one room and be in a space where we say, comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen, the climate crisis is real. Climate change is real. It's going to take ourselves coming together, thinking together, working together, but sending those that will negotiate on our behalf, talking with a voice that represents us, to be able to continue to say, we need to access funds for loss and damage. We need to continue to recreate our communities when floods befall us. We need the global north to play their part as we play our part in terms of fixing the climate crisis. I would have loved to say more, but I just wish to say from Zimbabwe and from Southern Africa, particularly Zimbabwe, South Africa, Malawi, Zambia, Mozambique, a little bit of Madagascar, and many of these countries that are often hit very hard by cyclones. We bring you solidarity from our region, and we say, as we fight this crisis, we are in this together, and it is only solidarity by the people, for the people, that's going to bind us, and we are going to fight this together and continue to fight. We wish to invite some of you to our own region as we continue to exchange, as we continue to build on people power to resist, to push back against the climate crisis, and continue to demand that those that stand responsible must play their part as we struggle and fight against climate crisis. Amandla! 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 Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Joy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and singular honor to invite my boss, the board chair of ActionAid International Uganda. Just to let you know that In the morning, I was not here. Andrew must have looked around. It was still business. I was with the board. ActionAid is a well-governed organization, very transparent in its interactions. We have an annual general meeting coming up, and so we are making preparations for that with the board, and I had to be in that meeting. As the colleagues here were leading this, I want to say, Sheila, stand up, our program coordinator for Northern Uganda, with a team that have been here. Sheila has been leading this deliberately. In ActionAid, we believe in shared leadership, not one man at the top. Usually they are men. Not one man at the top, but shared leadership. For this symposium and the Climate Justice Week of Action, Sheila has been leading a very formidable team, some of whom you've seen in the room here, but there are others who are seated somewhere here, others are doing work down. ActionAiders around the room, we want to appreciate you for the dedication that you have put in this, and together we are going to do more with everyone around us. Sheila is leading this, but she actually is overseen by Mercy, who is seated somewhere there in the, yeah. Mercy is the head of programs in ActionAid. And Mercy, thank you so much for working with this team behind the scenes and pushing them ahead to do this. And now I want to invite the board chair of ActionAid International Uganda, Mr. Augustine Tamale, CPA, to come and make a presentation and close this symposium. I don't want to really talk too much about my boss because I don't know whether I'll lose my job or not. But this is the board chair, but he's a very simple man. ActionAid does some very interesting thing. Andrew, you are talking about some things. I think you are, we're going to target you in terms of community immersions program. ActionAid, we work in communities such as represented in these images here. But before you work for ActionAid, we take you to a community that is living in poverty for 3 days, where you go and live like they live, you eat like they eat, you do what they do. Okay? Last year, our board chair was in Kumi, and he was working in the community, going fishing, and that is what we do. We want to take policymakers, we want to take people who are living in comfort zones in the city to experience when we say climate justice or climate change. What does it mean in real terms? It is a different thing speaking at the Public Health Institute Auditorium in Makerere, but it's a different thing if the only firewood that is supposed to cook dinner has been beaten by rain and can't light. It's a different conversation. Those who work with ActionAid go through that kind of induction, including our board, so that when we are speaking things, it is not things that we read from the internet. It is lived experiences of communities. Chair, I apologize for talking about you deeper than I should have, but you're welcome.
Right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be here and close this wonderful meeting of ours. And it's a challenge to associate with ActionAid. I had to go for that immersion. I was born here in Kampala, grew and studied here. When I go up country, I stay in hotels, but I found myself sleeping in a hut, and the door was insecure. So I wasn't sure whether there are wild animals around. it was just a strange experience. It's very difficult to spread a mosquito net when you're on the ground. I realized you need a lot of tactics, bring a bag, a shoe, and try to anchor the mosquito net. So it was indeed a tough time, but we went through it, and I got to appreciate what's down there on the ground. Otherwise, my life has been a bit simple growing up, so I haven't faced a big challenge like most of our countrymen do in the sides of the country. I've worked here before for 2.5 years, 2016 to June 2018 as a university bursar. So when I had the ways building up, usually when they would build up, I would drive out of the main building so that they don't surround my vehicle. Either I would not have released the money for sports or what. So when I hear way building, I say, hey, am I supposed to drive out? But now, I thank you for turning up. I had an experience one time when I went for a funeral at night. I arrived at night. So I tried to pitch a tent. I didn't know I was pitching it in the drainage channel. So when it started drizzling, I decided to construct a canal outside the tent so that the water wouldn't cross into the canal. But I didn't know I was inside the drainage channel itself. So when the rain intensified, the water just ran over the canal I had dug into the tent. Then we had to run out and went into the house and stood the whole night. The following morning, when we went to remove the tent and go away, I realized we were in a drainage channel. So because we were trying to construct during the darkness, that's why we put in the drainage channel. So there are certain things we do as a country, and it appears like we don't have light, we are in a drainage channel. We cannot use short-term solutions to solve the climate problems that we have. We need to go for long-lasting solutions like the previous speakers have mentioned here. Those are the ones that we need. What do we use to cook? What do we use for making our crafts? That is the real solution. What is the source of our fuel? If we can't address those things, then we will have trouble in this country. And some things we speak out of ignorance. I realized the first time I came to work here, use of charcoal was not allowed here at the university. So when I arrived, we had to use gas. And I thought in my mind gas was more expensive than charcoal. But I realized that the amount of gas I would use in a month was the same cost as for the charcoal. So since then, I have moved on. Even after leaving Makerere University as Basa, I don't want now charcoal. Because the cost is the same. You buy that 12 kilogram cylinder, it's almost similar to the sack. If in your home you use a full sack of charcoal in a month, it's that cylinder you will use also in a month. Then I also realized one thing, that the house helps put on things and the things boil forever. When we handled the matters ourselves, I thought actually that we need 2 cylinders every month. When we handled the cooking ourselves, because we were home during the lockdown, I realized 2 cylinders, or let me say 1.5 cylinders are the ones that work in a month in my home. So we got to discover, because in the lockdown we were all seated there at home. And that has changed a lot for the fuel consumption now in my home. Now, we need to understand these matters and implement them to solve the issues that we have in this nation. The landing sites in Sese or Kalangala are flooded. But if we've occupied the wetlands, where the water can be controlled and released slowly to those other water bodies, then what do we expect? We've occupied where the water should be, so it will go in the lake and flood. If we are dumping the water bottles and they reduce the depth of the lakes and rivers, then we have created the problems by ourselves. So we need to sober up, have actions, not just words. We are very good at writing papers, but let us put into action so that we solve the problems. You realize that when we used to have functions, these traditional weddings, the kwanjulas, you would sit and take maybe a bottle or two of water. Nowadays, you have to pump in a lot because we have changed the temperature of this country. It's as if we are now also in a desert. It's our own problem. Let's change our behavior and have a lasting solution for humanity. Of course, we are battling floods, cyclones, and so many other things. And the people who suffer most are not the ones involved in causing the problem. The people who cause are enjoying elsewhere in air-conditioned situations. So let's take action and empower our communities and see that this condition is changed. The Secretary General of UN said that about 40 to 50% of the global population is in danger because we are headed for a climate disaster. Let's act quickly, embrace agroecology, and all the good practices that will help us get out of these problems. At Action Aid, in our current country strategy paper, which is the 6th one of our priority areas is people-led climate change and response to humanitarian crisis. So we are going to focus greatly on that this year onwards to see that there is a change in Uganda and globally. I thank our colleagues who have come from our East African sister country and also Southern Africa for turning up. And we believe that together we will make Africa a better place to live. Our action from this symposium should be to empower the young people globally to demand a feminist, just transition to a world free of fossil fuels and industrial agriculture. We must ensure women and young people and indigenous groups who are leaders in agroecology and renewable innovations are included, empowered, and heard, and we must urgently act to support them. We must listen to the voices of young people who are facing uncertain futures and join them to take action against climate injustice. The voices of young people must be included in the decisions taken now, and we must support them to hold those in power accountable. I appreciate all of you for turning up, and my belief is that we are going to make Uganda and the world a better place. Thank you for turning up. May the Lord richly bless you.
Let's give a round of applause again to Chairman. Makiriri oi! Makiriri oi! I was sampling if that energy still stays regardless of the time. Let me request that we all stand up in the event that now this occasion has been closed and we're finalizing this. Please reach out to all the partners, Vijana Corps, we have MEFU, we have Kota, we have Kanyu, Pelham Uganda, and more. Let's have the two anthems sounded and then we shall depart at leisure. Have the East African anthem, one stanza, and the Ugandan anthem, one stanza, please.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuima yetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.